move on from there.
Okay.
Um,
Hmm.
but I've been a developer,
Mhm.
software developer, iOS
Hmm.
mobile
Hmm.
developer for about seven
Okay.
years. So I do have background in that stuff. But I know that the exam doesn't cover any coding. So it's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
what Amazon service pairs with what Amazon service to cover this kind of
Absolutely.
situation. So
Yes.
I'm also
Absolutely.
I've
Hmm.
also last week I was taking the classes for machine learning, but we
Hmm.
unfortunately we had accident and emergency situation in my family, so
Hmm.
I
Oh.
couldn't finish that. I've got to finish that this week, and then I
Oh.
have both exams to take. I have this one to take and the machine learning one to take.
The machine learning associate or
The
the.
associate, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful.
I mean,
But
he
fine. I
started
think.
teaching me. He started teaching me
Hmm.
the
Hmm. Hmm.
specialist, and
Oh.
I'm like, well, the thing is though, is that I only have like the micro train is only paying for the associate level. He goes, okay, well let's back this off because they are different. Yeah. So hopefully, but I do believe some of the developer stuff will bleed into some of the machine learning stuff because some of those
Absolutely.
services are used, in coalition with each other. So, um,
Yes.
but I can understand you a lot better than I could understand him. So your
Okay. Good.
your English is very good.
Okay.
So
Thank you very
yeah,
much.
you're welcome.
Okay. Fine. I think let's get started. So before we go to the actual content of the exam, I just want to run through what are the different exams AWS has. Yeah. What is the
Mhm.
significance of different exams and what are the things we need to cover as part of this exam? Yeah. And then I will touch base upon the basic services. Basic services, when I say basic, these are nothing but the compute services, the networking services, the storage services, database, and the application services. Yeah, and we will keep it more hands-on rather than the theory part. Yeah, you can go through the documentation, you can zip through the documentation, understand the theory part, but we will focus more on the practical aspect of it. I hope that's fine with you.
As long as it doesn't cost me any money, that's fine with me.
Wonderful. By the way, I before we start, then do you have a AWS account?
I do have an AWS account.
Wonderful. So then we will use that. And how old is that AWS account?
It's got age to it.
Okay,
I
then.
think I made it.
Mhm, mhm.
I made it a while ago. I have
One
some
year
credit.
back.
Oh
One
no,
year back.
it's been several years back, but
Okay. Mhm.
I have some credits and things on it for from AWS reInvent from 22.
Okay. Okay. Good. Wonderful. Okay. So then I would say that let's go and verify your account first because I just don't want you to get any kind of a bill when we are doing some sort of a practice in this. Yeah. And this is my console. Yeah. So here
Okay.
is my console, and you can see. Yeah. Um, Pretty much nothing is there in my account. If you look, go to the
Hmm.
EC2 dashboard, nothing is there. Um, yeah, but again, it's not 1 year old. I keep on creating new accounts so that I don't get any kind of a bill in my account. Yeah, and use those for the training purpose. Okay, so
Okay.
yeah, so brief introduction about me. I am doing this for last 6 7 years. I hold all the AWS certifications as of now. I hold multiple Azure certification, Terraform, and so on. Yeah, and I've taught many students, maybe in thousands, on associate exam, AWS Solution Architect Associate, Professional, security specialty, networking specialty, DevOps professional, solution architect professional, and so on. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So that's about it. Before we start, I just want to
Uh, okay.
uh,
So
D Leon. If you just select on that D Leon, yeah, yeah, and then into the billing and cost management. Yes. Hmm. So and there's a credit option on the left pane. Yeah, just yes, that's one. Are you are you having any kind of, you don't have any credit? Okay.
No,
Yeah.
it's wild. That must have because that was for it was a $70, $90. I don't remember what it was. It's
20
something.
$25. Yeah, you
No, no,
get
no. It
a co
was no. It was
uh
something I won at reInvent for one of the oh, what was it? Uh, something racer. I can't remember the name of it. It's
hmm
a AI machine learning race thing.
Okay.
Um, but all
The
right.
deep
Anyway,
racer,
doesn't matter.
deep
Yeah,
racer.
Deep Racer. That's it. That's it. That's
Yeah,
it. That's it.
yeah.
Deep Racer.
Okay. No worries. Fine. So I think then in this case, we should actually create your account first. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. So what we will need is a email ID. Yeah. Email ID, your personal email ID, and then also we will need a credit card to enter into the AWS account. So if you can log out from here, open in a incognito window or a private
Okay.
browsing, yeah, and then we'll create the account. Just type in AWS free tier account. Yeah. Oh, what's happening? I'm seeing a lot of different colors. Yeah. Disco night.
Seeing different colors, huh?
Yes, on your screen. Yeah. Blue, purple,
Oh,
red.
that's this. No, I don't know. Um, I don't know what that's
Ah,
about.
yeah, I'll show you what's happening for me. Okay. Select on the free tier. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is your
Let's
screen, what
do.
I'm seeing now. Okay. Look at this. Yeah. So you put a email ID there. Yeah. A email ID which you have not used.
Oh wow. I don't know. I have
Yeah.
no idea what's going on with that.
Hmm.
That's
It has stabilized now. Okay. No, again back. Okay. Can you stop scaring? Just changing the color, but that's fine. Yeah. Go ahead. Let's concentrate on what we want to do. Yeah. Give a name. Yeah.
I can't read that. Give me a new one. Yep,
HPXFY2.
that one I can read. The other one I couldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. That was little complicated.
Yep.
Okay.
What? Oh.
Yeah, when you are entering the credit card details, just unshare the screen
Yep.
because we are recording this. So unshare is free of cost, and those services are like AWS EC2 instance, AWS S3, RDS, DynamoDB, Lambda. Yeah, Lambda is always free to a certain limit. You can have 10 like 10 million free requests per month. Yeah, then RDS also you can have 750 hours of DB.T3 micro, which is one of the type of the EC2 instance for the database. In EC2 also you can have 750 hours of T2 micro, T3 micro, EC2 instance, and so on. Yeah, so it gives you that cushioning to actually go and experiment within your account and start working with the AWS services. Now, whatever you have created, that account is called as a root account. Yeah, and
Yep.
when you create root account, the root account has unlimited privileges. Okay. What do you mean by unlimited privileges? That means that you do not have any kind of a restriction in terms of what you can do within that account. And as a best practice, AWS tells you that you should not use the root account for your day-to-day activity. Okay, what you should do is you should create
I
a
am account.
IAM user ID. Yeah, IAM, and that's what I have done. If you look at your account, it would be somewhere like, let's say, your name, Dan, and this anything after the at is your name you have specified when you created your username. And if you look at that option here on your screen, that tells me that it is a root account. But for me, it is a IAM because it is at the rate my name of my account. Yeah. So that's why this is an IAM user. And we can verify that by going into the IAM service as well. Yeah. So here is the IAM service. And we can verify that by using the IAM users. The root user you'll not be able to see in the IAM. Okay. So here are the IAM user which I have created and I'm using it. This is the one I am using it. Okay. Now, another thing, it is has unlimited privileges. The privileges of that particular user cannot be changed, altered. Okay, and that's the reason we will use a IAM. Before we go there, share your screen, and I will try to secure your account so that we do not get any kind of a malicious attack on your account, because people will try to actually brute force into your account, try to hack it and to use it for malicious activity. Yeah, I'm just giving a hypothetical situation. Yeah, it might occur. So to avoid that, what we do is we set up a multi-factor authentication on your account. And how do we do that? I'll explain you. Go there in the security credential. Yeah, and then there's something called as a multi-factor authentication. The first option, go up. Yeah, multi-factor authentication. Yeah, and give the name. Okay, just give a yeah name which will be seen in your authenticator app. Okay, so you can say that root and your account name, Daniel, root hyphen hyphen, give a hyphen, don't give space, hyphen Daniel. Yeah, and there are multiple ways how you set up the MFA. MFA is just for having another layer of authentication apart from the username and password. So here we are going to use a soft token, which is used using a authenticator app. Yeah, so what authenticator app we are going to use? There's a Google Authenticator, which you can install from your Apple Store
I
or
already have
Play
it.
Store. Yeah, okay, wonderful. Then go next. Yeah, just click on the scan QR code. Yeah, and in your app, just click on the
Yep.
plus button.
I'm
Scan
already on.
this.
I'm already on
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Put the first code. Wait for the code to change. Yeah, put the second code. Once it changes, wonderful. Now your MFA is set. What you have to do is log out from your account and log back in. Yeah, log back in. And now it will actually ask you for the code. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, back, go back, go back, go
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
It's trying to create a new account. Yeah,
Yeah,
go
I
back.
just noticed that.
Yeah. Just sign in. Yeah. Now give uh, the name. Yeah. This is okay. So you
You
have
need
to use
to
the
sign
option
in
sign
root
in
in a
using root
yep.
email. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And then give the email ID.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the password for it. Okay. Now put the MFA.
Okay, we're in.
Wonderful. So we've just set up our account. Yeah. Now what we will do is we will set up some basic things. First and foremost thing, what we will do is we'll set up a billing alert in your account. Why that is needed? Because if you get any sort of a bill, unexpected bill within your account, you should be alerted for it. Yeah. So go again into the top right hand corner, Dan, where you see the Dan L, and then billing and cost management. Do you log in regularly into the console? Do you
No, but
do
I
you there?
no,
No?
but I probably will,
Yeah.
soon when I start
Uh,
working on stuff.
yeah. Come to the left pane, go down. Yeah. Yes. Go down, go down. Yeah. And there's an option, go down. Yeah. Billing preference. Yes. Okay. And in the billing preference, just edit that. Yeah. The alert. Yeah. So receive free tier alert. Yeah. And yes, put the email ID which you have given for this account. Yeah. Okay. And select the other option as well. Yeah. Yes. And update it. That's one. Okay. Fine. And then go to the invoice delivery preference. Yeah. Edit it, update it. Yeah. Select
Uh,
that PDF invoices directly to by email. Okay, wonderful. This is one thing which you have done. Now what is going to do is it is going to send you alert whenever there is you are reaching the free tier alert. Yeah, apart from the billing alert which we are going to set. Okay. So now if you go into the left pane again, come down there. Yeah. Okay. Uh, yes. Okay. Um, in the search bar in the console, yeah, yeah, type CloudWatch and open in a new window. CloudWatch and open a new window. So what we are going to do is we are going to set a billing alert, yeah,
New
which
window or
is
new
a
tab?
new tab, new tab, new tab. Yeah. Okay. Yes. And what we are going to do is in the left pane, there's an option of alarm. Yeah. Just use the drop down menu. Yeah. Billing, select billing and create alarm. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to set a threshold that once this threshold is reached, I should get an email. Okay. Now, uh, yes. So the matrix name is called as estimated charges. It is going to track the USD value of your bill, and it is going to track every six hours. Come down, come down. Yeah. Now we have to give a condition that whenever, and we are giving a kind of a condition that whenever my bill is greater than or equal to second option, yeah, of $5. Yeah, let's put $5 only. Yeah. And yeah, so that says that if a condition of $5 or greater than $5 meets, then do some action. So which is on the next page. Go next. Yeah. So at what point it should trigger alarm? So in CloudWatch, there are three state. Okay, one is called as in alarm state, one is okay state, and one is insufficient data. So what we need is that whenever our the alert is in alarm state, that means we have met the condition. What is the condition? Bill, my total estimated charges is $5 or above $5. Okay, then I need to be notified by using something called as SNS topic. Yeah, so select the second option below the in alarm, create a new topic. Yes, and keep the default name of the topic. Fine. Yeah, email endpoint that will be notified will retrieve the information. Give your email ID which you used for the account creation. Yeah, and say create topic. Yeah. This change of color on the screen is very annoying. I'm not sure
Um,
whether it is exactly getting recorded in the call, but but I'm just giving you a heads up that it might
I
get recorded in the same fashion.
I am sorry. I don't know
No,
what's
no, that's
going on
okay.
with that.
Yeah, even
Like,
I'm not able to understand why only your shared screen is showing that. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
because I don't see it on my screen at all. It's very, very weird
Yeah.
because I mean I've heard of this happening before,
Hmm,
but I have
hmm.
never had it. Like I have a my machine is a very powerful machine, right? So I
Okay.
don't I don't know. Like I have a very big graphics card, everything. I don't know why that's doing that.
Okay, okay. No worries. Come down. Yeah. So what we have set is now that, yeah, whenever we have this kind of a condition, yeah, come down, come down. Yeah, yeah. Go next. So what we are saying that, yes, use this SNS topic to alert me on this email. And we have to give a name to this alert. So I can say that $5 alert, something like this. Yeah. Hmm. $5. Don't give any space in between. $5 alert. Yeah. Yeah. And dollar alert. Okay. Next. Yeah. And next. Yeah. So now it is saying that whenever we hit a threshold of $5, then I'm going to get an email on the email ID which I have specified. Yeah. So this is like all the configuration which we have given. Yeah. Come down.
Hmm.
The action. Yeah. Notification has to be sent on the using that SNS topic and the name. And we will say create alarm. Okay. Fine. So once this is created, now what happened is, yeah, it is going to be in the insufficient state. If you go uh, alarms, click on the, can you click on the $5 alert there? Yeah. Okay. So what is the state it is showing? It is showing that it is having a insufficient data. Yeah. Okay. Now, if you refresh there on the same screen,
Where do you see insufficient data?
in the right
Oh,
hand
right
top
here.
corner below the UTC time zone. Yeah. Okay. If you refresh that, if you refresh,
Uh,
there's a button refresh just above that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it is going to go into okay state because your total estimated charges in your account is not above $5 or up till $5. So this is how we've set the alarm. Okay. But this is not going to work unless and until you go and subscribe to that alert. Yeah. It is showing okay now. So now what you do, you go into your email ID and subscribe to this alert. You must have received one email ID now.
Let me check.
Yeah.
Subscription confirmation.
Yes. You have to give a confirmation for it. Once you give the confirmation, have you given it?
Yes, I just did.
Okay, fine. I would have shown you that it shows that it is pending for confirmation. If you go into the search bar, type SNS and Open in a new tab. SNS. Open in a new tab. Yes, that's the one. First one. Yes. Open in new tab. Yeah, you will see that there is a topic. One topic. Yeah. Click on there, and you can see the default. And now it is showing as subscribed. Actually, open it. Yeah. So it is confirmed. Yeah. Okay. Earlier it would have been said pending. Hmm?
Pending right here, right?
Yeah. Okay. But that's fine. Good. So two things are done. One is we set the MFA, we set the billing alert. Now the third thing we want to do is set up a alias for your account. Now why we want to set a alias? Because every account which is created will have a 12-digit account number, and we will need that account number to be given when we are trying to log in into your IAM user. Correct? So go into IAM, type in IAM in the search bar. Yeah, and open in a new tab. So always remember open in the things in the new tab. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it needed? Because it will give you a flexibility to actually maneuver between different screen and get the things done. Okay. And you will save some time to actually keep going back and forth on the services. Now, if you look at on the right hand side, there's something called as AWS account, and there's a account ID below that. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And there's something called as account alias below that. Can you click
Yep.
on create?
Sure.
Yes. So give a unique name. Yeah. Give a unique name which will be used when you actually put that name in during the login. Hmm. Yeah. So AWS Dan something, AWS Dan AWS something. Yeah. Yeah. It
That'll
should be
work.
all small without any kind of a
Ah,
space in between. Yeah, because it is a URL, like it is going to be used in the URL. It has to be small caps and without any kind of a space in between. Yeah. Okay. So that's it. Then AWS create alias.
okay. Already exists.
Yeah. So you can give Dan L AWS. Try that. Yeah, that should also work. Count already. Just give Dan L AWS.
How did that
Wonderful.
work? How did that
Yeah.
work?
So you must have used the other one when you created your
No, I
other
mean,
account.
it could have been
Yeah.
anybody. I mean, really.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, we are at a stage where we can start using now. Uh, Before we do that, I will just then run through the basic understanding of the cloud and all those things, and I'll also explain the certification details. Let me share my screen. Yeah.
Sorry about the pink.
You can't imagine how many colors I have seen. Yeah. Pink,
Oh,
yellow,
wow.
green, blue, purple, violet.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
You better go and check the recording today. You will be see the magic. So,
Oh, you'll be share so you'll share the recordings with me?
yes, you will get the recording links. Yes,
Okay.
yeah. And I just spoke to the team. They will send the details as well, the material for this class. Okay,
Okay, great.
fine. So yeah, with that, let me just take you to the yeah certifications. Okay, so AWS. Do you know what are the different certification in AWS?
I
Do you
know
know?
some of them. I know there's a lot of
Okay.
them, but I don't
Yeah,
know
a
all
lot
of
of
them.
them. Yeah, there are 12 in all right now which are active. So we have those base like um, broken into categories. Um, Let me just certification exams. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this is one of the very good, what you can say, document which will help you to actually navigate through the different certificates which are needed and how should you go about it. I am going to paste those things in the chat so that you can utilize that links later on.
Okay.
So let's put it in the chat. Oh, okay. Okay, here is the link for it. So AWS has this many certification, no, not on this. So there are 12 certifications. Mm, yeah, okay. One, yeah, this is the certification part. Go back. Yeah. So AWS has four levels. One is foundation level, one is associate exam, third is professional, and then the fourth is the specialty one. In foundation, there are two types. Okay, one is the cloud practitioner, which is a very very basic kind of a kind of a exam,
Hmm.
which is good for people who want to be part of the conversation. What I mean is people who are, let's say, a CIO, CXO, who wants to be part of the conversation where they will be able to make sense of the conversation happening. Yeah, that this is the EC2 I am going to use. I am going to use CloudWatch to monitor my resources and all those things. So it's very basic. The cost for it is $100 USD, for exam. The new addition to the foundational exam is AI certified AI practitioner. Yeah, this is nothing but anybody who wants to start with the AI ML word and Gen AI. Yeah, this is the right point to start with. Yeah, it covers what is Gen AI, what is AI, what is ML, what is deep learning, what is structured data, unstructured data, all those stuff which are needed for you to yeah, start grounds up for any AI things in the future. Yeah, so this is again $100. Now, all these exams are multiple choice question. Yeah, remember AWS used to have certain labs and all those things, but it no more have any kind of a lab. So all are multiple choice questions. And again, every exam will have a certain number of questions. For example, here you will have 65 questions in this. Yeah. Okay. So 65 question, 90 minute, and all those things. So coming back to here, then we have associate exam. In associate as well, we have four exams now. Yeah, five. One is certified machine learning associate, certified data engineer associate. We have developer, we have sysadmin, we have solution architect. Okay, so there are five in all right now, which caters to different areas where you want to start your career. All exams will, this associate exam will be costing you $150, and it is again going to have 65 questions. Yeah, but the time duration is little longer as compared to anything in the
It's
foundation. So
180 minutes, ain't it? No, no, no.
no,
It's
it is
nine
130.
130.
Yeah, which is 2 hours 10 minutes. For the professional and the specialty, it will be 180 minutes or 190. Yeah. Okay, so these are the associate. So anybody who wants to start with machine learning, this is the one you should go for it. If
That's the
I
one
want
I'm
to start,
doing.
yes, good. Yeah, I gave it almost I think 8 months back. Yeah, then the data engineering, which talks about all things data related services in AWS. Then the certified developer associate. This is what we are doing right now. I will
Yes.
open that. Yeah, and we will go through the content and everything. Okay, so this is the exam guide, which is helpful. It tells you what are the things which are going to be covered as part of this exam. Yeah, so I'll paste it here. Then we also have uh, a practice link for this. Okay, there's a yes, where is the, yeah, review step. There's a, okay, yeah, there are certain practice exams as well which are free of cost. I'll give you that link. Yeah, 20 questions you can do free of cost. Okay, practice again, duration is 130 minutes. Yeah, then Then comes the most toughest. Yeah, AWS says that for the foundation you need not to have any kind of a background of cloud or anything. Yeah, for associate it says that you need to have an experience of 1 to 2 years. Yeah, and for professional it says you need to have more than 2 years of professional experience working on the AWS. Now professional exams are really tough. Yeah, and they are very lengthy. Okay, it tests your patience, it tests your knowledge, because all the options will look like exactly the same. Yeah, you will not be able to distinguish between unless and until you have a deep understanding of different services. Hmm?
Hmm.
So so it is having 180 minute. There might be 75 questions. Out of the 75 questions, there will be some questions which do not carry any weightage or marks, and there might be some questions which will have certain marks to it. Okay, and you don't know which one will have mark, which will not have. Hmm? Then in professional, you have two. One is developer professional, and one is the solution architect professional. Hmm? And then we go to the specialty exam. In specialty, you have the network specialty, you have the machine learning specialty, you have the security specialty. Okay, three, five, 3, 5 to 3 and 2, 5, and this associate 5, and then the foundation are 2 exams. So there are in all 12 exam. Yeah, so I have cleared all the 12 exams, and yeah, so once you clear the 12 exam you get something called as a golden jacket. Yeah, so which is very prestigious. Okay, so now coming back to this is how you should plan your certification path to end up in a role of a solution architect. Yeah, this is just a kind of a guidance. Yeah, it's not the only path. Hmm? Application architect should follow this path, cloud data engineer should follow this, and so on. I will not go into it. You can go through this in details. But my personal view is that I do not recommend anybody who want to um, start his career as a cloud engineer or a cloud architect. I do not recommend him to start with a practitioner exam. Okay, no, it's not needed. It's simply wastage of time, wastage of effort. Better you just start with any kind of a associate exam. Okay, clear?
Clear. I was just noticing the software development. They're saying developer to DevOps. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, correct. Developer
Because
associate,
the one that I like, the other one that I do that I'm working on is the machine learning one because I wanted
correct.
to do machine learning to AI,
Okay,
with mixed with the software development. So
yeah,
I have a ways to go, but I don't
yeah.
know, man. You've tempted me with this golden jacket thing.
Wonderful, wonderful. Ye- yeah, means uh, it makes sense. Okay, when you see the end result. Yeah,
Mhm.
but it's a long journey. It's a very I would say you need a lot of discipline, you need consistency, and you need lot of hands-on practice. Yeah,
I would
it's a
imagine.
long journey. Yeah, it's a long journey, but yes, definitely you should go. Definitely somebody who wants to actually upskill in the space in cloud can go for it. Again, in your day-to-day job you might not work on each and every services. Yeah, and that's a
Right.
challenge. Okay, but then by studying in a systematic manner, it might lead to more success in your current job. Okay, but again, it's up to every individual's choice. um, I don't recommend that you should go for all the certification which are pertaining to your area of interest. You can go, but yes, then a lot of people have gone for the certification because they feel that yes, it gives you a complete holistic. At the start of this journey, I did not feel that I should go for all the certification because I was focusing only on the architecture. But eventually, when I want to upskill myself, I went and then studied. Okay, but again, it's personal choice.
Right.
Okay, coming back to our exam. Yeah, okay, so this is developer associate. I open the exam examination guide. This is the code for the exam. Yeah, this is the code. code for the exam. What it is going to do, it is going to test you on services which are very pertaining to the developer. Yeah, it has four domains. One is development, deployment of services on AWS, security, deployment, and then troubleshooting and optimization. So these are the four domains, and each has their own weightage. Based upon that, you will be evaluated in the exam. Yeah, and then these are the services. Yeah, okay. These are the services. Okay, what are the services in scope of this exam? All those are listed here. Yeah, we are going to cover almost all of them. Okay, yeah, but we need to be cognizant of the time. Yeah, and if we can cover all of them, it's yeah, we'll see. Okay, we might go in deep on some of the things. We might just touch on few of them at a high level. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. Let's go and start learning. Yeah. So before we go there, we will just have a overview of services, understand basic of cloud computing, and I will zip through it. I know you understand this. Okay. So what are the use of why we are using cloud computing? Yeah. A few of the very basic thing is it gives us the flexibility. Yeah, it gives us the flexibility, it gives us the agility, it gives you the scalability to use any kind of a workload whenever you need it. Yeah, you use it and you just leave it as it is. Yeah, you can release whatever the resources you are going to get, and that's the benefit of the cloud computing. Yeah, so it is very very easy to use. You have to just create your account and start consuming it as it is. Whatever you use on the cloud, it is pay as you go model, which is like you pay for whatever you are going to consume. It is simple, like we are renting a car, we are going to use it for um, one day. Yeah, and I'm going to pay it for one day only, and I'm going to just give the car back to the owner. When I'm doing this, I am using a very basic concept of a operational expenditure model. Yeah, it's nothing but a opex model, what we call. Cloud computing has transitioned from a capex model to a opex model. And what does that mean? Capex model means that you are investing your capital expenditure to buy servers and then start consuming it. When we are in the capex model, you have to do upfront investment. You have to invest in the environment, invest in the skill set, and so on. Okay, but with OPEX model, you don't have to do that. You are just renting out the equipment from the cloud service provider. In this case, AWS. Where is the data? Where is the services? They are residing in a data center, and we call it as a AWS region. Hmm? Okay, fine. Then lot of managed services are there from AWS, which actually offloads lot of heavy lifting of managing, maintaining, upgrade, and all those things to the cloud service provider. Yeah, and we will see that when we look at the shared service model. Okay, what are the characteristics? Self-service. Yeah, you go, you configure, you use it, and that's it. You get access to the services by sitting at any place in the world. Yeah, and you connect it via internet. Mhm. What is meaning of resource pooling? You pool different resources to create a cohesive architecture. You create a cohesive environment to work. Suppose you want to build a tier 3 application, tier 3 tier application where you have your front end, you have your middleware, you have your back end, you have your database. Yeah, you pool all those resources and build it. It provides a very very rapid elasticity. That's one of the most key component of cloud computing environment, that you can have hundreds of server, thousands of server within 4 to 5 minutes. Okay, whatever we are doing in the cloud has to be measured. That gives us a key indication that how we are utilizing the cloud services, how it is going to benefit me in a longer run with minimal cost. Very very important, with minimal cost. Hmm? Fine. And then whenever you feel that I'm going a little fast, please stop me, and then I'll just slow down. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm not going to go into everything what I have taught here, okay, but I'm just going to zip into it. Yeah. Then benefit is what we are going to get out of the cloud is the speed and agility. We are going to get little expense as compared to the on-premise, and there's a condition to it. Okay, again, it's not one-time investment, it's not one-time effort to actually optimize your cost, but it is a continuous journey. You don't, yeah, if you don't keep any kind of a track on the cloud spend, you are going to burn a, yeah, lot of, yeah, um, expenditure on the cloud. Then okay, again, it's again very subjective. It might incur more cost for you if you are not maintaining it a proper manner. Yeah, then you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to do the heavy lifting of buying some servers. Yeah, you don't have to take the decision for your, let's say, a kind of application you are building right at the start of your journey. You can take decision later on as well. You can do a staggered investment. Why? Because there's no lead time for buying any kind of equipment in the AWS or in a hyperscaler. So whenever you need that, you just go there, consume it, and start using it. Okay, then go global in a minute. What does that mean? AWS is spread across the globe. Yeah, you have AWS data centers, regions spread across the globe. Wherever your customer is located, you can build your application near to the consumer and start utilizing it. Okay, so you can go global in minute, and then it provides you very low maintenance. Why? Because there are multiple services which are managed services. Okay, so these are the things. Yeah, so again, what are the characteristics of cloud computing? Very simple. Yeah, on demand is there, rapid elasticity there, and we measure everything. So all of above. Yeah, then again, I'm not going to go into the history, but I'm going to open a web page, okay, of AWS. AWS global infrastructure. Yeah. Okay. So now AWS has something called as the AWS Global Infrastructure, which comprises of regions, availability zone, edge locations, local zones, wavelength zones, and many more. Okay, what are those things? We'll see that. Yeah. Okay, so they have revamped the website. Wonderful. Okay, so you can see and the west coast. Yeah, and this is the east coast, which is North Virginia. Yeah. Okay. Now AWS global infrastructure predominantly says that it is spread across the globe in the form of a region. What is a region? A region is nothing but a logical construct which combines of three or more availability zone. What is availability zone? Availability zones are nothing but actual physical data center of AWS. A availability zone can have one or more discrete data centers which are connected via high bandwidth cable, redundant power, redundant cooling system, redundant internet connectivity, and so on. Hmm? So regions are nothing but the region which comprises of different availability zones. Availability zones are nothing but data center of. What are edge locations? So I'll give you example of edge location. What is edge location? Yeah, two or composed of at least three you need. Yeah, independent geographic region contains set of which resources which are tied to it. Yeah, again, one or more discrete data centers within that particular region which are connected by low latency. Edge location. Yeah, take an example that you are using some services from the East Coast, yeah, North Virginia, and your customer is situated in the West Coast. Okay. Now what will happen is if your customer wants to access some resources which are hosted in the East Coast, what will happen? He has to come all the way to the server which are there in the East Coast, and that will add up to a latency. So what this edge location does, it serves certain services from the edge location like Cloud Front, which is nothing but a CDN service, Content Delivery Network. Do you know what is Content Delivery Network?
Um, I've heard of it. I haven't.
Okay,
Yeah, just go ahead.
no worries. I'll explain you. So CDN is nothing but a content delivery network which will deliver content which is closer to your location. I'll take an example that there are certain, let's say certain Netflix series is going live. Yeah, means new Netflix series is there, and it is hosted and it is going to be released globally. Okay, so now all the servers for Netflix are, let's say, situated in the East Coast, which is North Virginia region, and there are certain users who are situated in, let's say, Australia, and they also want to see that particular server content. Okay, what will happen is when these guys are trying to access the North Virginia server, they will face some latency. So what we do is we cache those content which are there from the North Virginia region to the region which is closer to the end user, which is in Australia. So initially, when somebody who is trying to watch that particular service, he will go to the North Virginia, fetch the service to the nearest edge location, which is also called as a CDN. Yeah. And that content will be cached in that edge location. And any person who's going to access that content next time is not going to go to the North Virginia region, but it is going to access it from the CDN. So that's the service, that's the use of the edge location. So it is going to cache the content near to the end user. Okay, but then you
Which
need to configure it. Yeah,
which basically reduces lag.
yes, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, again, I will not go into this. Few of the terminology which are very, very extensively used is about like scalability, fault tolerance, durability, availability. What is scalability? Yeah, it's how do you handle the increase in workload by expanding the capacity of your environment. Okay, that is nothing but a scalability. Fault tolerance is nothing but how do you overcome any kind of issues, fault in your environment, yeah, in an automated manner.
Yeah,
So
failover
to
services.
yeah, so not failure, but to overcome that particular issue. Yeah, so what it will do, if one my server is down, it is going to be replaced by another server. Okay, failover is like I am going from X server to Y server to continuity, but it is going to replace that X server with another server. Okay, then
Okay.
elasticity. Yeah, elasticity is nothing but how your environment is going to scale. Okay, now this elasticity can be broken into two things. One is vertical scalability, one is horizontal scalability. Yeah, vertical scalability is to increase the size of the same server to a higher value. Okay,
And horizontal is adding another
is
server.
yeah, horizontal is about adding a replica of the same type of servers and distribute your application. That's a distributed kind of architecture. That's the horizontal. Then durability. Yeah, it talks about ability to stay strong and in good condition over a period of time. S3 is one of the most durable service in the world, which provides you 99.999 11 nines of durability, which means in uh, yeah, one object can fail over a period of 2000 years from a size of 10 million objects. Yeah, if I given you this exact um, definition, okay, let me just yeah, S3 11 nines durability. Yes. Okay, so this is the durability. Okay, yes. So if I just open that, okay, that means yeah. Okay, so it says that every 10 million object, whatever you stored over a period of 10,000 years, there's a chance that only one object will fail. Yeah, that's how durable it is. Okay, so that's the durability of the S3. Then going back to availability. Yeah, availability is all about having the continuity of the services. Yeah, when it what it means is that you will be able to operate that service in a efficient manner, hmm, without any kind of a downtime. So it is, AWS is also highly available, but yes, you have to have certain configuration, certain things to achieve that availability. Yeah, then there's another term called high availability, which is a combination of different services to provide you that high availability. Hmm? Okay, we'll go to the knowledge check. Yeah, what are those? Define an availability zone. Can you help me with the answer? Okay.
Is it uh, availability zone one per? I I don't know that one per AWS
Yeah,
region is correct.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
That is not correct. Okay, because it's not one. Yeah, you can have
uh,
two or more or three. Hmm? That's why.
right. So
Okay.
I was right.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. Yes. Okay, but in the exam you'll not get question like this. It's just very elementary. But yes, but it is good to understand the and distinguish between the different services. What are those key things when it comes to understanding this? And again, um, people might ask you in interviews. Tell me the difference between edge location or availability zone. Yeah, very basic question, but again, people might want to test you on the certain basic things as well. Yeah.
Mhm.
Fine. Okay. Now there are multiple services which are available in AWS, and I'm going to just skip this because we are going to see all of them in our services. So I'm just going to skip it, and I will, rather than this, I'm going to go into the console and, yeah, show you there. Okay. Back to the console. Yeah. In the console, you will see this tab. Yeah. This tab has the segregation of different services based upon the different types. For example, compute. Okay, so in compute, there are certain services which fall under compute. For example, EC2, yeah, Lambda, Outpost, yeah, then batch, yeah, AWS batch processing. All those are nothing but compute. What they do, they provide you computational power to run your workload. Then if I go to the databases, there are number of databases which are fit for purpose databases. If I need something for a structured data, then I have RDS. If I need for a, let's say, a non-relation database, then I go for DynamoDB. If I need some sort of a in-memory database, then I will go for a Elasticache. Yeah, so we have different databases based upon need. Then if I want to look for the storage, then there are different types of storage options. You have a block storage, which is nothing but your EBS. You have object storage, which is nothing but your S3, and then so on. Yeah, so there are multiple things. Okay. Any questions so far?
Nope.
No. Are we going fast, slow?
No. You're going fine.
Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah.
Because if there's something that I'll ask questions if I'm not
Wonderful.
understanding something.
Wonderful. Okay. Fine. We will just skip this part, and this is also done. We'll just go through. Okay. Yeah. So I will, yes. So we'll start with a very basic service, which is nothing but IAM now. Hmm? Again, I will focus first on the practical aspect, and in between, when we are using this, I will explain you the concept of the different things. Yeah, IAM is nothing but identity and access management service in AWS. When you are working with AWS system, you need to have certain credentials to work with, certain permissions to work with certain services, and then there are certain rules you have to follow when you are working with the AWS cloud. Okay, so What does IAM provides you? It provides you two basic functions. One is authentication and one is authorization. What is authentication? Authentication is it tells you who you are. Yeah. And authorization tells you what you can do, what you are authorized to. Hmm? Then how do you do that? You do that by using the policies on the resources and by using certain identities which you are going to create. So we will look at those things. Hmm? In identity, we have three types. Basically, you have the users, you have certain roles, and you have groups of users. Okay, those are nothing but the individual identities. Yeah, and then use those policies to govern those identities and also the resources. What are the resources? Resources are nothing but your S3, your EC2, your database, and so on. Okay, now let's go into the account. Here is my AWS account. I am into the IAM service. This is the management console of IAM, and you can see here the access management. The first and foremost thing what we are going to do is in today's class is to create a IAM user. Okay, now remember root user has unlimited privileges. Yeah,
Hmm.
we cannot change the privileges. We should not use it for day-to-day activity. Those are the best practices we should follow. AWS tells us that we should use a IAM user for it. So how do you start? I start by creating an IAM user. How do you do that? I come here and say create user. I have to give a name. Yeah. So let's say admin July Z. Yeah, this is the name of my yeah user. Now, if you have worked on IAM, let's say a year back or 2 years back, the screen would have been completely different than what it is now. Okay, so
Hmm.
don't worry. Yeah, this is the more new kind of a screen, revamped kind of a scene. Yeah, then I have given a name. Yeah, and then I have to give the different permissions. Okay, so
Right.
okay, so here are options. So you have to select this, provide your user access to the management console. Yeah. Now, when you are working with AWS, there are multiple ways how you interact with the AWS services. Yeah. So what are services? EC2 is the service, VPC is a service, Lambda is a service, CloudWatch is a service. All those are called services in the cloud. Okay. One way is to interact with AWS is by using the management console. Second way is to use the CLI, which is nothing but command line interface. Yeah, where you give commands and it will yeah make a API call to your AWS environment and then start working in. Okay. Okay. So we are going to use a first uh, the console. Okay, and how do you give access? There are two ways. One is to create a standalone IAM user or to connect to a identity center. Now, any thoughts on identity center? What is that?
Uh, no,
Just a wild guess.
it's
Nothing right,
oh,
nothing
oh,
wrong.
oh, oh, well, a wild guess on an identity center is probably just a um, authentication
Yeah.
data
Mhm.
bank.
Okay. So it is your centralized identity service. Yeah. Wherein just like your Microsoft 365. Yeah. O365. This is the nothing but an identity center or a credential management system. Yeah. Where you create users, you manage their credentials, you manage the permission and all those things. Now, when we are interacting with a AWS console, we can get the details of a user from an identity center by federating it, or we can create a standalone user as well. So in this case, there are two options like this. So when I say identity center, then it is going to ask me what is the identity center you are going to use. Is it O365? It is Okta? It is something else? Ping, yeah, Ping identity, or so on. So I'm not going to use it because I have to do a lot of configuration to create an identity center. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a standalone IAM user. The first option is the standard way of configuring in an enterprise environment. Hmm? Okay. So remember, whenever you want to create a identity based access on your AWS, you go and federate your identity center with AWS by creating a identity center integration. Yeah, but we are, because we are just trying to do some practice and all those things, we are going to create a IAM user. Hmm? Now, this IAM user by default is going to give a access to the management console. It is not going to give access to the CLI. We have to use another method to create a CLI user ID. IAM user will have a username and a password, but the CLI will have a access ID and a secret access ID. Access ID is 20 digit or 20 characters, alphanumeric characters, and access secret access key will have 40. Yeah. So we'll see that later on, but time being, these are the two methods to access your AWS. The third method is to use the SDK. Hmm? So we have to use the software development kit, which is provided by AWS, and that will help you to actually formulate your API call to the AWS environment, and you will start working on it. Hmm? So we are going to create IAM user option, auto generate password or create a custom password. I can keep the auto generate. Yeah. And then there's an option. Yeah. User must create a new password at next sign in. Okay. Fine. A lot of organization does this because they will give you a standard password first. Yeah. For the first login. And then they will ask you to change the password. And how do you do that? You have to just say custom, you give a custom password and then select this option. In this case, I'm not going to custom anything. I'm going to auto generate. Next, I will stop it. Now, whenever we create an IAM user, by default, the IAM user have zero permission.
Right.
Yeah, it do not have any permission. Nothing is associated with it. Hmm? So when I create this IAM user, yeah, go next. I'm not adding any permission. Okay. And what I'm saying is I am creating a user. Done. So it has created my username and it has created a password. And what I have to do is to download this CSV file. Okay. Download it. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want you to share your screen and we'll do the same thing in your account. And then we will proceed further. Can you
All
share
right.
your screen?
Sure.
And I'm crossing my finger that I don't see the color show. Yeah.
Is it
Okay.
is it
So
still
far, so
colored?
good. No, it's better. Okay. Go into the users on the left
Uh,
pane.
users.
Yes.
Create
Create user.
user.
Have you
Username.
create? Okay, it started dancing all over again now. Okay.
Oh
So
no.
have you created a user, IAM user before this
Yeah, like
for practice
back
only?
in back in 2022.
Okay. Okay. Fine.
um,
Lot of things have changed. Yeah. So give a
yeah.
name.
So
You
we'll
should give a
call it.
name which can be related to the permissions you are going to give for that. Yeah. So
Oh,
you can just say admin. Yeah.
all right. So admin. Um, uh, provide user access to the console. We wanted that. We wanted to create an IAM user,
Yeah, auto generate password, or you
and
can keep
then
custom password. That's okay, and you can uncheck that as well. It's up to you. Yeah,
the custom password. We'll do.
give a custom password.
Yep. Uh,
Don't add anything right now. We will see the difference, how it is going to make a difference. Okay, next. Go
You
next.
want to leave this added to
Uh, yeah, yeah. No.
just
Next. Go
okay.
next. Yeah, yeah. That's it. Create user. Okay, good. Just download the CSV file. Okay,
Where is that
save
gonna
it
go?
somewhere. Yeah, save it
Okay.
securely somewhere.
All right, works for me. Return to user list.
Yes, yes. Okay. Now, you are already using an incognito window.
Yep.
Now, can you go to your the normal browser, yeah, and try to open console.aws.com. Yes. Console.aws.com.
Why is there any? Why did I put the E there? My finger's just
Uh-huh.
not typing. What is going on here?
Okay. Now here you have to use the IAM. Now put the alias Dan L hyphen Dan L AWS. Yeah. AWS. Next. Okay. And then you put the username. What was the username you have created? Go to the sheet you have downloaded. There you have the username and even the password as well. That's admin Dan hyphen Daniel. Yeah. So that URL which you have downloaded, it also have the URL or the account alias for your the AWS account. Okay, remember that admin hyphen Daniel. Yeah, and then give the password. Now observe what will happen. Okay. Okay. So can you see what is happening? Yeah. Access denied
Access
to service
denied.
catalog. Yeah. Access denied, access denied, access denied. Why this is happening?
Because
This
it
is
has no
happening
permissions.
because you don't have any permission. Yeah.
Right.
So let me share my screen and we'll then try to change that. Hmm. So stop your screen and let me
Absolutely.
share. Here it's, yeah. So now I've already downloaded, I think, yes. Okay. Now what I will do, I will go into the Cognito window. Yeah. In my AWS console. Yeah. And where is the Excel? Downloaded Excel. Give me a minute. Yeah. So here is my console details. Here is my user ID. Yeah. And here it is. Account is this, and this is the IAM username, and then the password. Okay. Let me use this. This is the password which is it has created. Put it here and log in. Sign in. Again, it is going to give me the, okay, it is going to ask me to reset. Yeah. So which I'm going to get into it. Okay. This is the password. Okay, very good. And confirm password changes. Cancel. Okay, continue to sign in. Okay. Now what will happen is, yeah, I am here in my IAM user because even I do not have any permission on this IAM user. It is not allowing to look at anything. Yeah, if I just go EC2, yeah, it is going to give me an error saying that you don't have the permission. Yeah. Okay. Dashboard. It is going to give a error. Okay, fine. I don't want an yeah. So we will change the permission. How do you change the permission? This is my user. Yeah. And I can add a permission to it. Now remember one thing, I have selected the option that I should be able to change the password at the first login. And that's why it has given me the policy. It has attached the policy. Let me open the policy. Here is the policy which says get account password policy, and based upon you can perform a change password, yeah, on that particular account. Hmm? So that is what it is allowing me to do. Hmm? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do I get the permission to my particular user? To do that, I have to use something called as a policies permissions. Okay, if I just go in here, there are multiple policies which are already created by AWS. Okay, if you look at this, there's something called as AWS manage policy. There's something called as AWS manage job functions, and there is also a customer manage policy. So if I just select customer manage here, these are the policies which I have created in my AWS account. Okay, so we'll go and look at one by one. What are those? Okay, first and foremost, AWS manage policy. And remember this icon. AWS managed policies are the policies which are defined by AWS, which are managed by AWS, maintained and updated by AWS. Take an example. This is a ADMINI TRA trader, yeah, policy. Let's say uh, this one. Okay, administrator access amplify. So what AWS has done is it has created a policy, yeah, with all the right permissions, yeah, resources and everything, and it has defined for us. And whatever the changes, suppose there is a new feature set which is added in the AWS, yeah, so which is related to amplify service. Then what AWS will do, it is going to automatically update this policy. You do not have to take any efforts to change the policy. AWS will do that, and you will readily use it without any kind of a issues. Yeah, and you will not be able to know that there are new permissions which are added to this policy and so on. So this is the one which is AWS managed policy, huh? Which AWS manages, updates, modifies, and all those things. Hmm? There are n number of policies which are already created. And if you want a precise, I can just give you the number of policies. Okay, so AWS manage, yeah, how many of them? Okay, so AWS manages are how many? 1361. These are already there for you, which are already created for you, and you can utilize it. Hmm? The AWS. Now, there are certain job roles, job functions, which are AWS has already defined, and we can readily go and start consuming this. What are those? These are those. Yeah. So view only access, billing access, data scientist, network administrator, read only access, administrators, and so on. Hmm? Okay. So we will dwell deep into administer access. Now, any policy which you have, okay, will have certain section in. Every policy will have a version. This is the default version for each and every policy. And this is the latest version, even though it is showing that 2012-10-17, this is the latest version of IAM uh, policies. Hmm? Okay. Any doubt in this?
No.
Okay. Then we go to a statement section in which we are going to define what is this policy is going to do. Yeah. Statement section will have no bearing on what this policy is going to do. It is just for description or anything. Yeah. Then we have the effect section. Effect will have two options, allow or deny. Okay. Effect will have two options, allow or deny. Then we have actions. What are the actions I want to perform? if I want to do a list of objects in S3 bucket, then there will be a list object. If I want to delete any object, then will be delete object. If I want to read any object, then it will be read object. All those things are the action I can perform on a certain service. In case of administrator access, I have mentioned it as a star. What is the meaning of star? Everything is allowed. Okay, but there are certain exceptions to this. Billing is not part of this administrator access. Okay, unless and until you have to change that permission. Then whatever the effect and whatever the action, it is allowed on which resource or denied on which resource. That is defined in the resource section. Hmm? So star means on any of the resources. Hmm? So this is the administrator access policy which we will use for our admin user. Hmm? Okay. So how do you do that? Go into user, this one, and then in the permission, add permission. Okay, add permission and select from this option, attach policy directly and go here, administrator access. You can see here, click here and next. So this permission is going to be added, add permission. Yeah, and then that's it. The permission is added. Now, if I go into my Cognito window and I just refresh this, you will see that those permissions are applied immediately. Hmm? Okay, so now I can see my VPC, I can see the region, yeah, everything is there. Hmm? Okay, clear?
Mm-hmm.
So you also go and add this.
So I will have to log out of this, right?
Uh, where you open that you can share your screen. I can just then guide you.
Sorry for the colors.
No worries. Yeah.
uh,
Okay. Yeah. So you have to. This is
sign out of
admin. So you
this, right?
cannot. No. No. Wait. Can you go to the incognito window? You have that login already there, or in the in private browser. In private browser. Did you log out from there?
Yeah, I closed it.
Okay. Okay. Open it. The new, or you can log out. You can go into the normal browser and log in as a root account there. You have to first log out from here. Yeah. Now sign in again. Uh, And here you have to use the sign in using the root user email. Okay. Now go into the I am user, not the roles.
Yeah, I misclicked.
No worries. Yeah. And then in the credit permission, add permission, add permission, and then the last option, and then the administrator access. You can just checkbox that. The second one, the first one now. Yes. Go next. That's it. Save. That's it. Done. Yeah.
All
Now
right.
go log out from here and log in back.
this thing?
Wonderful. Now you are able to, yeah. Okay. Now something to remember here. Um, you can see in the top right hand corner, now it shows that admin hyphen Dan L at the rate Dan L AWS.
Mm-hmm.
This indicates that it is an IAM user, not a root user. Yeah. Just next to it, there is a region. Remember region? Region is nothing but a, these are the different regions which are available for you to work. Hmm? Every region will have different services. Yeah, you will have most common services in each and every region, but yes, every region will have certain different services. Yeah, means you will have most of them common services, but then certain services are only available in the certain region, and that's where you have to choose best region which is good for your workload. Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
So North Virginia is kind of a main region for US for AWS, which hosts certain key services like IAM, billing
Mm-hmm.
services. Those are hosted in North Virginia region. Any new product, any new launch is going to be added into the North Virginia region first. Hmm? Okay. So now you understood what is a user, correct? A user can
Yes.
be anything which needs a permission, and based upon that permission, we can do certain things. Now in our user, if you go to user IAM, it has only given us the access for console. It has not given access for the CLI. Okay, how do you check it? How do you verify it? We'll just see it. Go to the IAM now. Wonderful. Into the user. Yes. Click on that. Now, if you go to that security credential tab there, there only in the permission groups tags security permission, just next to that there's a tab. Uh, yes. Okay. So here you can see there is option of manage console access. Yeah. There's option of MFA. Yeah. And there's option of create access key. Now, even I am user, I recommend that you should create a MFA. So just create the MFA or I am user. Okay.
I'm
Assign.
looking. Assign the
Uh-huh.
device.
Assign MFA device.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Second option. Give a name as admin hyphen Daniel. Yeah. And second option and follow the same process.
All good.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so when you log out and log in back, you have to use this MFA code to log in back. Hmm? Now, just below that, there is something called as the access key. Yeah. So the
Hmm.
access key is needed. You can read that it is used for programmatic access to your AWS account, which is it can be for the AWS CLI, it can be for the AWS SDK, it can be also for a API call which you are going to make to your AWS services. So this is needed when you want to play with the CLI. So just say create access key. Yeah, and then it will ask you different use cases. So what you can see is, say is the first option CLI. Yeah, good. Next, I understand the above recommendation. Yeah, and proceed. Yeah, okay. And yes, you don't have to give any tag value. That's okay. It's optional. And it says create access key. Okay. Now, download the CSV first. Yeah, because your access key will not be visible after you leave this page. So download that. And my recommendation is just save this access key and secret access key in the same Excel which you have downloaded earlier so
Hmm.
that you have just one file. Hmm?
Okay.
Okay, done. Hmm? Okay, now we are done with our IAM user. We are done with your access to the management console, and we are also done with creating the access key for your IAM user. Now, how do I use it? Okay, so now we will use it, okay, to log in into the CLI. How do you do that? There is a icon just on the black bar top of your screen. That one, yeah, the CLI. So this is nothing but a Cloud Shell CLI from AWS. Yeah. So here we can use to log in into your AWS CLI. So to log in into AWS CLI, we have to use CLI or command line interface CLIs. Any command for the AWS CLI will start with AWS as the yeah, and then followed by an action verb. So what is the command to log in into a CLI? AWS configure. AWS space configure. Space configure. CONFIGURE. Enter.
Hang on, I messed up.
Yeah. Configure. Okay. Then what it will do it. Yeah, so just use the small case.
Ah,
Yeah. Okay. Now, what it is asking is you a AWS access key, which you have downloaded just now. So you have to paste it here. Then it will ask for the secret key. Then it will ask for the region, and then it will ask for the kind of output you want on the screen. Okay. Open that and paste it there. Okay. Wait a minute. I think you have copied complete. Yeah. It is still that a DPN. Yeah. Uh, cancel completely. Yeah. Still that. Yeah. Can you go and copy properly? Mm, yeah. Just click on the A2 cell. Huh. Yeah. And copy now. Paste it. Right click would do. Yeah. Paste. Uncheck that ask before ask. Yeah. Okay. Go again. Again into that. Yeah. Select the B2 column. Copy it. B2 and paste it. Right click would do. Yeah. Yeah, wait. Uncheck that option. Yeah, paste it. Okay, and now here you have to specify the region. Okay, now what is this default AWS region? It is going to take you to the default region. If you go into the your that management console, you can see that in IAM it is showing global. Yeah, but if you just click on there, click there, it will give you the name of the region. Okay, what is the API name for North Virginia? US-East-1. Okay, you have to type the same thing there. US-East-1. So this is the API name of the region. Enter. Yeah, and then what is the default output you want to see on the screen whenever you run a command in the CLI? So you type it JSON, JSON. Yeah, enter. Okay, now how do you check whether you have logged in or not? Okay, so here just type in one command, AWS, yeah, yeah, list, no, wait, yeah, there are different commands, so I'll just give you, yeah, AWS list, uh, hyphen users, just a minute, okay, hyphen, yeah, okay, so you can just, yeah, sorry, go back, AWS, just cancel that, AWS, yeah, AWS space service name, which is IAM space list hyphen users. Yeah, enter. So what it is going to do, it is going to give the IAM user you have in your account. Okay. So how does the command form? The command is like AWS followed by the IAM service and then the action verb. Hmm? Okay. So it is now your CLI is working. Okay, now let me share my screen. Yeah,
Sorry, I was
okay,
muted. Yeah, so I
no
got to get you
worries.
away from the pretty colors.
But I did not face any issue now, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so here it is. Yeah, now we are here. I am here, and we have the I am user here. I am user. Okay, here is my I am user, and now there are multiple users. Okay, here I can. So you are able to access via the CLI and all those things because you have created. I have not created, but there are multiple ways how you can interact. And let me just open the AWS CLI documentation. AWS CLI. Uh, yeah, documentation. So here is command reference is your, yeah. Um, so you can see here all the uh, services. For example, let's say I want to use uh, CLI for IAM. Yeah, so you can see all the commands which we can use for IAM. For example, if I want to create a user, this is the command. I'll show you the example as well. Yeah, so here is a example. Yeah, so AWS IAM create user followed by hyphen hyphen username and the user. Yeah, so this is how you are able to create a user. So this way you are able to create IAM users, group, all the things, whatever you are able to see it from the CLI, you will be from the console, you will be able to see the from the from the CLI as well. So we'll not go into details of the all those things. Yeah, how do you create IAM user with a tag? This needs some sort of a practice. Yeah, it is not immediately you'll be able to master it, but it needs some sort of a practice. A lot of people will prefer using the CLI as compared to using the console. Hmm? Great. Okay.
Hmm.
So what we will do is we will just finish this and we'll take a break if that's okay for you.
Yep.
Yeah. So I will just finish. Yeah, I think we can take a break. Yeah. Okay. By what time you want to have a lunch break for you?
It doesn't really matter.
No?
It doesn't matter what time we take it. Whatever works for you.
Okay. So then what I will do, I will take a break. Yeah, I'll take a 30 minutes break and then we'll back come. You can just put this content of this policy. For example, let's say S3 bucket policy. We are saying we are creating a bucket policy for allowing anybody, yeah, and all action and on all resources. Yeah, and I can just say simply generate. Okay, yeah, I need to give a statement as well. Add a statement. Add a statement. Yeah, I've done that and generate a policy. So this is a policy which is going to be giving permission to anybody on, yeah, on any bucket. Yeah, and I can do anything on this thing. Yeah, like this, I can generate a policy. This I can copy paste in this create policy screen like this. Yeah, and yeah, it will say that yes, okay, it gave me an error, something. Let's fix that. Yeah, prohibited. Yeah, okay. We can just see. Okay, I have to use the IAM policy, the S3 bucket policy, because I am creating a resource policy, not a user policy. That's why it is giving me error. But yeah, that's fine. I can do it from here as well. Uh, so let's say visual. I can just say visual. Yeah. Um, First I will cancel it. I will let me cancel it and start from over. Cancel. Continue. Yeah. I will create a policy. I will do a visual first, and then we'll see the the JSON one. Yeah. So I'm going to create, let's say, S3 bucket, S3 policy, and I'm going to say that all X3 actions. Yeah. What are the resources? All, and that's it. Yeah. Next, and I can give a name, demo S3 policy. P, P, yeah, and that's it. I gave the name, and I say I create a policy. Yeah. Okay. And the policy is created. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so here is the customer manage policy, and you will see the summary here. Yeah, so it tells you that it is done by visual editor. Effect is allow any action on S3 on any resources. Now I can use this policy for my any usage. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, and you can see that this is the default version of my policy. Sorry, my bad.
Bless you.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so it shows me that what are the permissions I have attached. Yeah, I can edit it on the fly. I can edit it on the fly as well, like this. I can say I can add another action. let's say EC2, yeah, and all action, yeah, and add resources, and I can say, let's say, um, yeah, resource type, all resources, and that's it. Okay, and next, yeah, and it is done. So like this, I can edit my policies and I can play with it. Okay, this is how the policy will look like. If I look at JSON, I will explain it. Effect will have two options: allow and deny. Then in action, I'm saying that when I have multiple options, I use the square bracket, yeah, which is a simple basic rule of JSON, which you already know. Then same goes for resources. So in the resources also, I'm saying that yes, I am going to perform this action on any resources, hmm, like this. Now let me take another example in the policy where I will show you policies with certain like not completely restricted, but uh, where we will be able to see certain yeah. For example, I say let's say a system administrator. Now let us look at what are the policies. Okay, so here you can see there are n number of services, and if I
Yep.
look at the JSON, yeah, these are the different, yeah, services I have. Okay, what are the actions I can perform with this policy? For example, ACM, the AWS Certificate Manager. I can describe it, list it. Yeah, just a minute. I can request, I can respond. Then auto scaling, I can do anything on auto scaling, Cloud Trail, Cloud Watch, code commit, and so on. Yeah, in EC2 only, I can say, see, you can see so many actions I can do. Yeah,
Yep.
so like this, it will be able to tell me that what all things I can do. Yeah, so EC2, full tagging, ELB full access, ELB version 2, which is the latest version of the ELBs, load balances, all those things I can perform. Yeah. Another policy I want to show you is the read only. Read only for let's say DynamoDB. Yeah, in this again it is saying 13 services allowed. Yeah. Then it says CloudWatch read, data pipeline, Dynamo read, Dynamo accelerator, EC2 limited. Yeah. So if I just go into the summary, here it is. So in DynamoDB, I can say describe, get item, list, get, yeah, get item, Dynamo. I can do a query, I can do a scan, all those things I can see in there. Yeah, effect is allowed, and that's it. Resource. This is also another action which is like get inside rule report for CloudWatch. Yeah, and it is available on this only, this resource only. Got it. So like this, there are multiple IAM policies which we can do. Now it has become very easy to actually create IAM policy by using the visual form. But earlier it was not that. We have to use policy generator. There's another tool which is AWS Policy Simulator. Yeah. So which helps you to actually test your IAM policies when you are actually working in a real life environment. So here it is. Let me share the link with you. Yeah, so just a minute. Here it is. Yeah. So here I can just simulate. I can simulate a existing policy. For example, let's say I have created S3, correct? Yeah. No, not here. Existing policies. So where is my existing policies? Uh, Let me select the user it is saying. Let me do that. Back. No, I will use the. Okay, let me use it. This one. And it's not allowing existing policy, listing action. I can try anything I want, like whatever. So for this policy, what can I do? Let me just select this one. What are the policies? It has also a network administrator. This one. Okay, it has also administrator. Okay, let's look at service billing. Yeah. Okay, administrator and this get credits. Okay. Uh, Run simulation. So it is saying that it is able to, with administer access policy, I am able to allow this. Let me take another action, delete billing view. Okay. And run the simulation. That is also allowed. So like this, you can test it out. You can see what are the things I can do. Yeah, with a particular policy for a particular user. So like this, you can test it out. New policy, if you created, you can, yes, zero action denied. So like this, you can test it out with your IAM policy, this simulator.
Okay.
Okay, do you,
No, I'm watching.
fine? Okay,
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
okay. Then I want to, yeah, policy generator. We'll see this when we are creating a S3 bucket policy. We'll create a S3 bucket policy for us. But timing, stay on page. Let me give this link to you. So this is your IAM policy. Now, coming back to the IAM roles. What is roles now? Now, whatever the IAM policies we have given to the IAM user, what they are lifelong policies. Like whatever they are kind of a policies which are attached through the life cycle of that particular user. Yes, so administrator access which is given to a particular IAM user is going to stay with that, and it is a permanent permission which is associated with it unless and until I go and change it. But roles are something different. They are actually a temporary credential. To explain you the concept of role, let me give you an example. Yeah, you as a person are you are as a person is performing a lot of different tasks. For example, you might be in the morning, you might be creating breakfast for yourself or food for yourself. So you are yeah, you are wearing the hat of a cook in the morning. Yeah, then when you are traveling to your office, you are wearing a hat of a driver. Yeah, and when you are in the office, you are wearing a hat of a, let's say, a developer. So all these are kind of your temporary roles you are performing in your day-to-day activity. As soon as that particular activity is over, you are leaving that permission aside and taking on different permissions to perform different role. That is the concept of role in AWS as well. So if you want to perform certain task activity by using a temporary credential, then you create a role. So your permission will be only associated when you assume that role. Hmm? I repeat, you will get certain permissions only when you are going to assume that role. Otherwise, you will have your normal permissions, and that will help you to do the things what you are supposed to do. But when you assume a role, you get certain privileges which are associated with that role, and then you assume it, get the work done, and then you release that permissions of that role. That's nothing but the assume role in AWS. How is it used now? I'll tell you. Now, let's say we have a application, a photo sharing application, which is actually accessing certain files from S3 bucket. S3 bucket is nothing but a storage from AWS where we have stored certain image files. Now, this application, which is hosted on your EC2 instance as a web server, wants to access the photos on the S3 bucket. But because this EC2 instance does not have permission to access the photos on S3 bucket, what it needs a role to assume the permission to access those files in S3 bucket when somebody is trying to watch the photos via the application which is hosted on S3. So EC2 instance will assume a role of a S3, let's say object. Get object is nothing but to read, yeah, or list object. So it is going to be able to read those files from S3 and it will get the things done needed for that application. So this is the use case of your roles in AWS. Did you understand the concept? Hmm? Dan?
Yeah.
Eh, Understood? Any
Yep.
queries, any questions?
Um, no, I was thinking about the S3 bucket and how that's interchangeable with the basic storage of ML as well, and the differences of it. So no questions right now.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so we will see when we are actually working, we'll see that yes, how we assume the role and all those things.
Right, right.
Now, okay, so like this, you will create a service role. How do you create a role? It is very simple. You go here in the roles and say create. Then you have to select the trusted entity type. For example, if I want to create a trust between S3 and EC2 service, then I go with service. And then I have to say use cases for AWS EC2. Yeah, and then I say yes, use case EC2. Go next. And what is the permission you want to associate? S3, let's say S3 full access. Next, yeah, we'll give EC2 demo EC2 S3 full access. This is the name of the role. Yeah, and that's it. Okay, fine. And this is the permission which is going to. So whenever I want to actually use that role, I use this action STS assume. Yeah, this is using this action I am actually assuming that role. Yeah, what role I going to assume on which principle? Yeah, on the ec2.amazonaws.com. Yeah, and then what is the permission I'm going to get? I'm going to get the S3 full access. That's it. Once you
Right.
say create, the role is created here. Yeah, this is the role. And if I just copy it and paste it here, you will see this. Okay, here it is. The roles with the permissions. Yeah, the trust relationship. In this case, the trust relationship is with the ec2 dot amazon. Yeah, what is trust relationship? Yeah, that means uh, I am going to actually give the permission to this service to actually assume this role. Tags, if I can add tags, last access if it is accessed. Yeah, okay. At this moment, this is what it is going to allow. When I give a S3 full permission, it also gets the permission for S3 object lambda. Yeah, so it is
Okay.
yeah, so it is if you can see here. Yeah, and then I can revoke the session as well. Okay, if you choose to revoke, I am attaches an inline policy named this to this role. This policy denies access to all currently active session for this role. Yeah, so just in case maybe your something is compromised, then you can just revoke the active session by using this. Okay.
Okay. So let's say if a custom role was being created,
Hmm, hmm,
um, um, and this is just for practical, yeah, real world stuff.
hmm,
So let's say if a custom role was being created for a specific company for a specific group of people, right?
Okay.
a team or whatever to access specific things. Now, how we have the
Hmm.
effect is deny, and on the other on the trust relationships, we have the effect is access or approve. If
Hmm.
you
Hmm.
click on the
Hmm.
trust relationships, I don't
Hmm.
know that
Hmm.
whatever the
Okay.
keyword is for effect, right?
Okay. Okay.
So now, is it two separated things, or like is the
No.
effect always if you
Hmm.
do not have the effect as approve,
Hmm.
and you don't have the condition stated, is it always in a state of denial unless you have the approval with the condition and resource?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, means I would like to change your question a bit, little bit. Roles are not assigned to any like kind of groups or anything. It is service to service. Yeah. Okay. So user can actually assume that role, but yeah, it cannot be assigned. Like means what you can say, uh, given to a principal. Okay, it cannot be given. So you have to assume when you want to give a permission to certain people or anything, yeah, you just invoke that role and then they use it, and it is for a temporary purpose. Now there are certain rules. What is going to be allowed, what is going to be denied if there is a kind of a race condition. So there's a complete of policy evaluation AWS chart, which says that this is the chart. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is better. Uh, this is a chart which tells you what will happen when a certain conditions occurs. Yeah, policy evaluation for a IAM role, policy evaluation for a IAM user. Yeah, remember, deny will always supersede any allow permission. Okay, deny will supersede any allow condition. So if you have a deny for something, then you write any amount of any numbers allow for that particular, it will not be allowed. It will be denied already. Yeah. And then there are multiple steps to evaluate certain things. Okay. Decision start with a deny, evaluates all applicable policy. If there is an explicit deny in any policy, final decision is deny. If
Okay.
there is no deny, then it is going to look at the resource organization's policy. Yeah, this is a new term which has came, resource control policy, recently introduced last year. Earlier it was not there. Yeah, then it will go and check that is the resource owned by a organization has any kind of a resource control policy or not. If it says yes, is there a allow at entry level of this organization? If it is yes, then it is going to go further. But there is a deny here, final decision deny. So it keeps on evaluating the multiple things. Yeah. So there are multiple levels. One is resource control policy at the organization, then the service control policies, which is associated with the principal, yeah, a member of
Hmm.
organization. Then it is going to evaluate the resource based policy, then the identity based, and then the IAM permission. So you were talking about the trust, no? It is this IAM permission boundary. Okay, and then it is going to check the session policy. So it is going to check all those things before coming to a conclusion. If there are multiple options like this, yeah, that it is
Okay.
part of the RCP, SCP, resource-based policy, IAM permission, and all those things. So if you look at this trust relationship, it is nothing but the IAM permission boundary. Or you can also see here permission boundary here as well. Okay, so here it is. This is the trust relationship between the services, and this is the IAM permission boundary. Hmm? So I
Okay.
can, yeah. So this is very, very handy when it comes to evaluation of the policies. I'm sharing this link with you.
Thank you.
Excellent document to understand. Yeah. This applies to a single account policy as well as cross account. Yeah. Okay. Like this. Hmm. Then there are something called as explicit deny. Yeah. And implicit deny. Okay, whitelisting, blacklisting, like this. Okay, we'll see that. Okay,
Nice.
yeah. So fine, this is what IAM does. Yeah. So we'll just look at a different aspect. Okay. Um, yeah. So all those things, consolidated billing. Yeah. IAM will also help you to have a uh, billing access as well. But again, the administrator will not have a billing access unless until you go and change that permission. Okay. So what does IAM enables? It enables you to have a granular permission. AWS works on something called as a least privilege access. So what does that mean? That you should give only the bare minimum needed permission for a particular user or a role to perform his activity rather than giving it as a open permissions. Yeah.
Right.
So you should have a least privilege access to any particular person. Yeah, if for example, now we have given IAM permission of administrator access. Yeah, what we have, why we have done? Because we don't want to face any kind of a challenges in terms of working with our practical and all those things, and we do not have a clear understanding that what we are going to do. But in a normal scenario, in an organization enterprise, we will have pretty much defined roles that certain uh, job role will have restriction to certain things. There will be a network team which is only going to look at the network services. They will not have any access on the storage service. Yeah. So like this, we're going to create a permissions which are granular in nature as well as associate with that particular job role to avoid any kind of a permission misuse. So we are going to have that. Yeah. Then okay, we can manage our security credentials we have created a user the password for our IAM user, correct? There is an option to actually if I just go here, yeah, into dashboard, I have the option to actually change just a minute, going here, security credential. What kind of a not here, yeah. What is the password, minimum password length? Yeah. Whenever I'm accessing any service, I actually use something called as a STS token. Yeah. What is the URL it is going to use in the backend? All those things can be then. Can I use the global endpoint? Yeah. For that particular region, all those things. Yeah. These are the endpoints which are going to use for the STS, secure token services. Then I can change this from here. Yeah. What custom? I can have 12 digit. I can have different requirement. I can customize like this. Yeah. I can have at least turn on password expiration. All those things you can do from this, hmm, from the account setting. Okay. Clear. So we are done with user
Yep.
roles and policies. Now another concept in this is the user group. Now, what is the user group? User group is nothing but a collection of users which has some common properties. So for example, if I want to create a group for my network administrator, what I will do, I will keep on adding my users to that network group, admin group, and that will actually uh, apply similar policies to all the people who are in the that particular group. Hmm, okay, so like this, we have the users user group. How do you create it? I just go here and give a name, uh, demo demo open user group, and July is it. Okay, and that's it. I can attach a permission to it. Let me just do a read only uh, job role. Yeah, uh, I will say, let's say view only. Hmm, create a group, and then I can add, yeah, I have created this user group, and then I go here and I can add user to it. For example, this is one user I can add, This is another user I can add, and that's it. Okay. You can see the permission of the group, that this is the permission which I have added. Yeah. And you can also see the how the access has been used for this particular group by using this access administrator. Okay. What is
Right.
allowed? Yeah. What is allowed, what is not allowed, and all those things you can see here. So like this, you can create group, you can add. It is if you want to uh, give the same permission to multiple users, then creating a user group is a better option rather than going it individually.
Hmm.
Okay, fine. You want to try it out?
Sure.
Yeah. Yes. Go. I will stop my share. You can do it.
Okay. So that was a lot that you covered in a small time on what we did with this. So
Yeah. Hmm.
let's see. So we wanted to go into roles because you created a
Let's
role.
create a role. Yeah.
Let me go ahead and get rid of this
Yeah.
crowd
Yes,
shot
that would
real
be
quick.
better. Yes.
Then
Yeah.
AWS service. You
Hmm.
did S3.
What we did, we selected first EC2 instance. We
Oh, and
selected
EC2.
EC2. Yeah. So what we are saying that we want a role to be created for EC2. Yeah.
EC2
And yeah, next in the next we will see select what is the permission.
and the permissions.
This is where we have to say S3. Yeah.
S3 inside the EC2,
Yeah.
and then you
S3.
wanted
Yeah.
S3
Full
full
access. Let's say full
access. Is
access.
this
Yes. Yes. Next. Yeah. Give a
one?
name to this role.
Yeah. Um, I don't know.
Anything.
S3 and S3. Oh, perfect. Um,
Yeah. Yes.
and I can't type. Uh, perfect. Okay, looks good. I don't think you did anything else with this or
No, no.
tags.
Yeah, just tags are like optional.
Right.
Uh, it is part of a what you can say a mature system configuration where you will have tags for each and every environment. I don't want to confuse you at this moment because again, that's part of the maturity curve of a cloud environment, where you have tags to each and every resources. Based upon tag, then you can filter anything. Yeah, you can bill anything based upon the tags and all those things.
Well, it sounds
Yeah.
like Yeah, it just sounds like organizational
Yes. Yes.
features.
Yeah,
Okay.
more of a organization, more of a organizing it properly in a structured manner, more of actually structuring it so that we do it based upon project codes, the BUs, business units, and so on.
Hmm.
Hmm? Okay,
So, all right, we created
done.
a role, and then if we wanted
Yeah.
to do user groups, we could create a user group and
Yes.
put users in
Yes.
there.
Yes. Try creating a user group.
Okay, so we can create a group.
So you can note down one exercise I can give you. You can do
Sure.
it later on as well. Yeah. But
We can count those group name as
yeah.
demo group, and then basically select whichever users.
Yeah, whatever user you want to do, then whatever the permission you
Pitches
want.
to the thing. We can do
Let's
well.
say
Let's
VPC, VPC select, or let's say Bedrock. Let's say Bedrock. Yeah,
Bedrock.
that's
All
one.
right.
Yeah, Bedrock full access. Yeah.
Bedrock full access.
Yes.
Create user group.
Yeah, and that's it.
Permissions are defined. We have the demo
Done.
group.
Yeah, and then the
This
user is
person's
also
in
added.
there.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So yeah. So what
Permissions
you can,
shows policy.
yeah. So as a kind of exercise, you can take some exercise that create three users.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. give S3 full access permission to one user, give read-only permission to another user, and give DynamoDB read-only permission for another user. Yeah, you can
Okay. Yeah.
create, yeah, and then add them to a, let's say another group, yeah, and
Hmm.
observe what will happen. Yeah. So whatever the permission you have given to those three users, just observe by going and selecting a particular service which is not in the permission list for that particular user. What will happen? So it will give you a message saying it is denied. Yeah, because you do not have the permission. Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. And then if you want, you can also experiment adding more permission to it and seeing the action.
Hmm.
Okay,
Okay.
fine. Then let's so you have done user group, you have done roles, you have done policies. You want to try?
Yeah, we could try policies.
Yeah, yeah, just try one policy. Yeah,
Select a
create a policy.
service.
So let's say we select VPC.
VPC.
VPC, yeah. VPC is nothing but, yeah, VPC endpoint, select, yes. Okay. And then what action? Let's say just, so if you can just say expand all, yeah, allow, okay, no, not there. There's the option of expand all there. Okay, yeah, select this all actions, manual actions, all VPC endpoints actions. Just below that, yeah. And that's it. All resources already selected. Next, next. Hmm. Give a name. VPC endpoint access policy. Demo, demo, VPC access, VPC endpoint. Huh, that's fine. Hmm.
Description is optional.
Yeah, description is optional. And then create policy. Okay, wonderful. That's it. The policy is created. You can just search by demo VPC. Here it is. Okay, so this is done.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you can give this permission to your IAM user as well. If you go into IAM user, go there in the IAM user, user, in that, yeah, add permission, and then search it here. Uh, Attach policy directory. Huh. Search your policy. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Okay.
These are managed by Amazon. This one is not.
My customer. Yes. So now tomorrow, if Amazon brings any new feature in VPC endpoint, okay,
Hmm.
it will not be part of your policies. Why? Because you have to go and manually add that particular API call in your policy. Yeah.
Hmm.
But if the same policy is AWS policy, then AWS will actually take care of it. Yeah, you don't have to do any changes. Hmm. Got it?
Yep.
Okay, great. So stop sharing and let me share the screen.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, coming back. Yeah, so we multi-factor authentication we have seen, temporary access also we seen. Yeah, which is done by the SDS. Identity federation. Yeah, let us go and look at the identity federation. Now, what is identity federation? Here it is. I told you that, yeah, here is the identity provider which has to be added here. Hmm? And it is a complete, there's a long exercise you have to do to actually get added. It's not simple because you need some credentials from your this identity center as well. Okay, so here it is. You can create your connect to existing, or you can create your own identity center. You can connect it different resources as well. Okay, so here
Okay.
is the prerequisite. What are the things you need? It tells you based upon, yeah. So okay, choose a region. Yeah. What kind of yeah, you are going to federate. We will see there later on. We'll see what kind of federation is there. Yeah, if you want to add a role, if you want to, yeah, okay, what feature you want to add, all those things are there. Okay, so for that, yeah, let me just go here into this. Yeah, and I will say this earlier it was not an option that to enable it. You can just go and start using it, but now um, they have actually changed the name. It was earlier actually SSO, yeah, AWS SSO. Now they have changed the name to Identity Center, so I have to go and enable it. Yeah, so we are not going to enable it because there is cost involved in it. Okay,
Okay.
so we'll not do it. But this is how you can go. And there are multiple documents which will help you to actually do it. So for example, AWS Identity Center, yeah, with Outlook, with Manage Identity. Hmm, You can, no, not this one. Yeah, enter PM solution interview and Entra. Okay, now the name of Microsoft, I, um, what you can say, what is the name of, earlier it was Active Directory and the name has changed to Entra. Yeah, so if you want to enable the access with Microsoft Entra with Identity Center, what is the configuration? All this is what you have to do step by step. Okay, then it will
Okay.
enable, yeah. So then it will enable whatever the IAM user which are there in Entra will be able, whatever the user which are there in the Entra will have user map to the AWS IAM as well. Okay, so this is the complete end-to-end documentation for it. Hmm. I will give you
Very
this.
cool.
Yeah. And this is like not done on a day-to-day basis. It is once in a lifetime of any organization that you go and uh, perform this. Yeah.
Right.
So
It's something
yeah.
that when it happens, you go look it up, and
Yes.
it's not
Yes.
something that you commit to memory.
No. Yes. 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 Yeah. Okay. Good. So that is your identity federation. Yeah. Then roles we have seen. Yeah. So I'm not going to go into what is not an element of I am. Yeah. Hmm?
Which is not an element of IAM.
Yeah. So try
Regions.
to eliminate the wrong answer. Yeah. Identities, region, data center, policies. Yeah. What is the odd man out here?
Regions.
Are you sure?
No. Well, regions doesn't have. Well, I mean, I guess selecting a region would be something, but policies and identities is a part of IAM.
Yes. Yeah. Um, yeah. So in this is the actually two of them, region and data center, which are odd man out. Yeah.
Right.
So like
So
this.
yeah, so it was regions, but I needed to include data
Hmm.
center
Yeah.
because
So
the
data center is nowhere related to it.
right.
And IAM is a global service. Yeah, there are two types of services in AWS. One is global service, one is regional service. So when we actually go into our IAM, you see that
That's why you go to global, right?
yeah,
That
so you see that is global IAM, but
mhm.
as soon as I go into EC2 instance, it is
It goes
showing
back
as
to
region.
Virginia, right?
Yeah, yeah, it goes to Virginia, Ohio, or anything. Yeah, so this is a global. All other things are grayed out here for IAM. Similarly, if I go to Route 53, yeah, Yeah, it is also global. So like this, there are services which are global. Yeah, but then other services, they are actually the regional services. Hmm? Remember that. Like, yeah, API gateway, they are regional service. Hmm, delete this. Okay, fine. Okay, let's take a recap of what is, yeah. I've already explained all those things, yeah. So we'll just skip that. Okay, this is the JSON document policy, whatever I have told you. Yeah. What is the difference between I am user and a role? Any guess?
Role is intended to be assumed by anyone who needs it. A user is intended to be assumed by. No, that's not correct. A user can be attached to AWS resources. A role can be attached to AWS's resources. Um,
Multiple choice. Yeah.
yes, it is. So the A is one of them. A role is intended to be assumable by anyone who needs it, because that's why you create a role.
Yes.
Users can be attached to AWS resources. No. So D.
No.
The answer is A and D.
Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. So users as identities are owned by single individual, but roles are intended to be consumed by anyone who needs it. However, roles can't act by themselves. They should be applied to user group or resources to consume the capabilities. Hmm.
Mhm.
Okay. Now let us look at the best practices. I've told you many of them, but yeah, do not use access keys for of the root account. Yeah, there's because means what it actually, there's no access key as such. Okay, means we can create access key for it for the root account, but then it says that you do not don't do it because it is has a full permission. Again, using avoid using root account. If your EC2 wants to access any um, anything, yeah, instead of using the access keys, you should assume a role. This is one of the question in the exam as well. So there might be question saying that in the exam that you want to perform certain activities in a certain application. Yeah,
Right.
the options could be that create a user, give the permission to that user, and then use it. Second option can be create a role, use that role, assign it to the AC2 instance. So remember, whenever there is a choice between creating a user, creating a policy, and creating a role, you should always go with the role creation. Yeah, that's the best way to actually assign any kind of a policies to anything.
Right.
Then yeah, use group to manage user permission. That will help actually to have a faster. Enable multiple authentication, which I have already told. Yeah, make use of password policies. Yes, you can tweak your password policies so that you have a complete control and it is in line with what is your enterprise password policy as well. So you can keep up in a uniformity by just replicating the policies you have for your identity center as compared to your IAM policies. Okay, then okay, some fact users are global entities. Okay, which I have told. New user have no permission. Root admins has admin access. Yeah, best practice of using the root user is only for creating IAM user first. Access keys are not to be used for console login. Yeah, remember that you cannot use access key to console. Use IAM access key instead of root account access key. IAM lets you securely control access to your AWS services. Yeah, very simple. And validate policy document created by JSON using a policy validator, which I have already shown you. Okay, who can create an IAM user? What permission does he or she
Admin.
have? Yeah, admin can do that. Yeah, correct.
Correct.
Okay. Who can create a new IAM user? What permission does he or she have? Okay, none. It is every I starts with okay. So it is asking in that regard, but yes, admin can create a username. Okay, fine. Okay, we have already seen how do you create access key. Access keys are there to create to log in using the CLI SDK. Only yeah, this is no more valid. Okay, access key is only available when you create a new IAM user. Earlier, there was an option to actually create the IAM access key when you were creating the IAM user, but it is no more now. Accessible only when created. Deleted access key can't be retrieved. Once you delete the access keys, it cannot be retrieved. Yeah, you can each user can have two access keys that can be rotated for security. That is also possible. You can have multiple access key. Temporary security credential, that is what we get by using the IAM role. Yeah, it can be done by using the uh, token, by assuming a role, by assuming a role using the SAML federation. Yeah, and by assuming a role with the web identity. The web identity and SAML are available when you are actually federated with some sort of a identity center. Okay, these credentials are valid for a specific time duration and a specific set of permission. Distributing long-term access key with the application is not necessary when you are going for a temporary. Provides access to AWS service without using IAM user identity. Yeah, and rotating credential isn't necessary since they expire and then can't be reused. So there's also no need to rotate that. Hmm. How are policy evaluated? Like in the same manner, but I have shown you a more detailed view of it. um, yeah, request to an access Amazon service will happen, then it will authenticate, then it will authorized, and then it will be checked against whatever the permission which are allowed, or it will be denied. Hmm. Here it is, how it is. Start is by default deny will be not allowed. Then it will be evaluated. Explicitly denies there, then it will not be allowed. If it is not there, then it will be allowed. What are the advantages of temporary credentials? No need to rotate, can be used to create AWS account. They expire after 90 days, provide access to it without IAM user. Okay, what is the answer here?
Oh, well, temporary credentials can provide access to AWS resources without an IAM user. Um,
No need to rotate. Yeah,
no need to rotate.
okay, yeah. You don't need not need to rotate. Yeah,
What is it? What is
yeah.
it? What does it mean
It
that you?
says, hmm,
What does it mean? No need to rotate.
uh, here it is. If I just go here, uh, here, this one. Rotating credential isn't necessary since they expire and can't be reused. So what is the meaning of rotating is, as a best practice, security best practices, it is always required to rotate the you passwords. Yeah. So how
Oh,
it is,
okay, that's what they
after
mean. Okay.
90 days, it will ask you to rotate your to change your password. That is the rotation. When we are using the
Oh,
temporary
okay.
credential, there's no need to rotate it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's terminology that I wasn't aware of
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
rotate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So could
Then
you go back for
identity.
just could you go back for one
Hmm,
second? I wanted
hmm.
to read what they were saying.
Yeah.
So no need to distribute long-term access keys without application.
Yes.
Instead, you can use temporary credentials.
Yeah.
Two, it provides access to your AWS resource. And three, it doesn't require you to rotate credentials since they expire after the defined duration and can't be reused. No need to distribute longly. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Now there here we will just dwell into different options. Okay. Um, there are multiple ways you can create an identity federation. One is SAML based and one is a web identity based federation. Okay. Um, with web-based identity federation, you can use a single sign-on, which is now actually called as Identity Center. And then this is a way how you actually get federated with the AWS service, which is SWAML 2.0. Yeah. When you want to actually federate a web identity like using Open Connect IDD, Open Connect or OIDC, then it is kind of a web federation. If you are doing a SAML, then that's a enterprise kind of a connectivity. Each IDP gives you an app ID that's unique to that particular ID. You create a IAM user for that particular identity, then create a role, and then then it is going to be assumed. With that, you are going to get the right permission when you create a web identity federation. SAML based federation for any API access will work in a similar way. So take an example that a customer has a identity store here. Okay, and this
Okay.
identity store is going to have a trust relationship between the AWS services, yeah, AWS Identity Center, and that trust relationship will be used to actually share some temporary security credential. So how's the flow is? The flow is something like this. Yeah, somebody will try to access a certain services on the AWS site. Okay, so client app makes a request to the IDP. Yeah, why? Because this is based upon the IDP. It is going to understand that what are the permission which are associated for that particular user in the AWS. So what it does, it makes request to the app. It goes to the identity provider. The identity provider is going to check for the particular identity in the data store. Once it says that yes, it is a valid user within my environment, it is going to send the token, yeah, which is called as SAML assertion. This SAML assertion is going to be shared with the STS, yeah, and which is going to along with the SAML API call, it is going to try and assume a role. When it say when because there is a trust relationship between the AWS and the identity center, it says that yes, I know this guy. Let me send him a temporary security credential. Once this temporary security credential is again verified here, it says that yes, you are a trusted and a verified user. Assume this role and access the AWS IAM user. This is how it works for a SAML based. There is a complete block for it. AWS SAML SMAL based federation. SML SAML federation. SAML federation. Block. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay. How to access? Okay, this is also the same thing. How to access AWS resources from Entra ID using the STS. So same thing, whatever I have just we have just used. These are all things we need to be done in order to actually access it. Let me just share this blog. Another, there's one very famous blog. Uh, how to relate IAM, how to create SAML provider with, no, not cloud. Yes, yeah, this is the one. This is the same thing, which is the same actually file, same PDF here. It is the same thing. Yeah, let me just share you. It gives more detailed explanation of it. Yeah, and this is the block. Okay, but you have to create a federation first and all those things. Yeah, and this is the IAM role, which is associated with the SAML provider, and which will give you access to the IAM user. So long list of things which you have to do. Yeah, we have to create something called as a claim. Yeah, then we have to create a trust relationship, all those things. When we are actually creating a trust relationship, there are two types of trust relationship. One is one way and one is two ways. Yeah, so that means from A to B there is one way trust, but if it is from A to B and B to A, then that's a two-way trust. So there are design patterns wherein you as a end user, let me just explain you that as well. Yeah. So let's say this is your one system which is on premise, and then you have another system which is on cloud. So, okay, there is a identity center here. Okay, identity center here, and there is a this is the another identity center which is being from AWS. Let's say now, what is a one-way trust? When you have this kind of a trust, which means if yeah if this user on this, let's say user one, yeah, if it wants to access any resources which are sitting in this part of the world, which is your your on-premise, yeah, then what will happen is because this guy trusts this, his authentication will happen here and only, and then he will be able to access it. Yeah, because he has yeah even this yeah let's say this user 2, if he wants to access this application, he does not have any his own identity, but he's going to go here, check that yeah whether I can have that, and then it will be able to allow and do this. Okay, but if there is a two-way trust, yeah, two-way trust between this uh, here on the other side as well, and from here as well, if there is a two-way trust, okay, the user, let's say I take another color, let's say user uv3, yeah, and v4, yeah, and there's let's say then another application which is sitting here, yeah, and this user wants to access this application. What happens is because there is a two-way trust, this can actually authenticate here and then go here and access it. Yeah. Similarly, this user does not need to depend on any here on this identity provider. It can get authenticated here and then go and log in here. So this is a two-way trust where the identification and authorization happens at both the way, both the location here as well as here, and it is going to access the application which is nearest to it. But in one way, it has to pass to that particular the identity provider where there is the check for authentication and authorization. Once he get that green signal from that particular resource, then only he'll be able to access it. So like this, you can have a one way or a two way trust.
Hmm.
Hmm. Okay, now then the web based identity. Yeah, so it is somewhat different because the temporary token is not shared between these two organization, but it is shared internally to it. Okay, that's the only thing.
Hmm.
But the same SAML assertion and all those things is going to be there when the federation is going to happen. Again, there's a detailed blog for it. I will share that blog. Web AWS web based identity. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So here is the complete. So you can see here there are different methods. Just a minute. Block. Uh, yeah. Uh, 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 where is that? They have removed the old blocks. Yeah. Okay. This is not the one. Yeah. Okay. So when you are actually creating a web-based identity, you use a service called Amazon Cognito, yeah, which is very useful for creating a web-based identity. Yeah, it works on the OIDC. That's the thing to remember. I'll just share this with you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So these are l- little complex topics, both of them, but it needs some reading for understanding and then utilizing it in your day to day. Again, very limited opportunities to work on it. For web-based identity, yes, can get multiple options when you are, let's say, you are creating web application and it has to authenticate with the particular application or with particular identity center. Then you create a web-based authentication. Yeah,
Hmm.
so that is possible for. Okay, fine. Let me see what is pending in IAM. Okay, which of the following allows user identities outside of AWS system to access the resource of your AWS account? Yeah, which one?
Following user identities outside of the AWS system to access the resources, that would be the
Sorry.
Microsoft.
Yeah, so it is enterprise and the web west. Hmm?
So enterprise and web identity, B and C.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Amazon, Google, yeah, these are nothing but the social identity provider. And then web-based identity also have OpenID Connect kind of a providers. And enterprise identity provider are nothing but your Microsoft Entra, then Ping, Okta. Yeah,
Mm.
those are the enterprise identity provider. Okay. Yeah. So some of the practical practice we have already done. I
Hmm.
use IAM role to allow access to resources from different account. Okay, that is little complicated, but for that you need to have a complete setup and all those things. But here is example. When you want to use IAMRL to access resource from a different AWS account, in that case, what you do, you have to create a cross account role. Yeah, so let's go through this and understand what is the required task. You have a web-based social media company. It has multiple account. You need to set up a role that enables you access to resources from your company's different account. This helps you help your user to share resources with different AWS account. This can be done by setting up a cross-account access, which will eliminate the need for setting up an individual IAM user. So what you have to do? You have to create you need to have a two AWS account. Yeah, then you create two users, two groups already created and configured in the test account. Then user can sign into test, permission user can sign into test. Yeah, then no user or group is required in the production. Okay, and there is a S3 bucket which is created in production called prod resource. And what you have to do, you have to use yeah, access the S3 bucket from the test environment. Yeah, so for that you need to create a cross account IAM role. So let me just show you an example of a policy. Uh, Within this, there is a, yeah, cross account access. Yeah, here it is. There's a block. Uh, Example policies. So that's a very different account. Uh, yeah. So here is the example. Okay. That for example, as in the you manage account A and B. In account A, you have S3 bucket name bucket A. You attach a resource based policy to bucket A. Okay. So uh, in account A, you have a S3 bucket which is named as bucket A. And for that, you have attached the policy. That means what we are saying is, so you attach a resource based policy to bucket that allows all principal in account B access account B full access to object in bucket. Then how do you create it? So simple. Effect is allowed. Action is S3. Resource is what? Bucket in account A. But in this case, what is the principle here? The principle here is the root account in account B. And this is nothing but an example of a cross account policy. Did you understand what is done here? Yeah.
Principal access. Okay, so
In this case, the principal is from root B account. Hmm?
okay,
Yeah.
action S3. So then it's allowing it's allowing anybody with this policy access to the S3 bucket A in the S3 in the S3.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is going to be attached to the bucket A. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Account A gives account B full access to bucket A by naming B account as the principal in the resource base. As a result, account B is authorized to perform any action on bucket A, and the account B administrator can delegate access to its user in account B as well. How do you do that? So that one thing what is achieved here is that yes, for this bucket, the account B can access it. Okay. Now another thing which can be done is the root hex is the account B administrator can delegate access to its user in account B as well. So how do you do that? For that, in account B, attach IAM policy to the IAM user name 2. This policy allows the user read-only access to object in bucket A. So here it is, you are saying that allow get list on what resource? Resource in bucket A. So by doing so, it is actually giving the access to bucket in account A for users in account B. And this is the policy for a cross account access. It is little complicated, but again, this is how lot of things work in the organization.
Right.
Yeah. So let me close few of them so that we free up some space. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Going back here. Okay. Yeah. Which one is not an IAM identity? Yeah.
Account.
So what is? Yeah. Very good. Okay. Which language do you use to write a policy?
JSON.
Yes. Yeah, you can use access key to log into AWS console.
No, you need a username and password.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. By default, all requests are denied using access policy evaluation.
True.
False.
False.
Yeah. By all requests are denied during
Oh.
access policy
Oh.
evaluation. If it is, there is a, yeah. Okay.
That is true.
By default, all requests are denied during access policy. Maybe it is has to be framed something. See, the first thing and foremost thing, if there is a deny condition, then it is well denied. Yeah. By default, all requests are denied during policy access
Yeah,
evaluation.
this answers the question that I asked earlier. So in by default, because it goes along the lines of the minimal access, like grant minimal access to anything, right? So by default, they should all be,
So
denied.
by default, if you don't allow any permissions, then it is denied. Yeah,
Yes. Yep.
yeah, that is very clear. Yeah, but if there is any policy, and then it has to be evaluated first. But in the policy, if there is a deny condition, then that is taken a precedence, and then it will not follow anything else. Okay, which is the API call that uses in the SAML based federation. Now this kind of a question comes in actually exam as well. Yeah. So the name of the API call to assume the role is the assume as SAML. Assume role with SAML. Yeah.
Let's see,
Okay.
which
This
is
is
the
the one. Yeah.
API call used in SAML based with
This is the
Federation?
name of a API call
Assumed
actually.
role.
Yeah. Assume
Assume
role is
role with
role
SAML.
with SAML. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a
Okay.
assume role, but this is particularly for SAML, then it is assume role with SAML.
I like how I
Huh?
like how B is close but
Yeah.
jumbled up, and C
Yes.
is consume role. What? What? No.
So this kind of a
Nice.
confusing question you will have. Even in the exam, you will have this kind of a.
Yeah, I
Uh,
remember some of them being like
uh,
this. I have taken the
yeah.
exam once. I
Oh,
didn't
is it?
pass. Yeah,
Oh,
I
is
did.
it? Okay.
Yeah, I did take the exam once, back in 2022 or 2023.
Okay.
I did not pass, obviously. I'm here for class.
Okay. No worries. This time I think you will sail through. Okay. Fine. Does assume role with a web-based identity API works with any of the following? Yeah.
Does assume
So
role with web identity.
yeah.
Wait, hang on. Does assume role with web identity API work with any of the following? Direct Connect, ADS, Facebook, Ad Connect. I don't know. We didn't cover it, but
Yeah. We
I would
didn't cover it.
assume I would assume
This
a
is
direct
not
connect.
covered. Yeah. No, direct connect is kind of a private connectivity between your on-premise and your AWS. Yeah, so it will not. Yeah. What are web identity providers? I like Facebook. Yeah. Okay. So Facebook is the answer. Okay. Which is a social media, Google, Amazon. These are the web identity. Yeah. AD Connect is kind of a um, was the name of Active Direct connector. Uh, ADFS is also a name. Direct Connect is for the network connectivity. Okay,
Okay.
fine. Uh, Explicit access keys consist of any access key. Smart access key were used to be programmed valid for specified duration. Okay, that is what we have already done. Okay. Okay, so let me see if
EC2.
yes, yes. I will just verify a few other things because there are certain questions which comes in the exam. Uh, Give me a minute.
Sure.
Verify. Yes. Mm, just a minute. Not this one. Yeah. Let me just verify it. I am. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Uh, uh, uh. Okay. We have covered almost all of them. Okay. We'll check on the SDK later on.
Okay.
Okay, let's move to Elastic Compute Cloud. Yeah, and as the name suggests, it provides computational power for us. Yeah, for us to work with it. Hmm? So we'll see what is EC2 instance. Yeah. Mm. um, how it can help you to run workload, what are the different types of EC2 instance, yeah, how do you choose between EC2 instance, yeah, and the various other things. Yeah, so these are the basic terminology which are associated with the EC2 instance. Instance, first of all, yeah, they are nothing but the virtual machines. Yeah, they run on a large physical machine and they share a common physical machine. Yeah, and then you start using it. Hmm? Every EC2 instance is called as an instance as well. So before we go there, we will see what are the different types of EC2 instance. So if I just go and EC2 instance type, so there are multiple types of EC2 instance based upon your computational need. They can be categorized into different category like compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, high performance computing, yeah, and general purpose. So what is the meaning of this? Yeah. So um, yeah, before we go to the meaning of all of this, yeah, we need to understand the nomenclature, how a EC2 instance is represented. For example, you can see here M8G, M7G. What is the meaning of that? Yeah, so here is the EC2 instance, instance um, explanation. To instance image, I would say, yeah, let me just use that image, which will, okay, yes, this is the one. Yeah, so when a EC2 instance is represented something like this, it starts with a letter which denotes the instance family. In this case, type of instance. So it is whether it is a compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, accelerated computing, and so on. Yeah, that first letter denotes the instance family. Second denotes that the letter, sorry, the number denotes the instance family. The larger the number, the latest version of that particular instance it is. So R5 is the fifth generation of the memories. Yeah. Then we have some additional capabilities for that particular EC2 instance, which is denoted by a letter after the number. In this case, if you look at M8G, that it means that it is a gravitation based processor, graviton based processor. Yeah. So those are the special processor which are built by AWS and they provide you a better price to performance ratio. Hmm? Similarly, you can see here that it is M7A. That means it is a seventh generation, yeah, of AMD EPYC processor. Yeah, so that letter signifies something. If it is like, let's say in here, yeah, M5N. So it is a kind of, what is that? It denotes networking. It is for improved networking throughput. That is what it denotes. Hmm? And those are written something like this. M M5N dot, after that there is the size of the machine. Okay, so in this case dot X large. Yeah, that is the size of it. What does it signify? It signifies that it has certain a virtual CPU memory. Now, to understand the concept of virtual CPU, we have to go back and look at the CPU in a bare metal server or a physical hardware which has a CPU in it. Correct? You know the concept that what is CPU. Correct, Dan? Yes, no? You're on mute, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that you have a CPU within a bare metal server or a hardware, physical hardware.
Right.
Yeah. As compared to that particular bare metal server or a hardware, we have something called as a virtual CPU in the in the cloud world. What is the meaning of that virtual CPU? That it is kind of a, it has certain ratio. So if you have one CPU for a physical server, then it becomes two virtual CPU in the cloud. Okay, so two virtual CPU equals to one physical core CPU in the real world. So that's how the combination is. The ratio is 1 is to 2. Generally, the ratio is 1 is to 2. Hmm? So if I want to do any kind of a capacity planning, if I want to go for a server, then I keep that 1 is to 2 ratio in my mind when I'm actually figuring out what is the equal capacity of server on the cloud as compared to the on-premise. So the ratio is 2 is to 1. Hmm? Generally, that's the thumb rule which is followed in the industry. But then there are also exceptions where we have a multi-threading enabled on the machines and where we have a 1 is to 4 ratio as well of the physical to the virtual CPU. Okay, so that is there. So this is how you read that it is a general purpose fifth generation machine with a networking capability and the size is large, which is two virtual CPU and 8 GIB of memory. Hmm? Clear?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Now the families. What are the families? General purpose is generally denoted by the T letter, M letter. Yeah. Okay, so you can see a T and M, which are ideally suited to provide a balance of compute, memory, and networking resources. Hmm? So this is the general definition of a general purpose family. Again, they are powered by AWS Nitro system, which is a kind of a hypervisor system from AWS. AWS has created their own hypervisor system, which is a combination of a hardware as well as the software. Predominantly, hypervisors are software-based devices for a software mechanism where they are able to orchestrate the CPU, the resources by using a software layer. But AWS has gone one step ahead. They created their own Nitro system, and which is a combination of hardware as well as the software. So it's a very unique, yeah, product. You can go and read this. Okay.
I wonder if they're.
Hmm.
I'll go and read it, but I wonder if they're using GPUs to fucking to enhance the CPU output.
See,
It's interesting.
GPU, yeah, means GPU is needed when you want to do a lot of kind of graphic based work. Yeah, when you want to do graphic based, then only it is going to be useful. But for normal cases, not needed. Yeah, it is overkill of a solution because the cost is too much high for the GPUs. Yeah, so that will come under the accelerated computing. Okay, which uses the NVIDIA processor GPU, which is for inferencing, yeah, for training, all those things. Hmm? Okay, so
Hmm.
then general purpose is denoted by letter M or T. The T series is a very unique kind of a EC2 instance, which is also called as a bustable EC2 instance. Now, what is the meaning of bustable EC2 instance? That means whatever the CPU, let's say I go here, yeah, it's a bustable general purpose instance. Whatever the CPU you can see here, virtual CPU is 2. Yeah, it can burst the capacity of this virtual CPU to a certain limit. Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
2 can expand to almost 40 virtual CPU for a certain period of time. How it is done? It is done by adding a CPU credits on a regular basis to that particular. So you don't have to scale it. It will automatically take care of it, and it will burst to us, let's say, hypothetically 20 virtual CPU with this capacity, and once it is able to consume those CPU credits, then it will come down back to this.
Shared my screen. Can you see that?
Yes, yes, I
Okay,
can.
okay. So, mm, see, CCNA means it's a Cisco certified network associate. Okay. So you know that it's basics of every network engineer. So whoever is working in this domain, they will start with this course, CCNA. Okay, it stands for, you can see here, right? It stands
Yes.
for Cisco Certified Network Associate, and it's an entry-level certification from Cisco that verifies a person's basic knowledge of networking concept. Okay, and see, there are so many vendors in the market. You know that there are HP, Juniper, and Dell, Sonic Wall. Then so many vendors are there in this domain, in this networking domain. Then why we choose these Cisco devices to study networking? Why we don't want to, why we are not going to study HP devices or Versa or Juniper? What is the reason behind that? Because in market almost 35 percentage of the market share is with Cisco only. Okay, Cisco holds a significant market share in the networking. Okay, estimated at around 35 percentage. According to the current market data, Cisco is the leading market share in hardware and networking. Okay, that is why we choose Cisco to study networking. Okay, not like other devices. Cisco is having 35 percentage of market share. Okay, I think you got that point. Now we move to the next slide. This is basic things. I'm not going to that core topics before introducing these basic things. I just want you to get all the basic knowledge before getting to the core topics. Okay. And we have, there are certification paths available. First is CCNA. This is the basics of a network course. That is, then the code number is 200 to 301. Okay, of this course. Then once you complete this, you will have so many certification, advanced certification. That is, CCNP is the Cisco Certified Network Professional. Okay, under that CCNP also you will have different subdomain like CCNP enterprises, CCNP collaboration, CCNP service provider, CCNP security, CCNP data center. See, if you are moving to a particular domain, imagine that you want to work with service provider. You know that service provider means internet service provider. Like, I don't know your internet service provider in America. Who is that? Okay, we are having here Airtel, Geo, something like that. You also will have some service providers in your location. So if you want to work with the service provider, you can take the CCNP service provider. And if you want to work in MNCs and all, there are enterprise. It will be related to the routing and switching, and there is security is also there to secure your entire network. You will have to do this course. Like, it will be included like firewalls and all. You know that firewalls, like if you didn't hear, I'll let you know that what is this firewalls and all. We will study that in upcoming topics. And the CCNP security means it will, if you study that, you can secure your company's networks and all. Okay. Firewalls are coming under these courses. Like Cisco is having a firewall FTD, and there is another vendors which are available in the market, like Palo Alto is there, FortiGate is there, Sonic Wall is there. There are a lot of firewalls which are available in the market. Okay, but Cisco is leading in this networking domain, but in security side, Cisco is not a leader. There are some other vendors who is leading in firewall technologies, like Palo Alto and FortiGate. Okay, then
Mm-hmm.
once you completed this CCNP, you will have another certification, that is uh, expert level certification, that is CCIE. You can see here Cisco Certified expert, internet expert or inter expert. And under this CCIE also you will have different domains, CCIE security, the same thing, like this is CCNP security. Then you have to study CCIE security. If you want to improve your knowledge more in this domain, you can take these courses. Okay, CCIE service provider is there, collaboration enterprise. Okay, these are the certification which belongs to this domain. Okay, networking
Okay.
domain. Okay.
Okay.
Now, job opportunities and all, I think you will be aware of these things like network engineers, security engineers. There will be post of network administrator and security admin. Okay, there are different kinds of posts which will be available related to this domain. And okay, now we can start with the basic things. Okay. So this is the some before getting to the core topic, this is some basics of these courses. Okay. And so let me start that main slide. I'm moving to the these basic things. Do you have any doubts, Jacqueline? Your name, Jacqueline. Can I call like that? Jackie Aviles. What is your name?
It's Jackie Aviles, but yeah, you could call me either or. It doesn't matter, Jacqueline or Jackie. Um,
Okay, because
Yeah, a lot
I
of this
can.
isn't a lot of
Mm.
it isn't too new just because I've been working in IT for a few years now, but more like in a help desk sysadmin role. So as far as networking, like I know some things, but the only things that really I have trouble with is the subnetting and the
Oh,
routing
subnetting, IP
protocols.
addressing
Yes.
and something. Okay, okay. We will
Yeah.
come to that. No problem, Jacqueline. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll come to
Okay.
that. Okay, you are working, right, as an system administrator or IT administrator, right? Very good. Nice to know that. Okay. So, okay, you are having some doubts related to this IP addressing and all. Okay, we will see one by one. We will take the topics and they will be there in your like IP addressing and routing and protocols and all. No problems. So you are dealing with all this subnetting and routing there in your company?
Yeah, that's pretty much where I usually have the hardest time. Um,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. No problem, Jacqueline. Okay. So let me start with the basic things, network. See, one of the simplest or small network I'm going to design. Okay. See, if we have multiple devices, like for example, I'm drawing a PC here. I hope you can visible. You are watching this. You can watch this, right? Okay.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay, this is two PCs. Imagine that these are the two devices, and we will have a LAN port here on both the PCs, right? And we will
Yes.
be taking a LAN cable, that can Cat6 cable. Okay, we will be having a session related to the cable also. So don't worry about this. So we'll be having a physical connection. Okay, first of all, you need to have a physical connectivity. Okay, once you connected the device physically, then you will be doing what? Logical connectivity. Like, you have a name, Jacqueline, I have a name, Faisal. Okay, so this device will also will be having some numbers. It cannot understand the naming system, so it will be working based on numbers. That number is known as IP addressing. So we will have a detailed section in IP addressing, but now I'm talking about basics only. Okay, don't think more about IP addressing now. I'll be having a good session regarding this. Okay, you'll be getting that, no problems. Okay, now you just want to understand that apart from this physical connectivity, we should have a logical connectivity also to have the communication between these two devices. For that logical connectivity, we have to use numbers. That numbering system, like our names, Okay, even in SIM card, you will have a number. Okay, so this numbering system is known as what? IP addressing and all. So we will have what? To imagine this is one of the number, and you just consider it as a number. You don't want to think more about this. I'll be coming into this point, no problem. Okay, so we have two numbers and we'll be having a physical connectivity. Then this device will have the communication between each other, and this topology, we can call it as a network, symbol network. Okay.
Yes.
Regarding this, you are clear, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, I'll enlarge my network again. This is the basic network. Let me delete this, clear this. Now I'll take, there are certain networking devices. Lot of networking devices are there, like, you will have a session on that devices also, like routers and switches. Okay, now what I did, I connected two devices, okay, together by using a cable. Imagine that I have three devices. Okay, I have three devices. We have an option, like, in our laptop or in our desktop, whatever it is, we can insert multiple LAN card. See, by default we'll have only one card. Imagine that you insert one more LAN card in your central device. Now here we have one LAN card, here also one RJ45 port, that is LAN card, and I mean this RJ45 port, that will be the part of LAN card. Okay, from if I want to connect now three devices, I can do like this, and I can give some numbers to each and every unique numbers, not the same numbers, and I can have a communication. But the problem is this is for three device. Okay, it's okay if there is 100 device or 50 devices, I cannot insert large number of LAN card here. This is not the function of a laptop or a desktop. Okay, a laptop function is not connecting different devices. Okay, there are certain device to connect large number of devices. That is known as what? Switch. We will have a switch. Okay, now switch came to our network, and we can connect all the user to the switches. Okay, there would be in market, there are like 24 port switches available, 48 port switches available. Okay, you have large number of users and all, we can connect multiple switches here. Okay, together, and we will have a topic regarding that, no problem. Okay, so now you can connect multiple devices by using a switch, right? So this is also known as what? Another network. Now 10.1.1, I will be giving unique number here also, and I can have the communication between each other. This is also called it as network. Okay, the first one is a basic network. This is little bit a bit, not a big, but little bit more than basic things, right? Now see, now we can imagine our internet connectivity. For example, I don't know how you are home, you will be having the Wi-Fi, I hope. So there would be some router, your internet service provider will give you some routers to connect with the internet, right? Router will be representing in this way. Okay, we will come to this, and in upcoming topics, these are the basic things, as you know that. So we'll be having a switch. Sometimes you will be getting a router which includes switching function. Some ports will be available in your router. See, physically router will be this is known as what? Square or rectangle type. I don't know what we call it as, square or rectangle. Whatever it is, it will be like that. And but we can represent the router in this format. Okay, so in your router, this is known as in India, I don't know how the setup in America, but in India, what it is, we will be having a modem or we'll be getting a router from the service provider. That router can be do the switching function also, means some ports will be available there to connect multiple devices through this cable. Okay, and also this router will provide Wi-Fi connectivity, means inside this there are access point option also would be available. Access point also we will study in detail. Okay, no problem. So this will provide the device which will be given by the ISP will provide you switching function and Wi-Fi access, and also it will do the routing function. Routing function is used to connect the outside network or different network, whatever it is, and it will do one more thing, modulation and demodulation. Modem, we can say that it will do the functions of modem also. It will do modulation and demodulation. Okay, now, so let us take a small network. We have a modem, or see, modem means I told you everything will be there. Switching, access point, modems, routing, everything will be there in this device. And I am representing in networking, we will be representing the device router like this. Okay, router like this. And the switches will be representing like this. Okay, in upcoming topic, I'll be using this icon. Okay, and imagine that. Okay, imagine. I think. See, in from our home, I'm not connecting with the device by using cable. Always, I'll be connecting through wireless. Access point option is there, and even mobile phone also connecting through the Wi-Fi. I think from your side also you are doing the same. From your home, you will be connecting. With the mobile or laptop, whatever it is. Okay.
Oh yeah, I
And
got a couple
yeah,
access points.
okay. Now this router will be connected to internet service provider. Whatever internet service provider you are having in your location, your router will be connected to that ISPs. Okay. This is physically they will be connected, and logically also by using the numbering system they will do that. I'll be getting to that point. Okay. One more thing I just want to explain you, like inform you. See, ISP, imagine this is your home router, and it will be connected to your area's internet service provider. Then this service provider will be, see, in your country there would be multiple service providers. Okay, so this service provider will be connected to this will be connected to this, and even if this is in India, imagine that these service providers are in India, so this also will be connected through marines, and there are fiber cable and marine cable. By using that, these ISPs will be not directly to India. First, it will be from America to the next neighboring country, then next, like that. Every ISPs are interconnected. Okay, imagine we have Google. I think Google server, it's located in America, right? So when you are having access to the, or see, imagine this is my laptop. So I open web browser and I type google.com. So this packet or this traffic will be sending to the router. Then it will send through the best path. Whatever best path means, here we have multiple paths to reach to the Google, right? There are certain paths. So which one is the shortest path? ISP will send the traffic accordingly. See, it will not go there, it will not go automatically, but we will be doing what? In ISP, there would be lot of routers and all. The network engineers would be configured this and all, so that by using the protocols, networking protocols and all, so that traffic will be sending towards the Google by using the shortest path, like Google Map. if there is multiple path to reach to a destination, it will be showing that, right? So this is the
Ah,
same way
yeah, good
it
point.
is. Sorry.
Oh no, I said, yeah, good point. Good
Yeah,
point.
yeah. Okay. So this is also we can call it as what? Another network, big network. Okay. So from basic to big network, I have shown you. Okay. Now one more thing is that see what is the purpose of network? Network, what even you connect two devices like this by using a single cable, and the purpose of this network is also need to share the data. Means from this is the device. If you connect by using the cable, and if you provided some logical address, or if you assign the IP address to the LAN interface, now from the device B, you can access the, if there is some shared files in device A, from device B, you can access the shared files of device A. And from device A, if there is any shared file, you can access the shared files of B. So the purpose of networking is to sharing datas. Okay, main purpose of a networking is to say even the this network. See this network here. What we are going to do? Imagine there is YouTube server. So from here, when you open YouTube, this the file from YouTube are downloading to your devices. So the purpose of networking is to share the resources. Okay, I hope you got that things also. Now, these are the basic things. Okay. Examples of, see, I told you that, let me take see, there are different, types of network. There are wired network and wireless network. Okay, even see, even we can say that networking is also used to sharing resources. Sharing resources means what? I'll explain that things also. Let me clarify that before proceeding to the next session. Okay, next topic. Okay, so imagine we have the switch here, we have a printer here. Okay, this printer IP address is 10.1.1.1, and two devices here. Okay, uh, now this is device IP address of this device is 1.2 and 1.3. Okay, now imagine that this device want to access the printer. So what you will do, you can share this printer in this network, share this printer. Okay, by see, there would be an option to share the printers, sharing. So this printer related software also you can install in your PC, and you can access your printer if it is in the network only. If you the printer present in your network, okay, so you can access this printer from this network. That is resources. Resources means user can access the printer also by using the networking technology. So the purpose of networking is to sharing data, and you can say that, and resources. Okay. Printer or the device of network. Okay. Now examples of wired. There are a wired network and wireless network. I hope you guys know about this. Like, wired network means there would be a centralized device like a switch. I told you switch is used to connect multiple devices. Okay, so we will have a number of device like this. Okay, this is known as what? Wired network. We connect our devices with the switch by using the cables. That is what? Wired network. This is known as wired network. And I told you, in our modern router, there would be like access point will be there. Access point is used to connect the Wi-Fi network. Means it will provide the Wi-Fi signals to the devices. So when you open your see mobile and all, you will see the Wi-Fi name. Imagine that you have created. See, in this access point, you have to create the Wi-Fi name. Imagine you have created as Jack. So your mobile device will be showing this name Jack, and you'll be setting some password here in your access point or in your modem router, whatever it is. It will be consisting of all those devices access points which I told you that. Okay, so for when you configure access point, you'll be setting a name Jack and you'll be setting a password. So when you access the Wi-Fi, so you will be asking what username and password. You will type Jack123. You will be connected to this device. So this type of network is known as what? Wireless network. Am I right? Okay, you got it right.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Now. Mm, 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 mm. Designing a network. How we can design a network? See, here in India, while taking while building a house or home, what we are going to do, I think it will be the same way in your end also. Whatever it is, see, we will be doing what? We'll be buying a plot, and engineers will see we are going to build a house for us. So we will buy a plot and we will do the site survey first. Okay, after that, as per the site survey, engineer will design the building structures and all. We can say that top view or front view, whatever it is. Then they do what? They will implement by using those labors and all. They will start making the building, right? After that, once they made the building, they need to secure the building, right? From they need to protect the building from, like, raining and all. So they will do what? Painting after making the building. So it will be protecting from all other attacks and means other type of problems, damages. Painting will protect that. Then after 1 year or something, if there is any changes we need, we will do some upgradation. Okay, and in case while staying there, if you are facing any issues or if you are getting some crack on the building, you will repair that. You will troubleshoot that. Same way, you have to design a network. First one is what? Imagine that you are going to make a network for an hospital. Okay, it's a new hospital. Building already made there. Okay, so you are going to do the survey first. Wherever you need this data center, wherever you need to kept your networking devices like switches, routers, you should be having a rack there. So where we will fix that rack, in which floor we need to fix. So we'll do the site survey first. Then we will design the network as per the survey. Okay. After that, we'll do what? We will have laborers, we will have engineers. So we will be hand over this design to them. They will start making this network there, right? So they will be doing installation, and they'll be putting the racks and all. They'll be fixing switches, routers, firewalls in the racks. Okay. So after that, once they implemented everything, okay, once they executed all those things, they will do what? They will start securing their network. How to secure the network? They will use firewalls and all to prevent the attack from outside. Okay, firewall, you know that it will filter the traffic according to our needs and all. So we will be putting a firewall in the network to secure the network. And these all four processes are one-time process. Okay, when a building has opened or when you start a network when you start to make a network, these all are site survey, design, implementation, and securing network. These all are one-time process. You don't want to do it again and again. Once you set this, it will be there. Okay, then what will be always we wanted to do, that is, upgradation and troubleshooting. See, I told you there are so many devices like switches, routers would be there. So every 6 months or 1 year, these vendors will this introduce new like software upgradation. They'll be introducing that update of the software. So we have to upgrade to that latest software. After testing and all, we'll do what? We will be informing to our teams to upgrade the network. That is known as upgrade the software. That is known as what? Upgradation. Then, okay, upgradation would be there always, like every 6 months, you will have to upgrade. If there is thousands of networking devices, you will have to do all those devices. Okay, upgradation. Then every time you will be having this troubleshooting problems also there. Okay, user will be informing you that this network is not working, internet is not accessing, or device is not working, printer is not working, or server is not working, or see there are some I cannot download this software, I cannot upload this, and whatever problem user is facing, they will call you and informing you. Okay, sometimes the entire, if the company is having multiple branches and you are the one who is controlling the entire company's network, okay, if the branch goes down, they will call you, yes, Jack, this branch has been down, so you have to check it out. Okay, so you do what? You will check each and every devices, and okay, wherever the problem you are seeing, that you will have to troubleshoot, right? This is what designing the network. Okay, you got it right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you are having any doubt, please let me know. You don't want to be getting hold in your hand, because I don't want you to be getting confused before proceeding to that next topic. Every topics will be correlated. Okay. So whenever you are having the doubt, please let me know. I'll clear it. Okay.
Okay, I
Don't
will. I promise.
hesitate to inform me. Okay. Now the next topic we can move. Designing a network topology. Okay, there are different types of topology to design a network. First one is bus topology. See, bus topology, it's an old topologies. See, nowadays we are not using these topologies. There would be having a backbone cable. Okay, there would be having a cable, like at that time that networking devices like switches and routers were not introduced. At that time there was a centralized backbone cable. That cable will be what? A centralized cable that can be like a twisted pair or coaxial cable. Okay, and in that cable we'll do what? We will use some T connector to connect the machines, like clients, or we can say that customer or user, whatever it is. You will be having a cable. Okay, this is old technology, I'm not talking about recent technologies, so you don't want to worry about this. These are not existing right now. These are the old technology where we use what? Cable, a backbone cable, where you will be connecting a connector, T connector. In between this cable there would be like this way there would be T connector here also. Then this T connector, our uh, client, this user device will be connecting to this backbone cable, and we will have a communication between these devices. That is why this type of topology is known as bus topology. And here we will have a terminator. Okay, like we'll be having cable connector. This is the cable connector at the PC side. This would be connector, and T connector means this one, T connector, and at the end of the cable, this one will be like this. Okay, there would be a terminator. Okay. And this type of topology, it will be giving you a speed of 10 megabyte per second. Through this cable, we can send at a speed, we can send the data, or user can send the data at a speed of 10 Mbps only. And it's a costlier, it is expensive because it will be used a coaxial cable, centralized backbone cable, and where we use the connector cable, connector terminator. So all those things, it will become costlier. Okay, so nowadays we are not using this technology topology. Okay, and problem is speed is very low, and troubleshooting also will be different. If something happen here in this cable, so entire communication will be lost, because same cable is, all the user is using same cable, so data will not pass through this cable if something happened in the cable. Okay, this is a bus topology. Okay, now we are going to explain the star topology. Okay, this is one of the topology we use in small network. Even the small network where we are having 50 users and all, we can use star topology. There would be a centralized how this star topology um, physically, logically it will be look like, means there would be a centralized device that would be switched, and will be connecting all the devices to the switch. Okay, centralized device. So this is okay, and the logically it will be look like this, and physically we will have a switch. See, this is the logical connectivity, and physically it will be like this, means we will have a switch, device switch, and we will have port numbers on the switch. I told you that we have 24 port switch and 48 port switch available in the market. Imagine this is 24 port switch. Okay, and device, we will have users. Okay, users will be connected to the port. For example, from this device, and cable will be connected here. One will be connected to this port, one will be to this port, and here one point will be there, one contact point will be there, and from this port, from every port, there would be a connection. So this is how physically it is connected, and logically it would be look like this. That is why it is known as what? Star topology. Looks like a star. Okay. And here you will be getting a speed of this one. This topology we are using nowadays also, but we'll be using in the smaller network. We have to buy a switch, and all the users will be connected to this port of the switch. Okay, this is known as what? Star topology. And the speed which will be getting here is 100 or 1000 Mbps speed we will be getting here. Okay, if it is fast, it will depends on the type of port. There are different type of port available: fast Ethernet port and gigabyte port, gigabyte Ethernet port. So fast Ethernet port will give you 100 Mbps speed, gigabyte will give you 1000 Mbps. Okay, so and troubleshooting also easy. Imagine that this device doesn't have a communication with with this device. Imagine we have the IP address 10.1.1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Okay, so if you want to communicate with this device, it can do that. Imagine that this cable got failed. So this device cannot communicate with this and this. Okay. How many depends on the number of devices. Imagine that there is 40 devices. So this user cannot communicate to all the 40 users. So, but the problem, not problem, advantage is, you can troubleshoot this easily. I just want to check this cable, and if there is any fault in the cable, I just want to remove the cable and put the new cable here. It will start working. So the troubleshooting also is, imagine the entire device is not working, and their device is not communicating between each other. So where will be the problem? It will be, the problem will be in the switch. So you just want to replace the switch. So your communication will start. This is what star topology, and we'll be using this topology in smaller network. Okay. The next one is what? Ring topology. This is also we are not using nowadays. Ring topology we will not use nowadays. These are all old topologies. Okay. Here logically it will be look like this. Mm, logically, ring topology means what? Jack, if you want to make notes, you just want to inform me. Okay, I'm keep on taking the class. Okay, so Jack, if you
Yeah.
want to make the notes, you just want to let me know. Okay, I'm
Oh
keep
yeah,
on
I have a
taking the
notebook
class.
here, so whatever
Uh,
notes, yeah, I'm definitely taking notes too, yeah.
I think recordings are there. I don't know. You'll be getting this, right? I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
not.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This will be good
Yeah,
too if I get a copy. Yeah.
I don't know about that because you just want to talk with the one who you talk with them regarding this like joining and all. Okay. See, I mean, you get that? See, you want to ask with the one who you talk with before, means to join the classes.
To do what?
No, I mean, see, if you want recording, you just want to talk with the one who did this procedure, means to whom you talked before. See, I am your trainer and I am taking the classes only. Okay, you are joining this, or you are like talk with someone like before getting to the classes, right? You have been talking with them, right?
Oh, like from the company?
Yeah, from the company. I think they will be providing you. I don't know. If you want to make the note, okay, I'll give you the time, no problem. But I hope they will be giving you that recordings and all you need.
Oh yeah, yeah, they sent me the materials and everything. Is that what you mean? They sent me like the
Ah, okay, then it's okay. So I can continue the topics, right?
Oh yeah, 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 definitely.
Okay, okay. So now ring topology. Ring topology, it's also an old technology. Nowadays, we are not using that. For example, logically, it will be looking like this. It will be logically, it will be like this, but physically, there would be a device that is, multi-access unit, MAU, device name is multi-access unit, and there would be some ports available here, and our device will be connected to that particular port. This is also invention of before the invention of switches and all. These MAU devices was there, multi-access unit, and the connection from this port, the connection will be from this to this, and from this to this, and from this to this, and it will form the ring. That is why it is known as what? Ring topology. Okay, logically you can represent this ring topology in this way. And that data, transmission of data should be in clockwise direction here. For example, this is A, B, C, D, E. So if A want to send the data to D, there is some token system. First, A need to take this token. If if token is taken by some other, A has to wait. If token is free, A has to take the token. Then A will start sending data to D. A will send first to B. So imagine A need to send the data to D. And this is A MAC address. This is D. So if A need to send the data to D, I will send. I told you it will be. This is not in use nowadays. Anyway, I'm explaining that technology which was used in this topology. Like it will be sending the data in clockwise direction only. How the clock is running, same way it will be sending the data. So A will send the data to B. Once B receive it, it will check the destination address. As it finds that destination is D, it will do what? It will forward this traffic to next device, and C will receive this. C will check the destination MAC. Once C finds that MAC address of D, it will not receive, and it will forward this traffic to D. So D will receive that, and D will give the reply to A, same clockwise direction. This was happened in that technology ring topple like this. Okay, if it is clockwise means it was sending the data like this. It cannot send the data like this. Okay, if this device want to communicate this device, it will be sending here, and it will be sending to next device, then to this, then like this. Okay, this was the old technology. And nowadays, we are not using this technology. Now, next one. Next one is tree topology. Okay, tree topology means we are using this topology nowadays. If imagine that our company is having large number of devices or users, for example, thousands users are there, or 2000, 5000. Depends on the company size. There would be number of users per branches or head office, whatever it is. So at that case, we cannot use what star topology. I told you star topology we are using nowadays, but we can use star topology only in small network. Okay, not in big network. We can use the star topology only in the small network. For example, if we have 50 user, we can use this star topology, no problem. But in the case of large number of user, we cannot use this topology. Why? Because we'll have imagine that you'll be having 500 users, so you'll be taking multiple switches. Imagine each switch will be having 48 ports. So if there is 500 user, so how many switch we need? 10 or 12. Okay, 15 switch. Imagine. I think 12 switch would be enough, or 13 switch would be enough anyway. Okay, means 13 into 48. Okay, 13 into 48 means 512, right? 400, then 520. We can connect 520 user. Anyway, we will be using this 30 switches, and all the users will be connected to each, and here we will be connecting 48 users. Here also will be connecting 48 users. Okay, we are having 500 users sitting in your company. Okay, so according to available ports in switches, user will be connected here. So large number of cables, if it is a IT room or rack is there, so large number of cables would be coming to this. See, 500, if there is 500 user, 500 cable will be coming to this rack, right? From 500 users, 500 cable will be, each user will have one cable to the switch, right? Jack, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll be having this much 13 switches. So all the users will be connecting to this rack. So what is the problem here, you know? See, if there is anything happen, for example, this user is facing some issue, he's not accessing internet, or he's having some issue with that communication or something. Okay, you know, so he will be informing to us. So we'll be going to that our IT room and we'll be checking the cable. So when we check this 500 cable, it is very difficult to find out that particular cable where we are having problems. So if there is, see, here there would be 500 cable, it is coming to the rack like this. So from this 500 cable to find the particular cable which is having the problem, it will be very difficult. That is why in big network or larger network, we will not use what? Star topology. We'll be using, instead of that, we'll be using what? Tree topology. This point you clear?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, now what is that? See how this tree topology look like. So same 500 user, I'll be doing what? Imagine that instead of keeping all the switches in one room, you will be dividing the switches. For example, 500 users are sitting in 3 floors. Imagine that we have multiple floors here, and each floor will have two section. Okay, this is first floor. Second floor, this is first floor. Users are sitting here. Users are sitting here, and this is ground floor, or users are sitting like this. Okay, now we have 3 floor. So each floor, what you will do now, you will have a switch. In each floor, you will be fixing or you will be placing a switch. And you will be connecting the user here. For example, here you can connect up to 48 users. Okay. And here also you'll be connecting all the 48 users and all. Like this. Okay. Now you'll have another switch here. Imagine that you have some switch here. All the user will be connected to this. So each floor or each um, partitioned area, you will be fixing a switch. You will be placing a switch. Okay, and you will be connecting that particular area user to that particular switch. Okay, for example, like this. Okay. Now, if there is more than number of users in each floor, you will be using multiple switches. That's all. Okay, imagine 2 switches. Okay, 2 switches. Not a big deal. So this switch now, you know, this user can communicate. This user also can communicate. They are in the same switch. These are, but these both cannot communicate each other, right? From this user, is there any connection going to this area? No. So you will do what? You will place another switch here, and from this switch you will be connecting cable like this. So now this users can communicate with this through this switch. Okay, but here this can communicate each other, but this also can communicate each other, but both the floor user cannot communicate each other. You will be doing what? Fixing, will be placing a switch and connecting like this. Okay, again we will have users like this. This user can communicate. This user also can communicate each other. So we will be placing another switch here and connect like this. Now these both can communicate each other. But the problem here, you know, this floor user can communicate, ground floor user can communicate first floor. Is there any connectivity? No,
No.
right? No, so you
No.
will do what, you know, yeah, you are right. and you will take one more switch, and you'll be taking, imagine I'll be placing another switch, or should I place I'll be placing, imagine here or somewhere else, no problem. As per your comfort, or as per your requirement, you can place it anywhere. It should be the place, it should be somewhere where it can access all these three switches. Okay, imagine that I fix that switch here, and I'll be connecting this switch and this switch and this switch. So, and there floor will have the communication now, right? So here, we the troubleshooting, imagine that this user is saying that he's having the issue with that connectivity, is not getting the connection. So you just want to go to this area and go to this switch and go to this cable. Okay, if this cable is having the problem, you can replace that, or if the port is having problem, you can change the port. Okay, so your troubleshooting is now became easy. Okay, you got it, Jack, right? Yeah, this is tree topology. This is known as tree topology, and in larger network, we'll be implementing, or we will be using this topology instead of using star topology. Okay, shall I go to next topic? Next topology?
Yeah.
Okay. Next one is tree topology. It will be logically, it will be like this. Okay, and physically, I draw that figure there. And now we have another topology, that is mesh topology. Mesh topology, we see this star topology and tree topology will be using inside our organization or inside the company. Okay, we'll be using inside the company. Star and mesh. Sorry, star and tree. But mesh, you will be using in public network. Okay, means internet service provider. They are using this topology. Service provider will be using the topology mesh. So how mesh look like? Logically, it would be, see, physically, I'll tell you physically first. For example, I'm having a branch. See, we are running a company, and we will have multiple branches. Imagine that I'm having 4 branches. So the first branches, I will draw that. For example, there are users connected to that centralized device switch to have the communication, and to connect with the internet. I told you that you will be having a modem, or whatever it is, router or something like that, and it will be connected to the ISP. Okay, imagine this is one of our branches. Okay, this is one of our branches located in Bangalore, or located in California. Okay, now we have another branch. Imagine I have another branch in Toronto. Toronto is one of the place in United States, right?
Which place?
Toronto, Toronto,
Orlando?
Toronto is there. Toronto? No, I
No,
think it's
Toronto. That's Canada.
Canada. Okay, okay, okay. United California, then Texas, right? So okay, anyway, imagine some places in your country. Okay, you are
Mhm.
having a branch there also, and another branch in another area of your country. Any areas you can imagine that. I don't know all the areas. You can teach me. Okay, no problem. And We'll be having router and switch. We'll be having this is one of the another branch, and one more branch is there in your areas. That is, another area. We'll be having switch. So these are the network, right? Four network we are having.
Yeah.
So imagine if you are having any confusion as both are near to each other. So I'll do what? I'll configure like this. We have router and switch. Will be having some user sitting here. Okay, this one branch, second branch, third branch. So I told you ISPs are interconnected, right? That is why we are getting the internet and all from your mobiles. See, you are accessing a website which is located in India, imagine that. So you are getting access. Why? Because all the ISPs are interconnected. Okay, so this interconnection, this forms a mesh. Okay, this forms mesh topology. So this type of topology is known as what? Mesh. That is why I told you that mesh topology will be there in WAN side. This is WAN, ISP to ISP. The topology will be WAN. So physically it will be like this, and logically you can draw this as I'll show my slide. It will be better. Okay, like this. Okay, this is logically like this, and physically, I told you every ISP would be interconnected like this, like this. So this will form what? Mesh. Logically, you can draw like this, no problem. But physically, this is the original. Okay, logically, if you want to represent this logically, you can represent like this, connected, connection, connection, connection. Some, like, okay, this is same way, logical representation. So this is what? Mesh topology, and it will be used in public network. Okay,
Yeah.
ISPs, WAN side, wide area network, not in LAN, local area network. LAN means inside the company, and WAN means outside the company. Okay, so uh, star topology and tree topology you can use in LAN, and mesh topology you can use in WAN side. These are the topology which will be used in, or which will be using nowadays. LAN side, we have two topologies. That is, what is the two topologies which we can use in LAN side? Star, tree. Okay. WAN side, we use mesh. Let me connect the charger. Getting bored, Jack?
No, no,
Getting bored?
no,
You are getting bored or not? Bored, boring, no? Why?
no, no,
Okay. Okay.
no, not at all.
Okay,
This is
okay.
good
So LAN,
information because this helps me.
okay, okay. Land side will have two topologies. One is star and another side tree. For larger network, we will be using for larger LAN network, we will be using tree topology, and for smaller LAN network, we will be using star topology. And you have to use mesh topology in WAN side to connect ISP together. Okay. And one more topology is there, which is pending. That is, hybrid topology. Hybrid topology means it's a combination of multiple topologies. Hybrid topology. For example, hybrid means, it will be the combination of different topology. For example, there would be bus topology. These are also not using nowadays because it will be consist of older technologies like bus. Okay, from this bus, it will there would be having a connection to ring topologies. Okay, ring topologies. like and from this ring, there will be connection to star topology like devices, and from the star like so these are the combination of multiple topologies that is known as hybrid topology is also we are not using nowadays. So the topology which would be using nowadays is three only, star, tree, and mesh. Okay. So hybrid. Now the topology has been completed. I will be moving to that next topic, that is networking devices. Okay, there are certain devices in networking, that is, LAN card. It is one of the device, and hub is there. Before the invention of switch, there would be hub, and switch is the router is the firewall, gateway, access point, WLC. So that kind of devices are there in networking. Okay, the first one is what? LAN card. We will be moving to next slide. That is LAN card. Is used to connect our computer to a network. See, the card will be like this, but it would be inside of your laptop. You will be seeing this port outside. Okay, you can see only this RJ45 port outside of your laptop. All the remaining parts would be inside of your laptop. You cannot see that. So if you are having an RJ45 port in your laptop, there would be a card like this in your laptop. Okay. And if you don't have this type of port in your laptop, you can use an adapter to connect the cable to a network. Okay, like this. USB to RJ45 adapter would be there. And if you have, see, sometimes you would not have this port, RJ45 port in your laptop, where you will be having Wi-Fi network, right? Wi-Fi connectivity would be there. So there would be, you will have a Wi-Fi device, wireless network card also would be available. That it will be look like this, and it will propagate your radio waves or Wi-Fi signals through this antenna. Okay, so this is a wireless network card, and this is wired network card. If you don't have this wired network card, you can buy an external USB to RJ45 adapter, and you can connect the cable. And if you don't have wireless LAN card, you can also buy wireless adapter. Okay, like this USB to Wi-Fi. Okay, this is what LAN card. It is used to connect our computer to network. So I told you that when you want to communicate, when you want to have a communication between two devices, you will be connecting a cable to the
Yep.
RJ45 of each and every device, right? Now, LAN card is just like a SIM card. It will have a MAC address, and SIM card will be having a serial number, right? Like that, you will have a MAC address on this LAN card. Every LAN card will have unique MAC address, different MAC address. Okay. The LAN card which is available in my laptop will be different from the LAN card which is available in Jack laptop. Okay. So every laptop LAN card will be unique. Should not be the same. Okay. Like serial number, SIM serial number always will be unique, right? So LAN card will have two type of address. One is what? Physical address, that is called MAC address, and it will be a 48-bit hexadecimal number. Okay, 48-bit hexadecimal number. Now, how this MAC address? Hexadecimal number, you know that hexadecimal means, you know, the number, hexadecimal number means starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry, instead of 10, it will be A, B, C, D, E, F. This is known as hexadecimal. If you represent this hexadecimal in bit format, it would be like 0, 0. For example, 0, 0, C. Imagine that 0 you can represent 0, 1 you can represent 1, 2 you will be representing what? 1, 0, 3. This is decimal to binary or hexadecimal to binary. Okay. You have studied this or not? This is simple, like, you know, 1, then 1, 0, 1, 1. Then
Yeah.
it will be 4, 4. You can represent 1, 0, 0, 5, 1, 0, 1, 6, 1, 1, 0, 7, 1, 1. I missed something. 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0. Then 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1. Then 8. We can represent 1, 0, 0. Then 1, 0, 0, 1, 9. Then A means 10, that is 1, 0, 1, 0. Then B means 1, 0, 1, 1. C means 1, 1, 0, 0. D means 1, 1, 0, 1. E means 1, 1, 1, 0. F means 1, 1, 1. Okay, these are the hexadecimal to binary conversion. Same decimal value, it will be like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, like that. Okay, this is decimal, hexadecimal, binary. Okay, and MAC address is what? It is 48-bit hexadecimal number. Okay, it will be representing like I'll I'll show you my MAC address. So get MAC. If you type get MAC in your laptop command prompt, you will see your MAC address. See, this is the MAC address. Like this, it will be representing. Media disconnected means I didn't connect the cable to LAN card. That is why it is showing media disconnected. This is because of, you know, I have VMware installed in my laptop. So it is showing a large number of cards here. But my physical card is this one. Media disconnected means I didn't connect the cable. And the MAC address of my LAN card is, physical LAN card is this one. So this is what? This is how many bit? 48-bit hexadecimal. Why it is calling as hexadecimal? If you check this number, you will find the letter E, A, D, F, E, right? See this number. From this number, you will find this number. That is why it is known as what? Hexadecimal. It is 48-bit. Okay, 48-bit means what? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One second, check. Wait. It will be hexadecimal number. See, if I imagine that if I am going to enlarge this, E will be what? E means I'll be taking E means 1110, 1110. 4 means what? 10. So 0100. And A8. A8 means A means what? 1010. 1010. 8 means 1. 00, like how many number? 8 plus 8, 16 plus 8, 24, 32, 40, 48. Total of 48 bit will be representing in the form of hexadecimal format. You got it right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, has two type of address, and I told you that if we need to have a communication between two devices, physically it should be connected, and logically it will be working based on, see, logical address also you have to provide, then only your communication. See, I have a name, you have another name. If I want to call you, I'll call you by using your name, Jack. Okay. Same way, if this device want to call this device, they are using this number. Okay. So this number is what? Logical address. Or you can say that IP address, and it is what? 32-bit, and it is in decimal format. Okay, it is in, not in hexadecimal format, it will be in decimal format, means these numbers, it will be from this range. IP address will be in decimal format. So if you check that IP address of my device, you can see the, here you see that hexadecimal number. If I check my IP address by using this command, I can check ipconfig. Then you will see that my IP is what? 0.131. This number is what? 192.168.0.131. It's a decimal number, right? 32-bit means each, there are see, total 192 means you have to represent this 192 by using 8 bits. Okay, 168, 0 and 131. Got it right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Let's
this
see.
is represented in decimal format, and MAC address or physical address will be representing in hexadecimal format. So you will be having in your LAN card. See, we are going to uh, see this IP address you will be setting on to your LAN card. Okay, that LAN card, it is, this is Wi-Fi LAN card. This IP address is related to this Wi-Fi LAN card. We have set this IP to our Wi-Fi LAN card. Wired LAN card also, we can set the IP address. So IP address and MAC address will be there on LAN card. Okay, and that LAN card will be the part of our networking. Okay, now the next device is hub. Hub is used to connect two or more than two devices. Same like switch, before the invention of switch, there was another device that is known as what? Hub. Okay. Hub is also used to connect the multiple devices. I told you that if we have number of devices, we will be using a centralized device to connect this device each other. Am I right? Like this is a hub. Okay, it is not an intelligent device. Switch is an intelligent device, but this guy is not intelligent, but it is also used to connect multiple devices together. Okay, and but here, what is the problem? It will be working in half duplex mode. Half duplex mode means
One at a
device
time.
cannot send and receive at the same time. It can only send or it can only receive.
Yeah.
So half duplex means this cannot send and receive. Data cannot send and receive at the same time through this device. Okay, that is why hub is half duplex device. You can see that works in half duplex mode, cannot send and receive the data at a time. Okay. Now switch came, switch, it's an intelligent device. Okay, it's still available in the market, and it is a very intelligent device, and it can do whatever we need in the networking. It can do that. It also works in full duplex mode. So, if you use the switch, it can send and receive the data at the same time, no problems. Okay, so it will be works in full duplex mode, and the purpose of the device switch is also the same as hub, only used to connect multiple devices. Okay. Got it right? Check.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Can
Now
you
the
hear me
next.
with my microphone?
Sorry. Ah, you can.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can. I'm
Okay.
hearing you in speaker, no problem. See, I'm using a
Okay.
microphone. If you want
Okay.
to
Yeah,
show
that's why I
that.
just put a headset on, so I want to make sure. I got noise outside, so I want to
Noise is
make
for.
sure. Is outside, so I put my headset on. I just want to make sure you can hear me if I do have a question.
Okay. So, see. mm, So, see, I'm using my own cameras like this mic. Okay, so and I'm using my speaker to hear your voice. Okay.
Okay, cool. Thank
Mm.
you. I wasn't sure if you could hear me or not.
No. It's okay. I can hear you. No problem. It's very clear. Mm. Okay, Jack. Now, the next slide, it is router. Okay. Why do we need the router? Router is, see, I told you, even in our home, if we want to access the internet, we'll be using what? We'll be having a device, right? Router in your home. Like I told you that it will be having a switch, router, and modems. It will be doing the function of switch, router, modems, and access point, everything. So if you want to access internet, means it's a public network, means it will be our if you want to access Google, it's a public network. Okay, so you will be using what? See, this is your LAN network and this is WAN network. Both are different networks. So to connect different network, you have to use what? Router. What is the function of router? To connect different network. Jack, you are here, right?
Yes, yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So it also physically it will be looking like this, and we can represent router in this form, round, and you will have to draw a circle. Inside that you will have to draw the cross. Okay. And this and see, if I place a normally router is used to access the or used to connect multiple network. But see, you place the router and you didn't do anything and you just connected the cable, it will not work. We have to run some protocols, routing protocols. That routing protocol will helps to connect different networks. I'll teach you in details, no problem, how this
Okay.
router will works and all. Okay, we'll have a session. Okay, now these are the basic components we are going to discuss, like networking components. Now router, now we have what? Firewall. I told you while discussing that designing the network, I told you we will have to secure the network by using like some devices like firewall. So firewall is doing what? It is used to control inbound and outbound traffic to protect our network. Like firewall is acting like a barrier. Okay, when a hacker is trying to attack our internal network, it will stop the attack and it will block the attack. Okay, so hacker cannot get into inside to or attack our network. So firewall will prevent that. Firewall is acting like a barrier to protect our network from a attack. So got it right? This is firewall is doing.
Yes.
Okay, now gateway. Gateway, it can be router or firewall. It can be anything. Gateway, modem, it can be modem. Like gateway means the entrance or an exit point of a network. It will be an exit or entrance point of a network. For example, which means what? See, imagine we have an internet. We can connect internet from by using router. Router will do what? It will connect the different network. You know that. So here, what is that? My entrance and exit point router. So in this case, we sorry, Jack. In this case, we can call the router as what? Gateway. And another case, I have a firewall here. Firewall can also do routing. Okay, firewall can also connect the different network. There are all the firewall will be having the capability of doing routing also. Not only that filtering traffic or not only protecting the network from attack, it will do routing also. So imagine if your firewall is the exit and entrance point of a network. So firewall also can connect multiple network. I told you that. So this firewall is now what? It is the gateway.
Gateway.
So gateway can be different. Gateway means it is the exit and entrance point of a network. Gateway can be router, it can be firewall. See, nowadays switch layer 3 switch also there in the market means which can also having the capability of doing routing. So layer 3 switch also can connect multiple network. Okay, so if imagine that the exit and entrance point of this network is a layer 3 switch. So this is also a gateway. So you got right. What is
Yes.
gateway? Yeah, okay. Nice. Nice to hear that now. Now access point. Why do we need an access point, Jack?
So we can
Any
connect
idea?
our devices wirelessly.
Yes, you are right. You want to have a wireless communication. You have to use what?
Access
Access
point.
point. Okay. Now I'll have a see. I'll be showing that we will have see nowadays. The device which our ISP are providing to our home will have all the capabilities like access point, routing, switching, everything. Okay, so if you want to have a separate device for wireless connectivity, you can buy access point. It will be available in the market, no problem. Imagine that the router which you are having doesn't have a capability to this is your network, imagine. Okay, and you are having a switch, you are having a router. Imagine that you don't have this router doesn't have a capability to do the function of access point. So at this case, what you will do, you will buy an access point separately and you will be connecting this access point to this switch. And if you have wireless device, you can connect this. You will be configuring Wi-Fi. Imagine I'll be configuring Jack and I'll be uh, setting the password 12345. So from this device, I'll be accessing that Jack name. See all the device. Actually, what it is happening, this name will be propagating, this access point will have the antennas, and through that antenna in the form of radio waves, it will be propagating to surroundings. So your mobile device will catch that, and your mobile device will start showing the name, Wi-Fi name, Jack. Okay, then you will do what? You will click on this Wi-Fi and it will be asking you the password. You will be providing the password, and every device will be connected to the Wi-Fi. Okay, this is what? Access point. It's used to connect the device wirelessly. So these are the networking devices available, and WLC is also there. Imagine that if there is a large number of imagine access point will give you some range. For example, if you are getting a range of 50 meter, so after that it will not show you in your mobile, right? So your company will do what? You will be fixing another access point, means another access point in all the area. Means, see, imagine that this signal will be lasting here. So here the signal is not there. So your company will be placing another access point here, and it will be providing the Wi-Fi signal up to some areas. After that, the company will fix another one. So there would be a large number of access point depending on the size of the or manpower of the companies. So if there is large number of access point, imagine there is 100 access point in your company. So if you want to control all these access point, you have to go to each and every access point. Imagine that if you want to configure the this wireless name and security, you have to access all the access point and configure. It is a hectic task, not a simple task. If there is 500 access point, so you will have another device that is known as WLC, centralized device, wireless LAN controller. You can bring all your access point into this WLC, and you can access your wireless network. Means you can control every access point by accessing this single WLC, that is wireless LAN controller. Got it right,
Oh, yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let me move to next slide. These are the devices which we explained so far, like LAN card, wired, wireless, hub, switch, firewall. This is Palo Alto. I told you there are different vendors available
Yes.
in this firewall. Okay, like Palo Alto, FortiGate, and all. And this is router, and this is access point. Now we are moving to next topic, IP addressing. So I told you this is known as what? Logical addressing. Okay, we should be having a number. If you want to have a communication between the devices, we should have a numbering system. Okay. See, cable connectivity should be there. Apart from that, we should be having a numbering system. That numbering system is known as IP address. Like, if you are having a name, I am also having a name, like that, there would be numbering system, because the computer cannot understand names and all. Okay, so that numbering system is known as what? IP
IPs.
address or logical address. So to configure IP address, you have to keep in mind some points. We are talking about that points. So I need to have a complete focus on this topic. I
Yes.
need your attention. 10 points
This
to
is, yeah,
keep in
I'm
mind.
there.
Okay, 10 points to keep in mind before assigning IP address. Okay. Its first point. Okay, first point, it's a there are 10 points you should keep in your mind. The first point is we are discussing IPv4 now. We have two type of addressing, IPv4 and 6. Okay, so we are discussing 4 now. The first point is IPv4. It's a 32-bit address. Logic. It's a 32-bit address which will be representing in decimal format. This is the first point, represent in decimal. If you didn't get in any point of time, you just want to inform me, okay, 32-bit address and which will be represented in decimal format. And this 32-bit address will be divided into 4 octet. Octet means what? 1 octet means 8 bit. Okay. 1 octet means 8 bit.
Yep.
Okay. Now, which means what? It's a 32-bit address representing decimal format divided into 4 octets. So, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 octet. First octet. This is second octet. Third octet. Fourth octet. So, each octet will be having 8 bit, right? So, total of 8, 16, 24, 32. This is the first point you have to keep in mind. That is,
Yes.
it is 32-bit address and divided into 4 octet. Now, and one more thing, it will be each octet will be separated with a dot. First point is what? It is a 32-bit address and this 32-bit address is divided into 4 octets. Each octet will be having 8 bit and each octet will be separated by a dot. Okay. Now, this is the first point. I hope you got this. Now, second
Yes.
point. Okay. I think it's better to use paint so that I can no problem. Okay, the second point I'm going to. The first point is what? The first point is 8-bit octet, first octet, second octet, third octet, fourth. Each octet will be having 8-bit, 8-bit, 8-bit separated by a dot. Now, second point. Okay, total of 32-bit. Second point is each octet will be having a minimum value of 0 and a maximum value of 255. Each octet will be having a minimum value of 0 and a maximum value of 255. Okay, which means what? Minimum value 0. I told you each octet will be having 8 bit. Minimum value 0 means all the bit will be, see, bit can be either 0 or 1. You know that. It can represent either 0 or 1. So, if the minimum value each object will be having minimum value. When it will become minimum value, all the bit will be 0. Images, okay. So 8-bit, I will be representing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 6, 7, 8. So all the 8 bits are value, sorry, 0. So at that time, what would be the decimal value of this binary? How to find out the decimal value? I hope you know this trick, like 2 raised to 0 into 0 will be taken like 0, 1, 2, sorry.
Yeah,
It's
4, 8,
4,
16,
okay.
32,
Very good,
64,
very good.
128. Yes,
What is, what is your
I can
major?
get that. Yeah.
Okay, okay. You completed a degree, right? Major means your education, Jack.
A little bit. I went to college for criminal justice, but somehow I ended up in IT. So I'm about to
Okay,
start school for cyber and network systems too.
okay,
So
okay.
there's a lot going on.
Okay, no
But
problem.
this is more for
Okay,
work though too.
okay. This you know that so 2 raised to 0 into 0, then 2 raised to 1 into this 0, then 2 raised to 2 into 0 up to 2 raised to, sorry, 2 raised to 248. This is the decimal value, you are right only, but I'll be like, you know, each and every position I'll be naming like 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 2 raised to 2 into 0, 2 raised to 3 into 0, 2 raised to 4 into 0, 2 raised to 4 into 0, 2 raised to 5, 2 raised to 6 into 0, 2 raised to 7 into 0. You are right only, 2 raised to 7 means 128. Okay, 2 raised to 6 means 64. That is the values, right? 0, 1, 2, 4, like that. That is the decimal value. But calculation is like this, 2 raised to 1. You got it right? What I'm saying is,
Yes. This
okay.
part I
So
do.
what would
Yes.
be the answer for this? If I multiply any number with 0, the number will be 0 only. 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0. That is, it is saying that we'll be having a minimum value of 0. Okay, when all the 8 bits are 0, you will be getting an answer 0. That is the minimum value. And it says that maximum value 255. When it will be the maximum? 8 bit. When 8 bit will be the maximum, all bit will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. There are only two possibility, either 0 or 1. If it is minimum means all the bits should be 0. If it is maximum means all the bits should be 1. Am I right or not, Jack?
Yes, because you added them all up together.
Yeah, now again, you have to find the decimal value corresponding to this binary. 2 raised to 0 into, sorry, same, 1 into 2 raised to 0 or 2 raised to 0 into 1, 2 raised to 1 into 1, 2 raised to 2 into 1, 2 raised to 3 into 1, 2 raised to 4 into 1, plus 2 raised to 5 into 1, plus 2 raised to 6 into 1, plus 2 raised to 7 into 1. This is what? 2 raised to 0 into 1, 1. Any integer which has like, 0 on the top, it will be 1 into 1 plus 2 raised to 1 means 2 into 1. 2 raised to 2 means 4 into 1 plus 2 raised to 3. 8 into 1 plus 16 into 1 plus 32 into 1 plus 64 into 1 plus 128 into 1. So calculate this 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 16 plus 32 plus 64 plus 128. 3, 7, 15, then 31, 63, 127 plus 128. 255. Am I right? So maximum value is what?
255.
255. Minimum value is 0. That is, it is
Yeah.
the second point is each and every object will be having a minimum value of 0 and a maximum value of 255. So all the octet number will be in between this 0 to 255, 0 to 255, 0 to 255. It can be any number between this. Okay, this much you got, right? First and second point.
Yes.
Okay, now we move to third point. IP version 4 is divided into it divided into 5 classes. Okay. There are certain teams like IANA, Internet Assigned Numbering Authority. They are they developed this IP address and all. So they divided this IP address into 5 classes. Okay. So the third point is IPv4 divided into 5 classes. Class A, class B, class C, class D, and class E. Okay, how we can identify an IP address is class A, B, or C, or D, or E. There are certain numbering system like, if your first octet, if your first octet lies between these numbers 0 to 126, it will be class A. I'll be asking you 1 second. From 128 to 191, it would be class B. From 192 to 223, class C. From 224 to 239, class D. 242 to 255, class E. Okay, let me ask you questions. Okay. Imagine that I told you that each octet value would be between 0 and 255, right? So, and each octet will be separated by a dot. So, let me take a number 23 dot. This is the value which belongs like between 0 and 255. I'll be taking another value. This also lies between 0 and 255. Another value I'll be taking is also lies between 0 and 255, and another value I'll be taking is also lies between 0 and 255. This is a valid IP, right? Every number lies between the 0 and 255. Am I right, Jack?
Yes.
Okay, now my
Yeah.
question is, this IP belongs to which class? How you can identify? You just want to check the first octet. First, if the first octet value is
Class
between this
A.
number 0 and 126, if the first octet value between this number, it will be class A. If the first octet lies between this number, it will be class B. If this value belongs to this number, it will be class C. And if this value, okay, belongs to this class D, class C. So this one is what?
Class A.
Class C. Very good. Now let me take another example. One, this one.
Class C. It's our home.
Yes, you are right. Now I'll take another one. This one,
Class D.
class. This is
Oh, nope.
222.
That's 222. That's Class C still.
But here, this IP is having one problem. Can you check it?
222.
Can you
Oh,
identify
there is
anything?
there.
Second octet, the value is what?
it's over 255.
250. So this is not a valid IP. Okay, you cannot assign this IP. So you just want to take care like this. Okay, while saying the answer. So because I told you that each and every object belongs to, or each and every object lies between this number only. Okay, so this one
Got it.
is not a valid IP, and I'm giving you another example that is 31.222.11.68. This one,
31. So that would be class D.
yes, very good. Now, okay, now if it start with 245, it will be class B. So this point also you got it, right? 3 points, you got it. So the
Yes.
fourth point we are going to discuss. The fourth point is first object of IP address always define the class. That is what we have seen just now. Okay, first object of an IP address always define the class. I told you that we just want to check the first object. By checking first object, you can identify the IP address belongs to which class, right? If it is first object is lies between 0 and 126, the class would be A. If it is between 128 and 191, it would be like class B. So you just want to check the to find the class, you just want to check the first object. Okay, by checking the first object, you can say the classes. Okay, you don't want to check second, third, and fourth object to define or to say the class. You just want to check only the first object. By checking that, you can say that this is class A, this is class B, like that.
Okay.
And the fifth point is we can only use class A, class B, and class C IP address. If you want to assign an IP address to the devices, you can only use class A, class B, and class C. You cannot use class D and you cannot use class E. Class D is used for multicasting purpose and it is already reserved by IANA, the team who is providing the IP address or who developed the IP address. They did what they are reserved certain range of IP address like class D and class E. We cannot assign that IP address to the system. We can our devices. We can assign only class A, B, and C IP address. Okay, which means what? You can assign. I'm asking you certain question. Can I assign this number or not? For example, Mm, can I assign this IP? It's valid or not? This is which class, Jack?
That's A, right?
A, and it is valid, right? 1.1.1.1.
Yes.
So I'll be asking the next question to you, 230.10.19.24. This one, can I assign to a device? This is
No.
which class? Class
That's
D,
D.
right? Yes, very good.
Yes.
Okay, you cannot assign to the devices, and even we can assign this or not. This
No, that's the
no. This
reserved
is
spot that they talk about.
class E. Okay, this class D and
E.
class E
Mm-hmm.
are already reserved by IANA. Okay, for the research purpose and multicasting. Class E, they are using this IP address for research purpose. And class D, they are using this IP for
Yes.
multicasting. Okay. So we can use class A, B, and C. Okay, I can show you even in my laptop. Okay, let me assign some IP to that my LAN card. I'm going to assign. I told you we will be assigning the IP address to the LAN card. Okay, so I'm going to take my. I am going to access my LAN card. We can do. See, either you can go to the control panel and we will be having two options. If you want to access that LAN card by using shortcut, just using a command mcpa.cpl and enter,
Mhm.
you will have this page. Okay, network
Mhm.
connection page. Hmm?
Yes, I use the shortcut too, the run
You know
shortcut to
that,
get to
right?
there. Yes. Hmm.
Okay, okay. So if I'm going to provide or I'm going to assign the IP address right now, imagine that if see I'm trying to assign a class E IP address. For example, from 191 to 223 class C, I'm going to assign, I'm going to, or I'm trying to provide an IP address starting from 224. What it is saying?
Oh, it's not valid.
224 is not valid entry. You can see that screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, please specify a value between 1 and 223, which means what? 223 means class C. Okay, up to class C you can use. That is what I said in the fifth point. We can only use class A, B, and C IP address to assign an IP to the networking card, or LAN card. Imagine, so I'm going to assign 245. It is saying not a valid entry. Okay. So we have proven that, right? The fifth point. So you can use class A, B, and C IP address. And the sixth point, fifth, see till now it's clear, right? IP address points.
Yes.
Okay, now the sixth one is each and every class having unique subnet mask. Each and every class will be having a unique subnet mask, which means what? There is a predefined, it's a predefined subnet mask. Okay. That means, for example, see each IP address or each class, there would be a predefined subnet mask. For example, class A, what is the subnet mask of class A? 255.0.0.0. And what it is representing, I'll teach you right away. 1 second. Class B, this is default subnet mask. We are not going to give this. By default, the developer has set this subnet mask. Okay, like this is for class B, and for class C, it is okay. This is the predefined. And why do we need this? I will explain you. Predefined subnet mask. Okay, now this point also you have to note it down. That is, each class would be having a predefined subnet mask. That is, for class A, it will be 255.0.0.0, and class B, it will be 255.255.0.0, and class C, it would be 255.255.255.0. And the next, I think you will have some confusion regarding this. I will come to that point. And class D and class E, it is, I told you that we cannot assign that. That is why subnet mask is also not applicable for this. So we are not
Right.
going to assign this IP. Okay, so
Okay.
class A, B, and C, we will have a predefined subnet mask. Now, what is this subnet mask and why do we need this? Okay, subnet mask represent what? That is what we are going to discuss now. For example, class A. Okay, class A. See, subnet mask divided subnet mask. divided the IP address. Subnet mask divides the IP address into two parts, network part, network ID, and host part, and network part. So subnet mask, this one divides the IP address into two parts. For example, I am having an IP address. I am taking an IP address. This is an IP, right? Valid IP, right?
Yes.
This is which class?
A.
What is the subnet mask for this IP?
That is 255.0.0.0 because it only
Oh,
has 8 bits.
okay. So this 255 represent what? Network part. So this is the network part, and 0, this part represent host. Okay, host part, this is network part. I will come to that point again, and I'll be taking another class, that is this is which class, Jack?
C.
And subnet mask.
255.255.0.
Okay, so this three part would be network part, right? Network part. See, wherever you have 255, this 3 octet network. If here you have 255 in first octet, so this part, network part, 0, wherever you are having 0, that part would be host part of an IP address. Now, what would be network part and host part? You will have that confusion, I think. So this is that, okay, this is the point clear, right? The wherever you will be having 255, that part would be, that octet part would be network part, and the
Host part.
part which is having 0 value, that would be host part, right?
Yes.
Okay, that
Okay.
is now host subnet mask divides IP address into two part, network ID, or you can say network part, host ID, or not host part. In subnet mask, 255 represent the network part and 0 represent the host part. Okay. Now this is the important point. To create a network ID should be same and host ID always unique. Okay, what it means, what does it mean? To create a network, this is the important point you have to keep in mind. Whenever you want to create a network, network part, network part should be same. Find the way. അവർ താത്തിക്കോട്ടെ നിറമ്പോ sorry Jack.
Oh, no, you're good.
Okay, to create a network, I was talking in my mother tongue. Okay, so to create a network part should be what I said, same, right?
Should be the same. Yes.
And host part should be unique. Now you will understand everything. Which means if you want to create a network, I have a network. Okay, I have a network means I'm having such centralized device. I'm having different devices connected to this centralized device. Now I'm going to provide the IP address to each and every device. So this is a network. So to create a network, I told you that the physically it should be connected, and logically you have to assign the IP address. That is logical address. Logically also it should be connected. That is why this point should be remembered. Network part should be same and host part should be unique. Okay, I'm taking a IP address. Tell me the subnet mask of this IP.
255, 255, 255.0.
Okay, right. So this part will be network, this part will be host. So what I said, this part should be always same. If you want to create a network, this part should be always same. For example, next number is what? Host part should be unique. So the changes will occur in host part. Next part, 1. After 1, 2. And the third, 3. Third IP, fourth IP, 4. You are getting or not?
Yes, yes, oh yes.
So here, network part is what? Same, and host is varying. It's unique. So this is to create a network. Network part should be same and host part should be same. Sorry, unique. So if I want to create a network, I can assign this IP in this way. Okay, if it is class C, this 3 octet should be same always, and host part you can vary. Up to what number means it will be increasing dot 5, dot 6 up to where? Last number will be what? Dot?
255.
Yes, very good.
All
Nice.
right, yay.
Got it. Okay, so you can assign the IP address in this way. So you can give this IP 1.1 here, 192.168.1.2 here, 192.168.1.3 here. So network, you created the network and your network or your device will have the communication between each other. Okay, up to this clear, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, 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 yes. Nice to hear that. Now. How to define an IP address? How to define an IP address? Now the next thing is what? How to define an IP address means first octet. I told you that each and every octet lies between 0 and 255,
55.
right? Okay. 0 to 255, first octet and separated by a dot, 0 to 255. You are getting noise now, Jack?
Am I getting noise?
No, not your voice. I'm asking you, my voice is having any noise or not?
Oh, no, you're good. It's
Good,
clear.
right? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. So each and every octet will be having a value between 0 and 255. And how to define an IP address means first octet. I told you that first octet define the classes and we can use only class A, B, and C to assign an IP address, right? If you want to assign an IP address, you can use the value between class A and class C. That means 0 to 223. But 0, see 0 also you cannot use. It doesn't have any values. That is why 1 to 223. The first octet,
Yeah.
it will be 1 to 223 because class, you know that D and E already reserved for some other purposes. But here from second, third, fourth, you can use this value like second octet, you can use 0 to 255, no problems. Third octet, 0 to 255, and fourth octet, you can use 0 to 255. Okay, so I can assign this IP. I'm asking you, this IP is valid or not valid IP?
Is that the last one? Is that 2552 or is that 256?
254.
254.
Valid, right?
Yes.
Yes, you are right. Now, imagine that I'm giving you that 234.252.250. Is this valid or not?
No, because that's a class D at the first octet.
First octet is class D, right?
Yes.
So it is not valid. So you got this point also. Mm, so you have to define the classes. So C0, if you try to assign the IP address with a value 0, imagine that see, I'm trying to give the value 0. Is saying that 0 is not a valid entry. Please specify a value between 1 and 223. Okay, let me give a value like 223. Sorry, not subnet mask here. I'll be giving a value like 223.255.255. Okay, dot 254. So
Yes.
I'll show you something that I can assign. This is a value. If I press the tab in my keyboard, see, it will automatically inject the subnet mask here. I didn't add this manually. The moment I assign the IP address and I press the tab, so it automatically add the subnet mask. This is which subnet mask?
Class C.
Yes, very good. Okay, so which means what? These three octet are network part. This is
That's class C as well, which is valid.
host part, right?
Oh,
I'm
the last
asking
one,
you,
yes. The first yeah, the first three is the network, and then the last
yes,
is the last octet host.
yes, very good. Now it's also clear. First octet value lies between 1 and 223. Second octet 0 and 255. Third 0 and 255. Fourth 0 and 255. Now maximum number of IP address in one network of any class. Okay. Let me take a class. This is which class, Jack?
C.
C, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the next value will be how it will be. Tell me that next IP address in this class.
192.168.1.1.
Very good. 192.168.1.2, 192.168.1.3, 192.168.1.4, 192.168.1.5, 192.168.1.6, and it will be going again and again. Then once it would be reaching to 255. The next value, next changes will occur where? See here it completed. The next changes would be here 2.0. But if it see 2 dot means this and this network part is different. Changes, right?
Yeah.
So this is another network, not the same network. That is why I told you to create a network. Network part should be same and host part should be unique. This is a network, but this one is not the same network. It would be another like 192.168.2.1, 192.168.2.2. Changes will occur here. Network part. This is another network. Got it right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So see, if you have a network, you can assign this any IP to your device. If you assign one IP from this and one IP from this, which means different network, it will not communicate. Okay.
No. Yes.
If you want to have a communication, you should use IP address from the same network. It will communicate means if you, for example, I'll be asking you that here I'll be giving 1.1, here I'll be giving 1.5. It will work or not?
Yes, yes.
Okay, it will, I will be giving 1.1 here, here I will be giving 2.5. Work or not?
No, two different networks.
No, different network, but router, if we have a router here, router is used to communicate between different network. So through this router you can communicate. But I am not going to that now. Okay, so I'm asking
Yeah.
that direct question. Okay, no problem. Okay, your answer is right only. We cannot communicate. So is also clear, right? So
Yes.
how many IPs will be there in one class C network? This is one class C network. How many IP address I'll be getting here? 0 to
So
255 means total how many IPs would be there in this class C network?
254?
Answer is right
No.
only, but answer right, but here I'm asking you how many IPs will be getting. Total
Oh,
250, 0 to
255.
255 means 256. Start from 0 and 255. So it
Oh,
will
that's
be,
right. There's
the
two.
count will be
Okay,
256.
that's
Okay.
right. You just can't use two of them. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
this
right.
0 and 255, including 0 and 255, it will be 256.
56. Okay, that's right.
Okay. Now, so in class C, 256 IP would be there. Minus 2, why it is minus 2? I'll be discussing right now. The See, you told me that 254, right? 254 is the right answer, means we will be getting valid IP 254, but total IP will be getting 256. Why? Because this first IP will be representing the network IP of this network.
Right, that's right. Okay.
Okay, this is network IP, and this one is the broadcast IP of this network. Last IP will be broadcast, and first IP would be network
Network.
ID, to represent the network ID. If I want to represent this network, I will be representing like this 1.0, as it is a class C, which means what? 3 octet is network, 24 bit is network, right? Subnet mask is 255.255.255.0, means this much part, network part, right? This is host part. Am I right, Jack?
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
network part means total how many bits?
24.
24. So it will be representing a network like this 192.168.1.0/24. So I'll be using the first IP as a network IP. Here, if I want to represent this network, I'll be representing like this 168.2.0/24. Right or not?
Yes.
Okay, so first IP always you will be used to represent the network IP or network ID. And the last will be for broadcast. Is for broadcast, okay. Got it right? So let me try to assign the first IP and last IP to the card, network LAN card. So would it take, Jack? Would it take or
Do
not,
what?
Jack? I'm asking you, I'm trying to assign the IP, the first IP, for example,
Yes.
the network IP
It
of
should, yeah.
a network. It will be taking or not?
The first one. No, no, not the first
No.
one.
Okay, I did this and I am going to
Yes.
press
That's good.
OK. It is saying that combination of IP address and subnet mask is invalid.
Invalid. Nope.
Got it right. And I'm trying
Yep.
to access the last one. Again, it will be
255. Yeah.
okay.
Nope.
Showing the same. It is broadcast IP.
Yes. So now.
Jack, you confused?
No. I'm good. I'm sorry. I'm just talking to myself.
Okay. 0 and 255. If you need a break, let me know. We can have a break, no problem. Okay, it's as per your convenience, I'll be taking the classes. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Do you have like a break schedule, or is it just whenever we want a break, we just say, hey, that I have a break, or
Okay. Okay, so first IP and last IP we cannot assign. Okay, I can assign that from 1 to, if I assign this IP, it will be taken from 1. Even I can assign to 54. It will be taken there. Okay, from 1 to 254, you can use any number, no problem. Right. I think there is morning right now, right? We have night time here, 10 o'clock night.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's 12:20 here. I'm in Florida in the United
12
States.
in the afternoon, right?
Yeah, it's 12:20.
Here it is night 10.
Oh,
No
wow.
problem, we'll continue. Okay, so I'll be continuing today classes till 3:30, right? Your time will be, I don't know. If you are getting bored, please let me know. If you are getting any, if you need time or if you need any break, okay, whatever it is, you can ask me. Okay.
Okay.
Now we completed 9 points. So in C class, you will be getting how many IPs?
254.
Okay, now we can move to class B. Class B, take any class. For example, this is a class B IP, right?
Yes.
Okay, what is the subnet mask corresponding to this?
255, 255.0.0.
Very good. Now, mm, imagine that this is, see, I take this value 25167 255.255.0.0. First part, I start from 0, okay? Because I just want to count how many IPs are there in one class B network. So the first value will be what? 0 dot. First changes will happen in this last octet.
1.
Am I right?
Yes.
16.0.2 is 72.16.0.3, then 172.16.0.4, then it will move till 0.255. Then changes will come where? This octet, right? See here 255 maximum. Now we cannot change the value here. So the changes next changes will come here, means 1.0. Jack, you can follow me.
I'm following.
Hello, Jack.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm following.
Yeah, okay. See, once your last octet value became 255, the changes will occur in third octet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So this will move like this 1.1, then 1.2 up to 1.255.
255.
Again, the changes will come here 2.0, then 2.1 up to 172.16.2.255. Then change will come 16.3.0 up to 3.255. Now 4.0 up to 4.255. And now after going like this, it will reach a point where the third octet also became 255 and fourth became 255. Now the changes will occur where? Here, right? 172.17.0.0. But if the changes occur here means what? It changed the
Network.
network. Very good. So how many IP I will be getting in this network? From here to here. How many IP would be there? The last octet, how many IPs? 256. Okay. Last octet 0 to 255. Total 256. Again, third octet also changing from 0 to 256. So total will be 256 into 256. How much it would be?
Oh, what is that? 65 something.
Take
Where's
the
my calculator?
Yeah, I'm using the calculator. No problem. 256 into
65. Yeah,
256.
65,536. That's right.
Oh, without calculator, you say that?
Oh, I did it with the calculator on my phone.
Okay, 65,536. Okay. So first and last IP would be what? First IP would be network ID and last would be
Host.
broadcast.
Oh, the broadcast 255. Okay.
So minus
yeah.
2. Total valid IP 65,534.
34.
Okay. This is for if you use class B, you will be having an IP address total of 65,530. Imagine your company is having only 200 employees. So which class you will be using? Tell me your opinion, in your perspective, which class you would be taking. We don't want to waste the IP address, so which class you can take here to have the minimal wastage of IPs.
How many do we need?
250. I need only 200 IP address.
Oh, so that would be class C.
Yes,
Network
because class C,
192, right?
we will be getting 250 for IPs. So my requirement can be fulfilled by using the class C IP address because class C will be providing you 254 IP addresses. Okay, your requirement is only 200. Okay, next question. If imagine I need 1000 IP address. Okay, which class I would be taking?
You need 1,000 IP addresses. Class B?
Class B, because class C can provide only 254 IP address. So we will be using class B IP address. So you got it right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So next class is what? I will be
Class
taking
C.
a class, no, class C and class B completed. So I'll be taking class A. See, we have find that how many IPs in class C and class class B network, right? Now I'm going to find how many IPs we will be getting in class A network.
A
Am I
lot.
right, Jack?
Yeah. It'll be a lot.
Okay. So whenever you feel sleepy, just let me know. We'll be stopping at that point. And we can take a break and wash the more face and come
Yeah.
back. No problem. So
Okay, I was gonna
this
say
is
we could take a break at like 12:30 to do lunch and come back and like at 1 o'clock,
at,
like 30 minutes, or is that too long?
at what time, Jack? Tell me.
At
Friday,
12:30 to 1, is that too long?
12:30 to 1 means my time is what? So here it is now. From now on, how many times you means? see now here 10 o'clock. So after 30 minutes you are asking, or
Yeah, because it's 12:30 here. So if you wanted to finish this up and then I could do
so
lunch right quick
see
and then come right back.
do one thing. We can finish the IP addressing and we can take the break. That would be better.
Hey, yeah,
Okay,
that sounds
okay.
good.
Yeah, now I take a class A IP. Okay, class A. This is class A, right? And what is
Yes.
that subnet mask?
255.0.0.0.
So it means this part is, see,
Network.
Jack, I am having a call. Let me take that.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, just 1 second. Jack, sorry. Okay.
No, it's okay. We're good.
So we are work. Okay. Now this is class A. So changes would be where? First changes will occur in last object, right? 1. If there is any mistake made by me, if I made any mistake, just let me know. You just want to watch this. Okay.
Okay.
Am I right, Jack?
Yes.
Okay. 255. Then next changes would be in third octet.
0.1.0.
0.1.1, 10.0.1.2 up to 10.0.1.255. Then again changes will occur like 10.0.2.0, then up to 2.255. Then again this object also will become 255. I'm writing that here 10.0.1. At this point it will be become, at one point it reaches at this address, and again the changes will occur in third octet. Okay, Jack. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 10.1.0.2 up to 10.1.0.255. Then it would be like 10.1.1.0. Then it would be like 10.1.1.255. And again it would be like once it reaches 10.1.255, 255, the changes will occur the third object 2.0.0, 10.2.0.1. Then again it will reach 255, 255, and finally it would reach 255, 255, 255. Right or not? Same network, right? All are same network. Why this is called? Why? How you can say that this is single network? Tell me the reason, Jack.
Of why what is it?
Why we call it as a network? This one, same network. Means network part is same. It is
First.
not
Oh, yeah.
changing. It
Oh,
is
that's
not
what you mean.
changing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It is not changing, but host part is keep on changing till this value. So total how many IP? The last octet 256 into third octet 256. Sorry, third octet and second octet also changes are there. 256 into 256 into 256. How many? It would be,
Like
I cannot read that
16
number.
million. I think it's 16,777,216. So
Okay.
it'd be 14 then, right?
Yeah, that number of IP address would be getting in a single network if you use class A range. Okay. So -2 would be there because you know that first and last IP cannot use.
Right. No
So
network and no broadcast.
no broadcast and no network. So let me calculate it. 256 into 256 into 256, this much value. Okay. 1,067,77,000. This is a rate like that? I don't know.
No, it should be 16 million. So it should be 16 comma 777 comma 216.
Okay. Anyway, we have that much IPs. Okay. And
Yeah, a lot.
so I can represent all that IPs here. Like class A, we will be having class A, sorry, class C would be getting 254. Class B will be getting 65,534. Class A in single class A network, you will be getting this much IP. You can read this. Okay. So these are the IPs you will be getting in each and every network corresponding to different classes. Imagine that your company is having 1 lakh user. Which class you will be using? Jack,
Are you asking me which one?
our company is having 1 lakh employees. This much, 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh. This much employees. So which class IP address I will be assigning to the company, or I will be
Class
using for the
A.
company? Class?
Class A.
Very good. Okay. So you got this ninth point. Also, you got this. And see, now we calculated all these things by using like without formulas. By using the formulas also, you can calculate the same thing. How many IPs are there by using, for example, class C, I can use the formula to find out that valid IP. Like, if I want to find out this value by using formulas, I'll be using 2 raised to n minus 2. N means, sorry, 2 raised to s minus 2, which means number of host bit. If I use class C, how many host bit is there? Class C. How many network bits are there for class C?
8. 24. I lied. 24.
24. How many host bit?
24 for class C.
Okay, 24 network bits. Host bit I'm asking. Total 32 bit. This network bit you'll be using 24 bit. How many bits remaining for host part? Check. IP
1.
address will be having 32 bit total address.
Oh, that's what you,
And
okay.
network bit, it is what? 24 bit. So
24.
remaining this host part, this is how many bit would be there?
I'm not interpreting it right.
No problem, Jack. See, I'll clarify that. I'll clear that. See, IPv4 will be having total of 32 bit.
Oh, so it'd
Means,
be 8
yeah,
though at the end?
yeah, 8. You're right. So see, this is the decimal number. You will be converting this to a binary number. Each object will have 8 bit. Okay. You know that 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 total 32 bit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
now here the subnet mask is 255.255.255.0, which means this 3 octet. 3 octet means 24 bit will be using for network,
Yeah.
and the remaining this one is what? 1 octet. 1 octet means 8 bit. 8 bit is using for host. Jack, you have confusion?
Do what?
You are okay, or you get confused, or
No. I got you now. Yeah, I got you.
you got it right? This is host part.
Yes.
It will be 8
Yes.
bit. So here the formula is 2 raised to h minus 2. Means if you use class C, host bit will be how many number? 8 bit, right?
256.
Host is the number of host bit. 8 minus 2. Jack,
Yeah, I'm following. I'm listening.
so you getting confused or you are okay? Jack, I need to clarify your doubt, or I need to clear your doubt. So tell me if you are having any sort of doubt or any kind of doubt, please let me know. Now I am using the formula to find out the same values. Okay, see, by using calculators and all, or by using our mind, we have find out the numbers. But if you want to use the formula, you can use that. That is 2 raised to h minus 2, where h represent the host bit. If you use class C, host bit would be 8. Am I right, Jack?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so 2 raised to 8 means what would be the value? 256 minus 2,
Good, so
254.
254.
Okay, now tell me the class B. Tell me. 2 raised to h minus 2. H is what? How many bits in class B for host?
Or
First,
16.
yes. Great. So 2 raised to 16 means
65,
65,536
right.
minus 3. Okay.
And then 2 to 24 minus 2.
Yes, class A, right?
Yes.
2 raised to 24 minus 2. That would be minus 2. This value would come here. 212. Okay. Sorry, 214. By using formula also you can find out. Okay, this is the 9th point. Now last one. Last point you have to remember while configuring the IP address. IP address can be divided into two: private IP and public IP. The
Yeah.
total, how many valid IP will be there in IP4 total network scheme? If I check that, total number of IP4 valid IPs. This is the total number of IP address which you will be getting.
Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Okay, total you will be getting this much IP. 2 raised to 32 means 32 is the bit number. You know that IP4 is having 32 bit. So total of this much IP address you will be getting. But you know, each company, for example, take the Wipro, take one of the company, Infosys. You know that Infosys, right?
You know what?
Okay, no problem. Take Microsoft. You also know that.
Yes.
Yeah,
I do know
Microsoft
Microsoft.
will be having, imagine that 2 lakhs employees. Just imagine, okay, it's not right. It would be more than that. If you check that number of employees in Microsoft, number of employees, total employees. Microsoft. 228, 2,28,000 means 228,000, right?
Yeah. So yeah, it's a lot.
So see, in world there are so many companies. It can be millions of companies will be there. And when I check that number of employees in Microsoft, I can see that 2.5 lakh employees are there, or 228,000 employees are there. So
Hmm.
imagine that if there are millions of companies in the world and each company will have this much staff, so how fast our IPv4 will get finished? See, each employee will
Fast.
need to have a device IP. Each employee will be using a laptop and he will be having one mobile phone or the smartphone. Okay, so every devices need an IP to have the communication, right? So how
Yes.
fast our IPv4 will get finished if all the company using all the company would be having this much employees. So Ayana did what, Ayana divides IP address into two parts, public and private. Okay, because of that Ayana divides the IPv4 address. That point clear, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Ayana divides. Now what will happen, Ayana divides IP address into two, private IP and the second is public IP. Now Ayana say that any companies can use private IP. Okay, private IP you don't want to pay, you can use free of cost, and they define some range for private IPs. For example, in class A, they defined a range 10.0.0 to 10.255.255. Inside the company, Ayana said that you can use this IP address inside your company, no problem. You don't want to pay the amount? Okay, you can use this IP free of cost. And they would be assigning a private range for class B also 172.16.0.02, 172.31.255.255. Also, they would be assigning private range for class C 0.02.192.168.255.255. See, apart from this address, all the addresses are public. You have to pay the amount to buy that IP address. But here they have given you some ranges of IPs. You can use anywhere in your company. You don't want to pay the cash. Okay, it is free of cost. Okay,
Interesting.
okay. Now this, this is, but this cannot be used in, this should not use in public network. Means this IP you can use only in your LAN network inside the company. Because see why they divide, see if they didn't divide, so all the IPv4 will get finished very fast. So they identified that, so that they recognize those problems. So they did what? They divide the IP address into two, and they have assigned or they have defined some private range IP address to use inside the company. Okay, for example, there is Microsoft. So Microsoft is having 228,000 employees. So which IP they can use? Tell me. Which range? Which range? Class A, B, C.
Class A.
Class A. Okay. IBM is also having, or Google is also having 50,000. So Google will use what? Class
Class A. Class
A.
A as
Okay.
well.
Okay. So everybody can see this. Google can also use this network. And Microsoft also use the same network, and even another company. There are so many companies are there in the world, so everybody can use this network. Those who are having an employee number greater than 65,000, they can use the class A with the same range, because this IP will not go outside. So these, for example, Microsoft employees, this is Microsoft Office. Imagine that there are 228,000 employees. So each device will be using this network. Okay. 10.1.1.0 means, sorry, 10.0.0.0/8 means what? 8-bit network. This is class A. Subnet mask is what? 255.0.0.0. 8-bit
Yes.
network. 8/8. So Microsoft, they will be using 10.0. Even Google also, they can use the same range 10.0.0.0/8, because this is used in inside the network. This Microsoft using their inside network, not for outside. Outside ISPs and all, you cannot use this private range. Okay, these private trains cannot traveling through the public network. It would be only inside. Now what happened? See, before the company, see, the Microsoft is having 228,000 and Google is having 250,000. So total of how many IPs would be lost? Here it would be like, 250,500,000 IP lost. If there are millions of website, sorry, millions of company, all IPv4 will get used. Now the same range companies are using. So only wastage means this only. There is only the wastage of, for example, 228,000 only. Means same IPs are using both the company IP range. Again, another company can also use this range. Another also use this range. So the IPv4 will not be completed soon, means it it will not complete fastly. Okay, got it, Jack, or not?
Yes. Yes.
Right, right. So
Yes.
because this private network will not traveling through the public, so any company can be use this private IP for their private network. No problem, because this IP will not traveling to the outside. This IP cannot travel. ISP will block this all this private range. Okay, ISP will not carry this traffic with the IP this range. ISP will block that. If someone trying to send
Okay.
private IP into public network, ISP will not allow, will block. Okay, which means anybody can use this private range in their private network. So that
Okay.
IPv4 also will become stable. So it will not get finished. Means it will be finished, but as before it was getting finished very fast. But now after that division of private and public, it will last more. Okay.
Okay.
But still, IPv4 is almost getting finished. Now IPv6 has been introduced, because,
Yeah.
even in public, other, apart from this, all IPs has to be purchased by the customers and all. Okay, imagine, see, company, if this, I'll clarify one thing that this is a small company. We are having 10 devices, and I'm using this 192 dot this network. Okay, class C network will be getting 254 valid IP, and I'll be connecting, there is a modem, and I'll be connecting to ISP. Imagine this is my network. So if I need an internet connection, I need to have a public IP here. Without public IP, I cannot go to the internet. For example, this is a public, right? This is private or public?
The one on top?
This one.
Yeah, that's the one that you get from your ISP, right? That's the one that you do not want anybody to know.
Yeah, means we have a private range which will be 10.0.02. It will be in this range. But this one this one not belongs to this range. So this will be public IP. Right.
Okay.
So if any offices need internet connection, they should have a public IP at this interface. See, if this guy want to go outside, he has to use a public IP. Without public IP, he cannot go outside. I told you that this guy can communicate between each other, but outside, if this guy want to go outside, he want to use a public IP. Without public IP, he cannot go outside. Jack, clear?
I'm here. Yeah.
No, you are there, but I'm asking you, it's clear? Point is clear?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
yes, because I know this is where NAT will soon come into play.
Okay. Now,
Slowly but surely.
private and public and are divided into public and private, and there are certain range which has been defined by IANA for private IPs. That is this one we have already written there, and APIPA also. This is the automatic private IPC. If your device doesn't have an IP address, your device itself provide you an IP address. That is APIPA. We will be discussing that, no problem. Okay, and private IP is free of cost, freeware. We can use this IP in our local area network, means private network. We cannot use this private IP in ISPs because ISP will not allow to pass this IP. Okay, it would be blocking in ISP, and we can access this IP address in our local area network. A non-routable means we cannot see this private IP in ISP's public network. I told you that it will be blocked already. So IANA defines this to reduce that means IPv4 to increase the existence of this IPv4. IANA defines some private range. Okay, you got it right. And public
Yes.
IP is it's a paid. If you want to have a public IP, you need to pay for that. That is why you are paying for your internet connection because they are giving you a public IP. So you have to pay for that. That is why you are getting without this public IP, you cannot go to the internet. Okay, every month you are paying to that service provider, right? Why? Because they are providing you a public IP to access the internet. So imagine that how many homes and how many offices are there in the world. Imagine, you just imagine that. So each houses and each office, okay, so they would be having or they would need what? An IP address. Okay, so they would be need a public IP. That is why I'm saying that this IP4 has is going to be end or has end already, and this IPv6 has been started. Got it right?
Yes.
We can use public IP in WAN side. We can access this IPC. If you are having an IP address and public IP you purchase from your ISP, and imagine that you are having a website, you are having a web, and you want to host this web into the public, or you want to provide this with web access to the public. So for that, you will be purchasing a public IP, and so that if anyone can access that web server, your web server from the public, that is what we can access this IP anywhere through internet. So if you have a public IP, if you assign that a public IP to the web server, so your web server can access from anywhere. That is why Google I can access from here, and you also you can access from your phone. So anybody can access.
Makes sense. Okay.
Okay. Okay, right?
Yes.
So
Good.
IP version, IP4 completed. Now submitting. We need to move that. So we can take a break, right?
Yes.
So far, if you have any doubts, please let me know. Or if it is clear and the way of teaching is okay, just let me know whatever it is.
Yeah, no, so far so good. I was a little lost before, but that you cleared that up. I was just
Oh,
confusing myself, so I just needed to take my time. But yes, so far,
mm. Now we are going to study about subnetting. Okay. What is subnetting? What does it mean? Subnetting means. See, here in class C, how many IPs you would be getting? You'll be getting how many valid IP in class C?
254.
54, and class B,
Six.
65,534, and class
Yeah.
A, some big numbers, whatever it is. Okay. So imagine that you are having an office or you are running a company or you are having 100 employees. 100 employees. Your company is having 100 employees. Okay. So which class you will be taking to assign the IP address?
Class C.
Class C. Okay. But here you will be getting 254 IPs, but your number of employees only 100. So 154 IP will be getting wasted. Am I right or not?
Yes.
Okay. So subnetting, why do we need subnetting means subnetting will reduce the wastage of IP. If you do the subnetting, it will help to reduce the wastage of IPs. For example, how we can reduce the wastage. That is what we are going to discuss. Okay. So by default, I'll be taking a class C range IP and I'll be getting 254 valid IP. Okay, 24 bit is used for networking, 8 bit for host. Right. Okay.
Yes.
Now, I told you that 2 raised to h minus 2 is useful to find the or is using to find the valid IP. H means host bit. How many host bits are there?
8.
Hmm?
8.
Jack, how many host bits are there in this
8
net?
or
8.
20.
So,
Oh, yeah, 8. Yeah.
yeah, you are right. Host part. I'm asking. I'm not asking about network part. So 2 raised to 56 minus 2, 254. Okay, if I imagine if I make you the host bit number of host bit as 7, how many valid IP would be getting? 2 raised to 7 means 128 minus 2, 126. Okay, see, now by default, I'll be having host bit number of host bit is 8. Imagine that I'm going to change this host bit means I'm going to change the number of host bit from 8 to 7. So this one bit from this host part, I will be giving back to network part. So host bit will be 7. So 2 raised to 7 minus 2, I'll be getting 126 and my requirement is 100. So will be wasting only 26 IPs. It is very less. You got the concept or not?
Little bit. This is where I really start to suck because I suck at math. So I'm trying to
No,
follow. I understand up until a little bit, but
I'll explain you more. Means see, okay, let me explain it again. We have a network 192.168.1.0/24 and we have a
okay.
subnet mask 255.255.255.0.
Okay.
Okay, this part is network width and this part is host part. So
Correct.
I'm
Yes.
going to make this in a binary format. See, 255 represent the network part and 0 represent the host part. Okay.
Yes.
Now I'll be changing this value into binary now. Okay. So 255 would be what? 1, 1, 1,
All
3,
ones.
4, 5, all ones, right? 6, 7, 8. Again, 1, 1, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, 1, 1, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0 means all 0. Okay. This is right. Am I right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. This part is network part and this part is network host part. Means network part, all the bit is 1, host part is all the bit is 0. Now host part is having 8 bit, network part is having 24 bit. So valid IP depends on host part. So 2 raised to h minus 2, 2 raised to 8 minus 2, 256 minus 2, 254. But my requirement is only 100 IP. Here, if I use like this, if I use a default class, so I'll be getting 254 and 154 will be getting wasted. That is clear, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now what I will do to reduce the wastage, I can do to reduce the wastage, I can do what? Subnetting. Subnetting is used to reduce the wastage. Then, okay, how we can do that subnetting? So I told you that network bit is always 1. You can see that always it is 1. So
Yeah.
I'll do what? I'll make one of the bit of host bit as 1. So this guy also will come to network part. Wherever you are having 1, that would become network part. So host part, how many bit is now in host? 7. 0 represent host, 1 represent network. This much you got or not? 2. I need to reduce the wastage. That is why I take 1 bit from host part to network part. Why? Because 2, I know that 2 raised to 8 minus 2, I'll be getting 254. If I use 7 bit as host, I'll be getting 126. So if I make host bit 7, I will be getting 126 IP only. So to make this host part 7, I'll convert 1 bit. I will use this first bit or I will convert this from 0 to 1. So I have now 7 bit for host part. This much clear or not?
Yes. Yes. I understand it this way. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Woo. Oh, this
Okay.
exam is gonna get me good. Okay.
Okay. Now we have 7 bit. So 2 raised to 7 minus 2 and we'll be having 128 minus 2, 126. Now we reduce our wastage 26. It's okay, no problem. 26 wastage, it's adjustable. So before we have 154 wastage, but now you reduce to 26. This is what we call it as subnetting. So I'll be asking you next question. Can I ask one question regarding this? So take a
Let's see.
scenario where I need 60 IP. So okay, I didn't complete this much. Leave it now. Okay, so this 24 will become what? Now we have one more bit to the network part, right?
Yes, so you
Okay,
take,
so
yeah,
it
one
will
more.
be
Yep.
become 25. And what would be the subnet mask? Here, okay, 24 bit here, okay, but one more bit came to the network. What is the value of this? You told me at the beginning, like 0, 1, 2, 4, 8,
Yes.
16, 32, 64,
64. Yeah.
128. Not 0,
Yeah.
1, 2, like that. Okay.
Yeah.
1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. So this bit value is what? Decimal value.
That one's 128. Yeah.
This, see, we convert this 0 into 1. So decimal value of this bit is
128.
yes. So this 0 will become 128. So you are having 126 bit in this network. Sorry, 126 IP in this network. This much clear or not? If it is clear,
Yes.
I'm happy.
Yeah, because then
Okay.
you add up the rest of the bits, the 64, 32, 16, and that's your remaining bits.
Yeah. This value, just take this value and add here. Because one bit is now network, right? That is why we added like this. 25 bit we have network. This 255 means all the decimal, add all the decimal value, will be getting 255. Here only last octet, only one bit you are having for network. So take the last decimal bit value, that would be 128. Okay, Jack?
Right. Yes.
Okay, Jack, my question is, I'm having 60 employees in my company. So what would be that, I mean, how many host bit I should take here, and what would be that prefix value? This is known as prefix value. Tell me how many bit I should take to get 60 IP. If I take 2
The
raised to
host bit.
7 minus 2, I will be getting 126 IP. Okay, I don't need this 126, I need now 60. So the next value 2 raised to 6 minus 2, how much I will be getting?
62.
4 minus
4,
2.
64 minus the 2. Okay.
Very good, 62. So you have to use only 6 bit. Okay, for host part. Am I right, or Jack, am I right or not?
Yes, it's for 6
Okay,
bit,
so
yeah.
you will change this value from 0 to 1. 2 bit now, 1. It will be come to network part. So this 6 bit for host. So it will be getting 62 IP. And what would be the prefix value here?
That would be the prefix. The one on top, the 19.
This value I'm asking, 25. How much it? No, not this one. I'm asking what would be the prefix value. Now, how many bits for network that is represented here?
26.
Very good. What would be this subnetting? Sorry, subnet mask.
Subnet mask.
Here the value will be changed again, right? 2 bit for
One.
network. 128 plus the second value is what? 64.
64, so
128 plus
192.
60. Very
Is that right?
good. 192.
Okay.
Got it right?
Yeah. Ugh, this one I'll work offline more on that. But yes, much more than I understood before because somebody was not explaining it that way to me. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yours
Okay.
is better.
Okay. Now, oh, yeah, I'm very excited to hear that from you. Okay. Mm, so 1.0. Now, if you want to have 60 employees, so you'll be using the value, prefix value 26, and your subnet mask would be changing to 255.192. Now, I'll be asking another question, that is, if a company is having only, see, the last time wastage will get reduced more, right? My requirement 60 and the valid IP is 62, so I'll be wasting only 2 employees. Future, there is a chances of means joining 2 more employees, so they can give that IP. Okay. So the last means last submitting, I'll be wasting only 2 IPs. Okay, now I need 25 IP, 25 IP. So what would be the host bit you can use to have the 25 IP, valid IP? Try to remember this 2 raised to
5.
formula. 5, right? 5 minus 2, it would be what? 32 minus 2,
32 minus 2,
30.
30.
So your requirement is 25. Okay, so you can use 5 host bit. So your network bit would become what? Tell me.
27.
Very good. Your this one subnet mask will become 128 plus 64 plus 32. How much?
224. 224.
Very good. So your subnet mask will become this. If you use /27, you will be getting 30 IP. Okay. Now 52, 60. If you need 10 IPs, no 10. Okay. Okay, you need 5 IPs. Tell me. Tell me completely. You have to
5
tell.
I. Okay, 5 IPs. So you would need what is that? 3
3 host bit,
3
right?
3 host bits. So 2, yeah, 2 times 5 minus.
All right, let's get started. So, it's just a very simple title, effective communication. But we're not talking about speaking English or writing polished emails. Effective communication is about being understood the way you intend to be understood. It's about ensuring that your message, whether spoken or written or even implied, is received clearly, respectfully, and with a correct tone. In the workplace, this matters more than any other skill. Do you think so too? Yes. And why do you think this is the most important skill? Um, if we can't understand each other, then it'd be hard to get anything done. Mm-hmm. So why is this the most important skill than any other skill at the workplace? No worries. Let's see. So because nearly every responsibility, whether it's managing a project, solving a conflict, leading a meeting, or giving feedback, every single step involves communication. This is why it becomes the most important skill. Do you feel aligned now? Yes. So, the very simple answer to it is that everything involves communication. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine two colleagues. One is technically brilliant but struggles to express his ideas clearly in meeting. The other is average but is technical side communicates confidently, listens well, and builds rapport. Guess who's more likely to be promoted or trusted with leadership? The second one, of course, right?
Yeah.
Because people understand the colleague, they trust her, and they feel heard by her. In today's workplace, especially with remote and hybrid models, communication challenges are increasing. We're emailing more than we're talking, and we're reading tone into Slack messages. So we're in meetings without cameras on, and all of this makes effective communication harder, but also more valuable when done well. So let's break this down. What are the core aspects of communication in the workplace? The first aspect is clarity. So, are you being able to say what you mean? Are your instructions, your feedback, your request ambiguous or unambiguous, which is they're supposed to be unambiguous. And then the tone, are your words neutral, aggressive, passive, or confident? Are you aware of how your tone is perceived? Are you listening? Are you giving others the space to express themselves? Do you hear what they're really saying? And then non-verbal signals. What is your body language saying? Sorry?
Oh, no, that was not me.
Okay. Okay. Non-verbal signals, like what is your body language trying to say during conversations? Do your expressions match your words? And then, of course, the medium of communication. Are you choosing the right channel? Some conversations belongs in person, while others belong in writing. So we'll explore each of these criteria as the day goes on. But for now, let's reflect a little. I have a couple of questions for you to think about. You can let me know. First is, of course, what are your expectations from the training, and where do you think your communication stands right now? Where do you see it going by the end of it?
Just hoping to learn new habits that create better communication skills.
Mm-hmm. Where do you think your communication skills stand right now?
Low. I've worked remotely the past 5 years.
Your voice is very feeble. Could you speak a little louder?
Oh, I was saying low, that I've worked remotely the past 5 years.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think? Uh, what do you think you'll be taking back from this training?
Little habits, like I mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm. Could you drop your email as well in the chat box? Perfect. This will help me share a couple of documents with you through the meeting. Okay. Okay. So we've talked about different types of aspects of communication in the workplace. So, do you find it easier to write than speak, or is it the other way around?
Easier to write.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the case with a lot of people. And if we're able to change that today, if it's easier for you to communicate by talking, it'll be a good job done. Do you think so?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And are you more expressive or are you more reserved when you communicate?
Reserved.
Mm-hmm. And have you ever been misunderstood at work? And would you like to describe the situation?
Yes, but not now.
Okay.
Do we use them as a gateway?
And so it's everything in like this current period. We just need to delete everything. Yeah, he hasn't put in any because he was waiting for us to delete. Okay, and I don't know if we went past the current period that we're in.
I think there's a lot of background from your side.
Yes, that's the other cubicles near me.
Is it a way we could probably switch
Okay,
up your
yeah.
seat?
So
No.
so 727 has some.
No worries. Let's see. We'll figure it out while we talk. So, how do you generally respond to feedback? And do people seek you out for guidance or explanations, or do they hesitate?
So I've only worked here almost 6 months.
Oh no, not that
feedback.
one.
I'm
Not
still
for the
learning. There's a lot of feedback.
No,
And
that's his time.
currently
So
they don't come to me for guidance since I'm new.
yeah, and it looks like that one was good, but especially prepared.
So see, all these reflections have helped us ground everything we discussed today.
Okay, and then
Now let's
also
get
it
into
looks
some
like payroll
characteristics
727,
of
89
ineffective
is the same
communication so that
thing
we
as
can
like
start
the
recognizing what to avoid. The first characteristic of ineffective communication will be vagueness. Using general or unclear language, for example, just do it properly. Um, or and then the next ineffective communication characteristic would be assumption, so assuming the other person already knows what you're referring to. Interruptions, cutting people off or finishing their sentences. Tone mismatch, saying I'm not upset in an obviously irritated tone. So all of these will disrupt your communication in a workplace. And the most, I think, important thing that we all do a lot is the overuse of jargons, using terms that confuse more than clarify. And what does effective communication look like? Being specific and direct, tailoring your message to your audience, listening without planning, and in fact, talking without planning your next sentence, and confirming understanding. For example, did that make sense, or what is your takeaway from this? And we'll practice all of this today. So to wrap up, I'll say that let's define our personal goals. uh, what would be better communication looking like for you, and what do you think are your biggest strengths in communication?
Sorry, could we go back? What was the first for ineffective?
There's a couple of them I need your approval.
Said, what would better communication look like for you?
No, what was your first characteristic of ineffective communication?
I said vagueness, for example, using general or unclear language.
Sorry, can you say that? Weakness? Is that what you're saying?
Okay.
It's VAGUENESS. Do you catch me now?
No. Sorry, can you spell that one more time?
Okay. So I asked, what do you think are your biggest strengths and weaknesses in communication? Were you able to identify them?
Strengths, I would say, would be organizing.
Okay.
All the information. Weaknesses would be speaking in person.
Weakness would be?
Speaking in person.
Okay.
So it's not.
Okay. I think, okay, one thing is, the more, because it's an effective communication trait, of course, me talking would be great for you to take in the most input, but you talking more as well would be great for me, so that I can help you improve, understand your communication, and let you know where there are gaps. I can obviously see you're a more introverted person, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, but then it'll be lovely to hear more from you so that I can help you out the most. Okay, moving on to the next slide. So, now that we've built a foundation on why communication is important, let's clear the roadmap of what we'll be covering through this training. This slide outlines the core objectives, and these are the promises the session makes you. Let's walk through them one by one. Identify 3 types of communication, examine barriers to effective communication, discuss 3 dimensions to any communication, and explain the importance of listening in the communication process. So, let's start with the first one, identifying 3 types of communication. Most people are familiar with verbal and written communication, but the nonverbal cues often go unnoticed, even though they account for the majority of meaning in many interactions. Throughout today, we'll explore examples of all three. You'll begin to notice how your own facial expressions, gestures, and posture play into your message. We'll also look at how written messages like emails can either support or completely derail the communication. The second objective is about barriers, examining barriers to effective communication. Even when we have good intentions, things can go wrong. Language differences or emotional states, physical obstacles like noise or distance, and even when cultural norms can stand in the way. Recognizing these barriers is the first step toward navigating around them. Third is something we'll dive into, the 3 dimensions to every communication: content, feeling, and meaning. These 3 layers often show up simultaneously. For example, someone might say, I'm fine, but their body language or tone tells a different story. Understanding how to decide these layers will dramatically improve how you interpret and respond to people. Lastly, we'll spend a significant amount of time on listening, because listening is the half of communication, yet often neglected. We distinguish between hearing and listening. Learn we will distinguish between hearing and listening, learn how to listen actively and empathetically, and build the skill of responding with clarity and intent. Now, here's how I'd like you to engage with the slide personally. Think of this as a workout. You'll get out what you put in. For each of these four objectives, ask yourself, how well do I currently do this? Which of these do I find the most difficult or confusing? And where would improvement create the biggest difference for me? And take a moment to rate yourself on the scale of 1 to 5 for each. Identifying types of communication, recognizing communication barriers, understanding layers of a message, and listening with purpose and focus.
Mhm.
I will, in the chat box, share this with you so that you can go through it.
Did you approve a general leave? Okay. Can you do me a favor and go on that?
Is there another slide? I just see the slide that says objectives, identify 3 types of communication.
Yeah, I've
Oh, I
shared.
see it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then what are the 3 types of communication again?
Sure. I said 3 types of communication will be verbal, written, and non-verbal.
Okay. Do you want me to speak the answers to all these, or can I write them all down?
You can say them.
For the first one, I would say is a 4.
Okay.
I don't find it difficult.
Okay.
The second
So
one.
are all in real life, right? So let's say somebody is talking to you, and let's say if the other person is standing in the room. So would you be able to identify that they're trying to communicate to you in a non-verbal way?
Yes.
These are that's how identifying types of communication makes sense.
Great.
Okay, so I think 4 for the first one. Then
And the second one,
what's the number for recognizing communication barriers?
3.
Okay. So when I speak of recognizing communication barriers, it means that at your workplace, let's say you're communicating with somebody and it doesn't read the way you want to. So will you be able to recognize the barrier that there is? Or
Right,
would
so-
you be struggling to do that?
For an example, if I think that it's not getting through an email, to walk to them and speak about it in person.
Yeah, sure. But let's say you're talking to somebody in person and you're trying to convey something, yet they're unable to understand. So would you be able to identify why? And what are you doing wrong for this to happen?
Right.
Okay, so 3 for the second one. Then understanding layers of a message.
And then what are the layers?
We talked about the layers being content, feeling, and meaning. So these are 3 dimensions. We'll talk more about them further, but this is just to understand the level you're at right now, and I'll be able to adjust accordingly.
Yes, so I would say 2 for that one, and that one would probably be the most difficult.
Okay, so I think that's what we're going to be keeping our focus to most.
And then the last one. That was a 4.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so now you know your personal benchmark to check your growth as we go through the training now, right?
Mhm.
And you might be wondering why these are the 4 objectives through for a full day session we have. Are you?
Yes.
So, because they each go deep, for example, understanding communication types includes not only definitions, but real world applications, challenges in each mode, and how to adapt based on the situation. Similarly, barriers are not just about noticing what's wrong, they're about fixing it, choosing words more carefully, checking your emotional state, or adapting for cultural context. And when it comes to 3 dimensions, we'll take examples from workplace situations like performance reviews, feedback discussions, team meetings, or even onboarding. And you'll learn how a single sentence can mean 3 different things depending on tone, context, and body language. And with listening, we'll actually practice it. So you get used to pausing, paraphrasing, and reflecting what the other person is saying. It's one of the simplest but most transformational skills you can develop. So let's establish your intention for the day. I understand that I think out of all of the objectives listed, the third one is it's simple but the most top priority for you today, right?
Great.
Okay. We'll revisit this later and see what progress have you made. Okay, so could you read out this for me, please?
The act of transferring information from one place to another through verbal, nonverbal, or written means.
So this slide brings us to the heart of the matter. What is communication really? It's defined here as the act of transferring information from one place to another through verbal, non-verbal, or written means. That sounds straightforward, but what does this simple act, either incredibly or powerfully, utterly ineffective lies?
So I saw that you went and proved
that
those
is
to other people.
transferred
So
and
you're
received. So,
so we could just use that.
Isabella, could you
So
please mute yourself when you're not speaking since there's a lot of background there?
Oh, yes.
yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's break this down. When we communicate, we're essentially doing this packaging for our thoughts, emotions, or instructions into a medium, spoken words, body language, text, and sending that package to someone else. This success of this process depends on a few things. One, is the message clear? Two, is the message delivered in the right way? And three, is the message received and interpreted as intended? Even though this sounds basic, communication fails more than it succeeds, especially in complex or fast paced environments. Think about an email that you sent wasn't replied to, or a meeting where people walked away with different understandings of the same topic. So these aren't just mishaps, they are examples of failed communication. And that's where it gets interesting. Communication is not just about transferring data from your head, it's about transferring meaning from your head. And meaning always is subjective. Meaning depends on the sender's intent, the receiver's mindset, the context, the relationship, and even timing. That's why saying okay in a text can be interpreted as calm, indifferent, annoyed, or even passive aggressive depending on the context. Do you think so?
Yes.
So let's look at three primary methods of communication. Verbal, that is anything we speak or say loud. It includes our tone, our volume, and our speed. Non-verbal, that are facial expressions, gestures, posture, and eye contact. And written, as in emails, memos, messages, reports, and more. So we often rely mostly on verbal communication, but over 70% of communication is nonverbal, and that is massive. It means how much we say something often matters than more than what we say, right?
Yes.
So can you recall a time when your message was misunderstood, and what did you do when you think it went wrong?
To rewording it in a different way and starting all over again.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you think, are we misunderstood just because our tone is a little different, and that is different because of something else that is happening right now, and not because of the communication you're having with that person. You there, Isabella?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I didn't think that was a question. Could you say that again?
Yeah, I was saying, so the have you ever realized that when we're talking to someone, apart from just the verbal way we're saying something, even though we're saying it with the right intent and we're saying the right words, but they're interpreted differently because our tone is different, and because we're standing or talking in a
So I
different
don't.
way because of some different aspect going on in our lives right now.
Yes.
I'm gonna bring it to Rudy.
Exactly. So that's how, and that's where the non-verbal communication steps in, and then we talk to them differently once we realize that the communication is going not the way we want it, and then we change the tone, we change the, let's say, posture we're standing in, and the expressions we have on a face, and then it works out better.
Right.
Exactly. So someone might be saying one thing through their body language and another thing through their words. That is where we think something goes wrong. So the point is to begin noticing the layers of communication. As we go further, you'll see that mastering this requires more than just good grammar or professional vocabulary. It requires awareness, it requires empathy and adaptability. So a great exercise here is to describe a neutral sentence like, I didn't say you stole the money, with emphasis on with different emphasis on each word. So let's say, If I said, I didn't say you stole the money. So when I say that, I probably intend that someone else did it. And let's say when I put emphasis on didn't, let's say, I didn't say you stole the money, then I'm denying the fact, right? Do you see the change?
Yes.
And let's say if I say, I didn't say you stole the money, so maybe I'm implying it this time, right? So do you see how different emphasis on each in the same sentence with different emphasis on each word, I am changing the meaning of the sentence. So they're all the same words with completely different meanings, right?
Right. Like the emphasis when you said say could mean that you wrote it instead of said it.
Yeah. So it changes completely. Do you want to try it? Put some emphasis on stole and you'll see the meaning change.
It could be implied that that they took it on accident, not stealing.
So let's say if you said, I didn't say you stole the money. And when I say that, I'm probably implying you didn't steal the money, but you took the money, you borrowed it, let's say, right?
Yes.
Right. So that's the power, and that's also the risk of communication. Same words, completely different meanings. So let's end this with a small activity. The exercise is to think of a recent conversation at work or at home where you had to explain something and you weren't sure if the other person fully understood you. And ask yourself, did I express myself clearly? Did I check for understanding? And was my tone and body language aligned with my message? Do you want me to write this down in the chat box? There you go. I've sent the exercise for you in the chat box. You can reflect on it. So, is this the answer to the entire thing? I'd love for you to speak more as an so it'll just help for me to understand your communication levels and help you improve in them.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said earlier for me to type in the box, but I see you posted what you said in the box.
Yeah, no worries, but just let's keep the communication a little higher.
So the first one, I would say not at first, but then I did. And then the second bullet point is yes. And the third one, I did not notice.
Okay. Okay. Okay, next time onwards, let's try to keep the answers more detailed so that we can work on the communication. Nevertheless, moving ahead. So verbal communication is what most people think of first when they hear the word communication. It's the conversations we have, the words we use in meetings, the tone of voice in presentations, and even the way we say hello in the morning. But here's the twist. Every time we speak, we're delivering three messages simultaneously. One, what we said. Two, what we meant. And three, what the other person understood. And if those three don't always match up, uh, let's break them down. What we said is the literal content, it's the surface message. And what we meant includes our intent, our tone, our urgency, and the context. What the other person understood is unfiltered through their emotions, assumptions, and past experiences, and the focus they have on what we're saying. So, here's a practical example. Imagine you say, we need to talk about this later. You meant it casually, just reminding someone to chat. But the other person hears it as threatening or negative. Oh no, I'm in trouble. And that's the disconnect in the verbal communication that often causes when not managed carefully. So, how do we improve the verbal communication? Let's talk about the techniques. Be intentional with your words. Don't speak on autopilot. Think before you speak, especially in high stakes situations. Check your tone and pacing. A rushed sentence might sound anxious or dismissive. Use emphasis wisely. Highlight the keywords if needed. I'd really appreciate your help on this. So, what do you think is the keyword?
Understanding.
What is the keyword in the sentence that I
Okay.
said?
Sorry, which sentence?
I said, I'd really appreciate your help on this.
Appreciate.
Correct. So appreciate is the keyword here and not help. But let's say if help were the keyword and I'd put more emphasis on help, you'd be more likely to not go and do the work. But when I put emphasis on appreciate, then it's really positive and you're more likely to go and get the job done, right?
Great.
Okay, let's move ahead. So the next thing is confirm understanding. Ask, did that make sense or how did you see it? We've already discussed this before, but when you speak in meetings, do people ask follow-up questions often? And that could mean you're unclear, right? So do people frequently misinterpret your tone, or do they ever feel like you've said a lot, but the message still didn't land? So these are all clues to fine tune your verbal delivery. Let's also acknowledge that not everyone prefers verbal communication like you don't. Some people feel more confident writing things out, and that is okay. The goal is not to become someone else, but it's to recognize your strengths and find ways to complement them. So let's do a small activity. Let's do a 3-minute monologue challenge. Pick a topic from your work life that you care about a lot, maybe a team experience or a project that you led or a difficult client situation, and speak about it freely, like you're explaining it to a colleague who's never heard of it before. After 3 minutes, reflect on. Okay, we'll discuss that after 3 minutes. You can take 1 minute to think about what you want to speak and structure it. And then we'll start the 3 minutes. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, good to go?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
So I handle the grant writing for the police department. And each year I have a budget of how much I could receive in grants. That includes federal and non-federal grants. And each grant has a project period, which can take years of submitting reports throughout the project period. And that includes everything from officer safety equipment, or community outreach programs, or technology. And then when I get these grants, it initially starts with applying for the grant.
I think it's either.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I saw your email.
And then it's a competitive process, so each grant that I write could take a week, but that doesn't mean that we would get the grant. And even though there's a maximum budget of what grants I could receive each year, any donations I get or anything that I apply for through the Prescott Valley Police Foundation, that's 501c, those don't count towards our annual limit. So I have to manage the funds through the federal grants, non-federal grants, as well as donations and those grants that I applied for through the police foundation. And then go through them each monthly to find out if we have any reports due, to keep track of the financial side of it, and to keep in communication with the grantors.
Yeah, I didn't know the officers were taking them.
And that's pretty much an overview of what I do here.
Okay. Okay. So now that you've had your 3-minute monologue, do you think you were able to stay focused and structured on the topic?
Yes. I mean, if I wrote it out, it probably would have been more structured.
Mm-hmm. And do you think in the 3 minutes you mostly relied on filler words like or like, or let's say we just go like
You don't mind, Jen?
do you think you relied on filler words to mostly get up to the 3 minutes?
Not to get there, but to think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and probably not to get there in your head, but then it did, I think, get you there, to be very honest. Because I see that there were a lot of fillers, and that is something we have to improve on, because when we're using a lot of fillers, then the person listening to us will not be able to stay focused themselves and not be able to grasp onto the, I think, the deepness of the topic you're trying to convey.
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
Yeah, I said if there are a lot of fillers that we're using, it's difficult for the person who's listening to stay focused and to really reflect on the impact you're trying to make through your words, or really go down to the depth of what you're trying to explain.
Right.
So we need to cut down on the fillers now that I really hear you talking. And do you think your tone matched your message?
No.
And how could it have been better?
More confident.
Right. So now that you're talking about a work experience, then one, you need to be more confident because something that has happened in the past and you know clearly about it, you're the one experiencing it. And more than that, you need to have more clarity in your thought. That's why you took the time you took to prepare for the 3 minutes, and you need to have more structure to it. You need to amp up your tone to be in the authoritative position and to be able to deliver, and to have the position to be able to deliver, and to take the command in your hands while you speak, because it's your experience and that is something you're trying for people to listen. So you could do this exercise a lot and it'll help you really improve your communication. So just talk 3 minutes about an experience you've had, record it and listen to yourself, and I'm sure it's going to be eye-opening. Before we wrap up this slide, okay, so there's a quote that I remember. The most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. That's a quote by Peter Drucker. So do you realize verbal communication is your voice, but how you use it makes all the difference, right?
Right.
Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Okay. Coming to slide 5, that is non-verbal communication. Now that we've covered verbal communication, let's move into something equally, if not more impactful. That is non-verbal communication. Have you ever heard someone say, I'm fine, but everything about their body said the opposite?
Yes.
So that's non-verbal communication in action. In fact, studies suggest that over 70% that I said before is non-verbal. This includes our facial expressions, body language, eye contact, gestures, postures, and even the silence. So let's break down some key components. One is facial expressions. These are universal and powerful. A smile, a frown, a raised eyebrow, all of these instantly convey meaning. People will often judge your mood, sincerity, and confidence based on your face, even before you speak. Do you think so?
Yes.
And the gestures and body language come second. So, how you sit, how you move your hands, whether you cross your arms or you lean forward, all of these send messages. For example, your crossed arms can signal defensiveness, and open palms can signal honesty or openness. When we generally be in such environments, we don't think so, but our brain sitting there interprets that what the person speaking is trying to convey. For example, when you're speaking to somebody and they have their hands folded, and you're not think and rationalize that what are they doing with their hands folded, but you still your brain would understand that if their hands are folded, then either they're confident or they're in the zone of let's say anger, or they're in the zone of being to themselves, they're more introverted. Do you think so? So you would think in that direction regardless of whether you just spend time thinking about it or not, right?
Yes.
Where are you
Okay.
stopping at, Jenny?
And then when we talk of eye contact, in most cultures, making eye contact shows confidence and engagement. Too much eye contact may feel intimidating, while too little can come off as disinterest or dishonesty. So, why nonverbal communication is so critical? Because it reinforces your message or undermines it. Your words say one thing and your body says another. People will trust your body. For example, imagine you giving feedback and you say, you did a good job, but your arms are crossed, your face is expressionless, and you're making eye contact. The person is hearing you, will likely walk away or confused or assume that you didn't really mean it. So, how do we improve on our nonverbal communication? Awareness is the first step. So, let's go through a quick checklist. Are your gestures natural and controlled, or do you really think of them when you do them?
There's some that I noticed right away because when I was in college, I learned about them. Like the arms crossing, I already know that's very defensive. But I'm sure there's some that I don't notice. Or eye contact, I notice it, but it's still something I work with because I grew up in an autistic house, so we didn't really.
So it flows in that.
Is that it?
Okay. And do you think your posture is generally open and confident, or are you to yourself and are you confined with your postures?
Oh.
Confined.
And are you making the right amount? Is your facial expression matching your message?
I would say so.
Okay. So now that we've had gone through the checklist, let's take a real world scenario. You're in a meeting and someone is explaining a new idea. You're not speaking. So what does your body say? Are you nodding slightly to show you're listening?
Yes.
Are your arms relaxed and crossed or not?
If it's on the table, then yes.
Mm-hmm. Are you leaning slightly forward or are you slouched back?
Leaning.
Mm-hmm. All these small details dramatically influence how others perceive your attention and engagement. So, think of a recent video call or a recent in person meeting. Have you had one?
Yes.
And think of what your body language was saying. How were you seated and were you looking at the speaker? So, try this activity. Try recording yourself during a mock presentation and watch it back and note what your posture, your gestures, and expressions are doing. So you may be surprised. The matching of the verbal and non-verbal is the most effective communicators is what the most effective communicators do. So, the most effective communicators align their body language with their words. If you're praising someone, you smile. If you're explaining something complex, you use your hands and vary your tone. If you're listening, you nod occasionally and keep your body relaxed. And I'll give you a bonus insight that non-verbal signals also help in reading others. As you become more aware of your own body language, you'll start picking up clues from others too, like signs of nervousness, signs of disagreement, or interest or disinterest. This makes you more emotionally aligned and a more emotionally intelligent communicator.
Yes.
So, again, what I said before, the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. This fits in so beautifully here as well. Nonverbal communication is a powerful tool, and when used intentionally, it deepens your connection, increases your credibility, and enhances your message. Let's move to written communication. Written communication is everywhere in the workplace: emails, reports, proposals, chat messages, documentation. But unlike spoken words, written communication lacks tone, facial expression, and inflection. This makes it easier to misinterpret, but also gives you the chance to be more precise and gives you the chance to be more thoughtful. So let's start with the basics. What makes written communication effective? Clarity. So be direct. Say what you mean using simple and concise language. Then structure. I think this is the most one of the most important things in written communication. Organizing your messages logically using paragraphs, thinking of what should be said first and what should be said after. Uh, get the most out of the written communication using paragraphs, bullet points, and headings wherever needed. Then next must be the tone. Even in writing, the tone matters. Are you being polite? Are you being assertive? Are you being humble? Are you being cold? And then, of course, the correctness. That is checking the grammar, the spelling, and the punctuation. Errors will affect your credibility a lot in the workplace. So, the challenges of written communication, unlike face to face or verbal communication, writing doesn't allow for instant feedback. You can't immediately see if the person is confused or offended. When you talk in real life, you can see the expressions of the next person to really figure out of what they're trying to understand from you. But then when you're writing, it is crucial to anticipate misunderstandings and write with the reader in mind. So let's say, imagine if your manager sends, let's talk, and that's it, no context. You might feel worried or anxious. But now imagine the message was, let's talk tomorrow about your idea. I think it's really interesting. The same core request, but completely different emotional impact, right?
Yes.
That's the power of context, tone, and clarity. So if you were to improve your written communication, the tips I'd give you were to write and read as if you were the receiver. Does it make sense? Is the tone friendly or neutral? And avoid any jargons unless the reader is really familiar with it. Let's say there are common words in your workplace, then you can use them, otherwise, avoid jargons. Use active voice, as in we completed the project, sounds more confident than the project was completed, right?
Yes.
And always try to include a call to actions, as in what should the reader do after reading your message. So take 5 minutes to rewrite the following sentence that I'm going to send you in the chat box and make it clearer and more positive. And then I'll tell you what could be the possible better rewrite. That is, I sent you the message in the chat box. Try to rewrite this sentence and make it clearer and more positive. You could add more context or whatever random context you'd like. That's all right. I think you've done a good job on maintaining the formal tone. But how about the one I'm sending you right now? Does it make it really, really way more positive?
Yes, and I also included, I realized maybe instead of having them resend it, like you don't have to give them extra work, but I'll just add it to my to-do and then get back to them.
I'm not able to repeat this up now. Yeah, perfect. I think the second one is really good as well that you've sent. So it really humbles down the tone and makes the person reading it feel really good about the message, isn't it? Do you see the difference?
Yes.
Perfect. So that's how even your written communication can impact so much. Now let's take a break. How long do you want the break to be? Can we do 30 minutes?
Yes, that works. And then I'll move to a room where I could speak louder.
Sorry?
Oh yes, and then I'll move to a room where I could speak louder.
Okay. So what time is it at your place?
8:20.
8:20. So do you want to be back at 9 o'clock?
Okay, yes.
Okay, perfect. Transmitting and receiving. What I say is not necessarily what you hear, right? That line captures the essence of every miscommunication you've ever experienced. So let's unpack this further. Communication is not just about sending information. It's a two-way transition where the sender and receiver are actively shaping the meaning. This means that for the communication to be effective, the sender must express their message with clarity and intent, and the receiver must be able to interpret the message accurately. Both must be engaged in a shared context, otherwise, assumptions fill in the blanks. So imagine this example. If you send someone a short message, let's say let's talk, how we talked before. about the same message, depending on their mental state, they might read it as neutral or urgent or annoyed or even threatening. Their response isn't just to your words, but to their interpretation of your intent. And this is why the key concepts of communication go beyond words. They include transmission and reception. So, good communication requires both parties to be actively involved and not just one speaking and one hearing. The speaker needs to observe and adapt based on the listener's response, and the listener needs to be open and attentive. When people say I already told you, they're focusing only on transmission, but that's only one half of the equation. So the second thing is interpretation gap. Even when the words are technically incorrect, their meaning is filtered through emotion, expectations, and cultural context. This is called interpretation gap. We often assume people should understand us because we were clear in our own heads. But communication isn't what you say, it's what the other person receives and interprets. And the third is multilingual awareness. So, in today's world, we must be able to communicate across cultural differences, let's say values, etiquette, humor, and generational gaps. How Gen Z texts versus how Gen X emails, and let's say gender norms. Like with the tone, the assertiveness, the expression, and professional roles, let's say technical versus non technical language. This requires us to be multilingual in a broader sense, not just about speaking different languages, but about switching styles based on who we're talking to. For example, the way you explain a project to your peer might be different from how you explain it to a client, right?
Right.
And a joke in one setting could feel unprofessional in another. So, great
Mhm.
communicators adjust without losing their authenticity. So, think of a time when you said something that was misunderstood. Was it the context, or what do you think led to the misinterpretation?
Um, I don't know. Like sarcasm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of an exact example. Um, but like I know the opposite example when a sergeant here was
Mm-hmm.
mentioning about emailing a lieutenant that was out on vacation. He
Mm-hmm.
said that he would definitely respond if I messaged him late at night. And then
Mm-hmm.
I asked him if that was sarcasm because I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, no, like you should definitely email him at 4 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And then he laughed. So because he laughed, I assumed it was sarcasm. I didn't email him, but I still don't know if he was being sarcastic or not.
Yeah, right. So sometimes it's just this way, isn't it?
What was that?
It's sometimes it's the cultural differences, or let's say uh, the professional roles where we don't understand that are they trying to say what they're trying to say or not. So just how we discussed about multilingual awareness. Do you think this plays a role?
In that one, no, I would just say the culture difference is that I didn't grow up with a lot of sarcasm. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what.
what?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so this doesn't mean overthinking every sentence. It just means being intentional and empathetic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to wrap up this section, communication is not just about saying something. It's about being heard and being understood in the way you intended. So for communication to be effective, we have to essentially make it work both parties, right? Make it work for both parties. Parties are willing to exchange ideas is when it's going to work. That word willing is everything. Let's consider a few real world scenarios. You're trying to give feedback to a team member who's mentally checked out. You talk and they nod, but they're not listening. And you want to raise a concern with someone, but you already know they're defensive, so you censor yourself. In both cases, the channel for real communication is blocked, not because technical skills, but because of lack of willingness. So what does it really take for communication to be effective? Let's break this into four critical elements. Please write these down. First is mutual openness. Second is trust. Third is clarity of intent. And fourth is emotional regulation. I'll explain all of these once you're done.
Okay, I'm done. What is the title for these four? Is there a name for it?
So what you can give the title to be critical elements for effective communication.
Okay.
So mutual openness is the emotional and mental space where both people are ready to talk, willing to listen, and not closed off by assumptions, stress, or defensiveness. Even if one person isn't open, the conversation becomes one-sided. You're either talking at them or they're talking at you. This is why timing matters. Even the right message delivered at the wrong time will fail. Second being trust. Trust just doesn't help communication, it fuels it. When people feel safe, they open up. When they don't, they shut down or filter their words. Ask yourself, do people feel safe expressing disagreement with me? And when I communicate with others, do I create a judgment free environment?
Was that hypothetical or was that a question? Sorry.
You could take it both ways. Do you want to answer it?
I would say that I do that.
So you do make people feel safe around you.
Right. Yes.
Right. And do you think it helps in communication that you do?
Yes, definitely.
So but the trust we bring into a conversation shapes how deep or surface level that exchange becomes. And then the third being clarity of intent. Every communication has an intent, whether stated or implied. It might be to inform, to persuade, to check in, or to correct. If you're not clear on your intent, the message will feel scattered. If the other person is unclear on your intent, they will make assumptions, and that's where misunderstandings arise. So before starting a conversation, ask yourself, what is the real purpose here, and what do I want the other person to walk away feeling or doing? Okay. Okay. And the fourth one being emotional regulation. Sometimes we're in a conversation physically, but emotionally we're overwhelmed. When we're angry, we're stressed, defensive, or impatient, our ability to communicate deteriorates. And great communicators pause before reacting. They choose to listen. They delay judgment and clarify instead of assuming. So, one helpful practice can be name and tame the emotion before proceeding. For example, I'm frustrated and I don't want it to affect what I say. Can I take 5 minutes? You could say this, or you could say, this is important to me, but I want to approach it calmly. This model shows emotional intelligence and sets the tone for real communication. Right? So always choose your timing carefully and ask, is now a good time? This is why in professional settings, we always ask, is it a good time to talk right now? So that the communication is clear and effective.
Right.
Make sense?
Yes.
Now, and of course, always use open-ended questions like, what's your perspective on this? And try to read the other person on how they're feeling and are they genuinely being able to put their effort and put their feelings onto it. Great communication isn't always fast, it is intentional and it's human and it's adaptive. Effective communication isn't just it's not magic, it's just preparation and presence and empathy. So now we'll explore why we communicate in the first place. Slide 9 breaks it down into 6 core purposes. Let's see. Yeah. And knowing why can change everything about the how. Now that we understand how communication works, let's take a step back and explore why we communicate in the first place. According to the slide, communication serves 6 key purposes. Can you read them out loud for me?
Inform, request, persuade, ensure understanding, acknowledge, support, and encourage,
and convey feelings, opinions, and ideas.
Now let's explore each one with example. To inform, this is the most basic purpose, sharing facts, updates, or instructions. For example, the deadline for the report is Friday. But even in informing, clarity and structure matter. So the most important things in informing are clarity and structure. If you don't explain why something matters or how it connects to the other work, your message might be ignored. Coming to request, when we all do this all time, we ask someone to take action. Let's say, can you send the slides by 3 p.m.? The key is to be clear, respectful, and specific. So what matters here is clarity, respectfulness, and specific. Vague requests lead to frustration on both ends. So let's say you say, can you get this done soon? So this is bad, but how can you make it better? Can you send me the completed draft by tomorrow noon so that I can review it before the meeting? This brings clarity and makes it very specific while having the respect it needs. Next is to persuade. Whether we realize it or not, we spend much of a day trying to influence others, colleagues, clients, friends, even ourselves. So persuasion involves two things: presenting logic with emotion and trust. So, good persuasion isn't pushy, it's about helping the other person see value or benefit. For example, this new approach could save us 10 hours a month. Can we try it for 2 weeks and then assess? So, this is a really good example of persuading with presenting logic, emotion, and trust. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to ensure understanding. So this is about closing the loop, making sure that the message was received the way you intended. Some helpful phrases could be, let me repeat that to make sure I'm clear. Does that make sense to you? Here's what I understood. Did I get that right? So misunderstanding often happen not because people weren't listening, but because we assumed clarity when it wasn't there. So to ensure understanding, we have to make sure there are no misunderstandings because of assumptions. Okay?
Mhm.
Okay. Number 5 is to acknowledge, support, and encourage. Sometimes communication isn't just about work, it's about being human, and people want to be feel seen, they want to be heard and valued. Examples are, let's say, thanks for staying late yesterday. I know this project has been tough, you're doing great. Small affirmations build big trust. Moving on to conveying feelings, opinions, and ideas. So this is where communications become creative and vulnerable. You're not just relying on tasks, you're sharing who you are. Whether it's an idea for improvement, a concern, or excitement, you're shaping the culture through expression. For example, I've been thinking, what if we tried rotating roles every quarter for better exposure? These types of communication help build innovation, collaboration, and ownership in any workplace. Make sense?
Yes.
So let's reflect a bit on it. Look at the 6 purposes and tell me which one you use most frequently and which one do you find the most difficult.
Most frequent would be inform. Like the email I sent you. They don't know what I'm working on in grants, so like I just give them that email to update them what I'm doing. But then also persuade. So when I apply for grants, that's all persuasion. It's writing like a 10-page essay of why we should get the grant over everyone else. I would say the one that I need the most work on is understanding, ensuring that I'm understanding. And maybe also acknowledging, support, and encourage.
I think if I had to pick one of those and tell you which one to work on, then I'd probably say ensure understanding, because communication, as I've said, it's always two ways. And even when the other person is speaking, then you have to make sure you're understanding and not assuming anything. I think the sarcasm example you gave me fits in perfectly here, isn't it?
Can you say that one more time?
Sorry?
Can you say that last sentence? I couldn't hear.
Yeah, I said that the sarcasm example you gave me fits in perfectly here.
Right, yes.
Okay. And where do you think your communication style is strongest in all of these?
Well, that was what I answered earlier, the inform and persuade.
Earlier, I assumed you said you use it most frequently, but I believe
Oh,
it's the strongest one as well, right?
yes.
Okay. Okay. And why don't you try writing one sentence that represents each of the 6 purposes from your real work, or maybe not, don't write, we can probably discuss.
Okay.
You can tell me one sentence that represents each of the 6 purposes from your real work or life situations. For example, inform. Let's say I would say, I updated the presentation as discussed. You go ahead. I'll do one and you can do one for each.
Okay.
Okay.
I've attached the monthly budget that you requested with the recommended changes.
Perfect. And let's go to request. Can you review this by Thursday?
Could you please get an updated quote and send it to me by the end of the week?
Perfect. You're getting better at it. Persuade. I believe this new approach will streamline our process.
I think having my county sheriff's office included in our current meetings for this grant would benefit us in the future if we ended up getting a larger grant that would cover them as well.
Okay, let's move to ensure understanding. Let me know if I explain that clearly.
I'm going to paraphrase to make sure that I understand what you said in my own words.
But that's very affirmative, right? I don't think it's a very, probably put it more like a question.
Okay. Is that what you were implying, or is there anything that I'm not understanding?
Yeah, I think it works, but then ensuring understanding
We are doing here for our continuous improvement and to achieve the best quality for our, I would say, device or anything. Now, like in most of the organizations, okay, they typically, identify TQM with the behaviors out there, how your employees are behaving, how your products are behaving. Is there any, like, are they behaving up to the mark? Okay, so that's how you can do it. Then it's like TQM is simplest. The model of TQM is like you need to have customer focus and you will only focus on what's customer needs. Then you'll plan it accordingly. You'll involve everyone in this team and train everyone. Just you need to manage everything when it comes to TQM. You need to see that, okay, from start, from our employee to our managers, everyone is satisfied and everyone is working towards the goal, and they are not only working, they are working it with to achieve quality over there. Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, moving to our next, the Six Sigma. So this is also one of a methodology, okay, wherein there are 6 terms we'll be seeing in for like further basis. So this is a business management strategy. Originally it was developed by Motorola, but it's still used to ensure your quality out there. So it seeks to improve the quality of processes, outputs, and identifying and removing the causes of defects. And I would say you continuously do this, okay, to create a like special infrastructure of people within an organization. Then you hire some experts as well, they who like they have some strategies built for your qualities to check in whether you are dealing with quality, whether you are going in the right direction or not. Now yeah, so now in Six Sigma you need to have your continuous efforts, okay, to achieve your stable and predictable processes out there. You'll manage your business processor that should have like that should be measured and analyzed as well. Okay, you will measure everything, you'll analyze everything, and then you will go into like how you can more, you know, improve your quality out there.
Mhm.
Now in Sigma, let's see what all are the, I would say, methodologies here. So it's first is DMAIC, which is define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. Now it's more of data driven. Now what's data driven? You collect all of the information, okay, and then through that data you analyze it. Okay, you just like risks also, we how we you know, you define, okay, these are the risks, then you define, you measure it, prioritize it and everything. So here also the same way, you'll define how much your quality is, okay, and you'll measure till now, okay, till now we have achieved, for example, on a rate we have achieved 7. So how now, how will it proceed further? So this is how a DMIC, a overall approach, I would say. Then DMADV, it deals with for designing of products. Okay, now this deals with more of I would say improve an existing product, if you want to improve your existing product. And this is basically dealing with your designing part. So if whenever you're developing a medical device, right, they first design things. Okay, you design your I would say skeleton and everything, you plan everything, and then you go forward with it.
Mhm.
So this is how the DMA ADV like works in, wherein you have to design everything. So again, you define, measure, analyze, but you design here. You do not improve something. You first design and then verify its design, and then you move forward with it.
Okay.
Now, yeah. So yeah, this was like for if you are working on an existing product, you can use DMAIC, and if you are developing something newly, you can go for DMADV for designing.
Okay, so it means for when we design something for from the beginning, it means that we can use the MADV, and
Yes.
then when we will like improve the product, we will move with the MAIC.
I see.
Yeah.
Yes, very correct.
Okay.
So yeah, and now in auditing also, okay, in auditing you will according to this. For example, you're auditing an existing system. Okay, the system has been developed and it was existing from way before, and now you are performing an audit for an existing system. In that case, you can prepare according to these Six Sigma. Like you need to define. Now in define, you will see who your customer is. You will firstly, as an auditor, you will assess, okay, the customer requirement is this, and let's see what now they have built. So you will define the gap between these as well. So you'll ask these questions to them. Okay,
Mhm.
so to them, or you can just analyze yourself also. Then you need to, what do you need to like do your work with your suppliers. So if they are having, if the company you're auditing for has any third party suppliers, so what are those, are they following some practices or not? So that also, the third parties also need to be audited. If it in your scope, you need to, and if they are not, then you can just skip on them. So before auditing, you should like focus on what's your scope as well.
Mhm.
Now, yeah, what are the key characteristics? So you'll define everything. You'll see, okay, this is the product. You'll know everything about the product. Then you'll measure it. You'll, for example, according to the customer needs, if there is any gap, you will map that as well. You'll note it down. Then you'll map the processes. Then you'll measure its accuracy. For example, the standard rating should be 8, but the existing system has only 7. So why is it so? Then you will make sure that how we can analyze it further as well. So why is it so comes into analyzing part. Then you will like analyze, okay, why this is because of this issue, this has done, then how it can be resolved. You will work into improve process, and then you'll control all your, if you have, once you have laid down your plan to improve your system, and in auditing you'll see how are they improving their system, right? Are they working, and how are they working to improve their medical devices further? Then control, are they for example, are they working to improve, or how are they controlling things? Are they implementing any of the control plans? Are they documenting everything? So this is all you will check when it comes to you know um I would say when it comes to the auditing part from your side.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, so this is like more in detail. Then we have also DM-ADV as well. Now, what's for DM-ADV? You'll define, your measure, analyze, and then design. Okay. Now, in this, what we do, uh, in this, customers will involve much because here you're developing something, right? You do not have any existing
Yes.
I would say hold of it. So you'll more know about the customer, and you will see, okay, is this design suits the best? Okay, so the three will be remaining same, like the define, measure, and analyze. But you'll see now about the design. You'll audit their designs. How are they proceeding? Then is the design authorized by a personal or not in their company? Then is it according to the standards of ISO or not? So this all will be, you will be auditing and designing phase, and then verify, you'll verify that okay, the same thing, like if it's been, it will be acceptable by the customers, and is it up to the mark according to the customer's needs. So you will audit these things. Then moving forward with lean. Now what's lean? It's like this is also principle, like it's more from a Japanese manufacturing industry. Now here lean manufacturing, or when we speak of lean enterprises, it oftenly, like it's simply as a production practice that considers the expenditure of resources for any goals other than creation of value for the end customer. Now whatever you are like expensing it, it should be like they are assessing everything based on your expenditure. And for example, your expenses are 50%, okay, but the result for your customer is less than that. So that's how you will then measure it more. Sorry, just a second. As you can see, like it's reciprocal, I would say direct ratio here. If you are reducing your defects and everything and your cost, you'll have improvements in some other as well, okay, right? For example, I'm reducing my expenses. So why my expenses are been reduced? Because I have improved my, for example, management, or I have improved my, I would say, quality, and I'm managing everything. So I'm not like, it's not costing me more now.
Yeah.
Let's go into more detail. Now, these are the 5 steps, okay, when you speak of lean. So it's a 5-step thought process, okay, it's just a thought process, and that thought, if you move forward, you will achieve your quality. So first is identify the value. Now, it just means that what the end customer wants. Okay, and you'll just note down, okay, this is the our customer requirements. Then you'll map the value stream. You'll identify all the steps in value stream for, like, for each product family. You'll eliminate, like whenever possible, you eliminate the extra things that are not, not required by us. In this terms, we say they are not valuable for us. Then after mapping, okay, from this product, this is the customer's requirement. Then you'll create a flow. Okay, so the customers will pull a value from the next upstream activity. For example, if in this you have mapped, okay, then let's say you'll create something and then you'll take the customer's feedback also in it, and then you will go for an, I would say, customer, like you can go for the development further. So this, and then when you improve in the improvement stage, okay, once you have developed it, it's your job to now improve it as well. So you'll seek for perfection. You, if your for example, if your quality in a scale of 10 is I would say 8, you will seek for 9 and eventually 10. You make your product perfect there. Yes, and another one, like for quality assurance and everything, we have Kaizen as well. Now it's more of I would say customer oriented, and like it's basically deals with teamwork and everything stuffs. It's also a philosophy of practice that you can follow in your organization when you're building any device. Okay, so how you would go with it. These are some of the, like, we are dealing with some of the basics and generic things here. In this we have our 5 elements as well. We have teamwork, then personal discipline. So these are all the, I would say, officially starting with our ISO 13485, okay, for quality management systems. Now, this is just introduction slide. Okay, now before moving forward, as in this will be dealing with some of the audit terms. There are requirements, then for example non-conformities, and everything. And even when, like, I would say, if you're dealing with as you are working as a quality like engineer in one of in your company since 3 years, so it's like it will be very beneficial for you to audit it as well. Okay, like you can help your company to demonstrate that okay, they have a commitment to quality and safety. If you want to ensure whether your product is meeting regulatory requirements, and these are made just for the purpose that your device is safe, the whatever you're developing, it's safe for the, I would say, rest of our humans. And okay, so that, like, every customers out there, they can trust your, I would say, product that you're building. So yeah, ISO now 13485 works on that only. It will, in this will be learning how you can conduct I would say audit for medical devices, and how we move on forward. What are the techniques that we used once we're auditing? We need to ask questions as well. We need to prepare some requirements for it. So everything will be learning in this session through this training.
Okay.
Okay. Now, before moving forward with the, like, actual content, let's have a small round of quiz, okay, so that I know, like I can have an idea how much you know about it, like which level you're on, so that I can prepare and train you like that way. Is it fine?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, so this is the link to the quiz.
Yes, it's the link.
Where am I supposed to copy paste in the browser?
Yes, you can copy paste into your browser.
Okay, nice. Okay. Here.
And you have your class code as well in the chat. You can just first put your name, and you can even select one of the name from the belows.
Okay. Enter first name and last name. Should I create one?
Yes, you can create. Sure. Just click on it. Okay, we'll go with ISO. Yeah, 13485. Yeah, here you go. You can just start it.
Okay, nice. What is the primary purpose of ISO 13485? Certified software, established standard. Okay.
Correct. Good. So you have cleared your first question. All the best ahead as well.
Which of the following is the key requirements of ISO marketing strategy, documentation procedure for managing design? Employee. Whoa. This one?
Cool.
Which document is essential for maintaining compliance with business best management quality renewal? Can be certified, involved in the design of manual game, and any type. Oh no, this one.
Yes, I guess like you're quite, I would say, better on this. So that I'm seeing that we can, I guess we can complete it within 3 days, 3 days of training very quickly.
Yeah. What does the QMS in ISO stand for? Qualified Manager Device Manufacturing Center. Easy. Which is the key benefit of implemented original legal purchasing? Okay, improve customer service. Which clause focus on management responsibility? Oh my God. I think it's clause 5, but oh yeah.
Correct.
What does
Did you
the
hear
term?
or just guessed it?
I was like, wow, should I know by heart every clauses of the ISO?
Yeah, but when you're going for audit, it's like you should know you have your Excel sheet also when it comes to audit. So don't worry.
Yeah.
So you do not need to buy heart like everything.
Respond and refer to the in the employee training, reducing costs, same marketing, systemic identification and control. Okay. What is the primary focus on internal audit requirement to evaluate? Okay. Which of the following is not a focus area of ISO? Device safety and veterinary regulatory compliance, environmental. I think it's this one, yeah. Which document serves as a key reference for terminology related to the quality management system organization? Oh! Which serve as a key reference for terminology related to the quality management system in medical device. Have another try. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh, let me think. In medical device organizations. Uh-huh.
You can think of like a series. Yeah, that one. The 9001. Let's see.
9,001? But here, oh, yeah, I think it's 9,000. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh,
Yeah, it's the like
okay.
the series for medical. Then we have 9001 and further on.
Yeah. Okay. What principles should organization involved in a medical device adopt to ensure effective risk management? Time-based, cost-based, risk-based. Oh, is it a risk-based approach? I think it's risk-based, yeah. Which clauses in the medical device regulatory framework discuss normative reference and definitions specific to the industry? Oh my God.
You again have clauses here.
I
Just-
think it's 2 and
Yeah.
3, no?
Just
Let's
make a
see.
guess. Let's
Oh,
see.
yeah. What is the primary focus of legal and regulatory requirements for organization developing medical device? Primary focus of legal and regulatory requirements. Maximizing profit, reducing burden, increase market share, ensuring safety. Which terminology is used to describe a systemic approach to the quality management through the lifetime? Product life cycle, process improvement, manufacturing. Which terminology is used to describe a systematic approach to the management of quality management system? What type of document is essential for medical device organization to demonstrate compliance with a grade requirement? Technical file.
Good. Like this was something I would say a bit tricky one. Good job.
Significant. Is it? What is the significance of risk-based approach? They prioritize resource allocation. They focus slowly. No, they reduce scope. They eliminate. They reduce cost. No, they focus solely on production speed. This one. Which ISO standard is specifically tailored for medical? So yeah, this one. No, I hope. Yeah. What is the primary purpose of including non-routine reference in medical device regulatory requirements? Okay, to provide the basis for understanding requirement and best practices. To list technology, to outline organizational structure. To provide. No. That's. Oh my God. Is it for to define marketing strategy? Or to outline organizational structure?
I prefer okay. Yeah, I would also guess that only. Then okay. It can provide you a basic understanding of requirements and best practices. Let's see. Yeah.
To provide a basis for understanding requirements. Yeah.
They are something like normalized by some systems. So how we can just use it.
Okay, nice. What key concepts should organization implement a quality management focused on to mitigate potential hazard? Risk. What is a key document that outlines the organization quality policy and objective in the quality management system? This one? Which document is specifically used to maintain product-specific information and is crucial for compliance? To maintain product-specific information. Okay. Medical device 5. What is the primary purpose of controlling document and record in a quality management system? To ensure document accurate and accessible. Okay. This one. What is the importance of documented procedure in quality management? They provide consistent emphasis and action. They only there are this one. What should a quality manual typically include in a quality management system? Financial system, no. Marketing, no. This one. Which requirement is essential for ensuring that all documents is in the quality management are properly managed? Document control. What is the role of records in a quality management system? Document control, to keep track, no. To provide evidence of conformity, yes. Which of the following best describe the purpose of a quality management system? To ensure consistent quality of manual. Yes. What is meant by documented procedure in the context of quality management? Formalized instruction for processes and for writing guidelines share. It is a key benefit of maintaining a quality manual. Focused on me, it serves as a reference point for What is the primary focus of effective management commitments? Customer satisfaction. Is it this management commitment? Yes. What does a quality policy typically outline? This one. What is a key input in a management review? Okay. So office supply inventory, employee.
Okay, so everything we are doing for like customer only here.
What is the explanation for aspect of the organizational role and responsibility? Budget goals, team building, clear communication to this. Essential aspect of organizational roles and responsibilities. Oh my God, I don't see, so it is not budget cost, team building exercises maybe, or no, clear communication of duties maybe.
Take a shot. Let's see.
Let's see. Which of the following best describe customer focus in management? Increase or no? Prioritize customer need and expectation, reduces cost, focusing solely. This one. What is typically included in the output of the management review, action, and improvement? What is the purpose of setting quality objectives within management to establish target? Yes. What role does management commitment play in an organization's quality management system? Resource allocation for quality initiative to limit customer demands. It is an important factor in maintaining customer-focused management activities. Oh, please. Regulatory evaluating customer satisfaction. I think it's this one. What is the main benefit of having well-defined organizational rules? hire employee, increase and accountability. Nice.
Okay, so you have like successfully completed and it was like outstanding. Now I can see that, okay, so I have to like start with the, I would say like have to be in the advanced section for you. Okay, so I'll just be a little fast when it's to basics and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, since our goal is to like mostly complete it in 3 days. This training will be for 3 days, 8 hours. I'll explain you everything in detail now. So
Okay.
you can stop sharing your screen and let
Okay.
me share my screen. Yeah. Okay, firstly, let's go to our PCB website, right? So now this is at the end, you'll be giving, like you'll be getting your certifications from the PCB authority. Now it's the authority, okay, and they provide certification across like ISO and then other trainings and certification as well. We have your foundational, the lead implementer as well, and auditor as well. So now, currently we are into our lead auditor stage, right? So now, what in this you can just take an overview and you can you learn how to develop a necessary expertise to perform a medical device quality management system audit. Okay, so as said, like as you are developing a new, I would say, medical device, so to audit that, this will help you. Okay, it will know about what are the techniques and everything.
Okay.
Now, why
Nice.
you should attend? Yeah, any questions?
No, for the moment, no.
Okay. Yeah. So now, why should you attend? But obvious to learn about auditing, and if you are someone into medical industry and in the manufacturing of it, dealing with devices. So in this, you can have your practical exercises. You can have role plays also. We'll conduct an activities. Various activities are also, as it's like basically when we go for learning, it's more of theoretical and everything, but you get to your experience and your interest will build on some scenarios. Okay, so we'll keep it more practically rather than theory. So we'll do some activities and then we'll discuss upon that, how in real world scenario when we go for how we do the discussions. Through that we'll be learning, not just theoretically. Okay,
Okay.
then yeah, we should attend. Managers and consultants seeking to master a, I would say, MDQMS audit process. Then individuals are also welcome. Basically, if you're interested in medical devices, quality management audits. So quality management is nothing but we check about quality, right? And it's, as you say in the MCQs also, everything was about customers in the end. Okay.
Yeah.
So your device should be acceptable by your customer. The customer should like it, and then like it should be up to the marks that you don't face any legal I'd say challenges or consequences also in the future. So this just combines everything and gives you a proper flow and framework. Okay, ISO 13485. So in this, everything is written down how you can go and audit any of the, I would say, medical devices. Now, educational approach, as I said earlier as well, will follow both theory and practices, then some of the activities as well. Now, yeah, the course agenda is nothing but, so this is a like day 5, but we'll plan to complete in 3 days only since we are having our 8 hours session. So we'll have like for 3 days we'll have our 8 hour session in which we'll be completing everything about ISO 13485.
Okay.
Okay. Now, since since you are already working in it and I saw your knowledge is like up to the mark, like above the basic level, I would say, in auditing and medical devices. So I'm sure that we can complete it.
Okay, nice.
Then, as part of examination, we have 7 domains in this. Okay, so whatever questions and everything will be around these 7 domains. We'll see about these domains as well. So now we have like first domain is just for the fundamental principles and everything. So we'll see if we can cover the fundamental in like 1.5 hour. Then we will go to medical device quality management system. What are the quality management system? How you do an audit? What all are the terms and parameters that are required? Then yeah, we have fundamental audit concepts and principles. For example, you should be clear and concise, okay, when you're documenting your report. So audit simultaneously you're doing documentation processes as well, right? So you need to document everything, note down everything. Okay, this is there, this is not there. So
Yes.
all of
Okay.
it, some of the like, this is like I would say an overview of just for an audit, okay? And then in domain 4, we'll start like we'll see how we can prepare for an audit, then actually conduct an audit. We will have some playbooks as well. Playbooks are nothing but we have your Excel sheets and everything, and then you know, will act as if you're an auditor and I'm an like the company employee, so you can have a mock up there how to conduct an audit.
Okay.
Then
Nice.
lastly, we'll have like in domain 6, we have closing. So while closing, what all things you need to mention, or like after like if you're requested for some information, then suppose in 1 month or 1 week, you should be getting it. So if you have not, so how to write it in your report, that's all closing statements we'll see. Then yeah, if you're now you have learned everything, now how to manage it. Okay, since we have planning, schedulings, all of the timely things we'll be learning in domain 7.
Okay.
Now, speaking of certification, so yeah, when we start from a beginner, like we have this certification and then we have our lead auditor, okay, which requires almost 5 years of experience and 2 years of work experience. I guess you have it right now.
Yeah.
So that's not an issue. So we can like move in forward with lead auditor. Then yeah. So these are some of the, I would say, some of the activities suggested by them. Okay, while training, we'll follow all these as well, and we'll see if we can go more of it as well. Okay, then these are some of the you must be knowing like certification and examination fees are also included in the training course price, and these are just like some of the details, general information. So yeah, and the exam will be for 3 hours, okay? And training's time stipulated to 5 days, but as you know, like we'll complete in 3 days because our training hours are more.
Yeah.
And you can yeah retake your exam. So are you cool with how what's the like procedure for examination?
Mhm.
Okay, now we'll actually start with our main topic.
Okay.
Just a second, I'll switch my screens. Let me share my screen presentation. Yes, my screen is visible, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I would say we are officially starting with our contact. So be ready. Okay.
Yes. Sure.
Okay. Now, this is a short, like I would say, your hustle when you are an auditor. Okay. So like I would like to like shed light on some of the my experiences as well. So you can have many challenges, okay, while auditing. For example, whenever like when I joined a new organization, I joined a new organization to do their internal audits, okay. Now when I went there, Okay, so you need some information, right? When you're audit, okay, what was the previous audit? Any structure do you have? Then we ask some questions, we ask for documents and all of that stuff. So what if the company is not maintaining any of those? Then it's like a whole hectic procedure. Okay, they like when where I went, they only had the checkbox exercises. Like they checked everything. Okay, this is done. But what about the documents that needed to be produced by them? But they didn't have it. So it also, increases the time for your audit. Okay, if the I would say the company is not responding to you, or if the company is delaying by providing you some of the documents, you can just note down into the non-conformities and observation, but you should wait. Okay, so it's not just like, okay, they said I'll send you in one day, and if they haven't, you should first do a reminder, and you should first give them 2 3 reminders, and then you can just note it down. So it it just extends the whole time. It's like waiting is a very big, I would say, time waste, I would say. But what we
Yeah.
can do in this scenario if they haven't prepared anything?
Okay.
Then we like, now in such cases, obviously our ISO 13485 will help us. Then 19011 for like medical. I'm only sticking to the medical devices, for instance. Okay, so these are some of the challenges you may face. Then as your role, you need to review everything. You need to review the quality manual, all of the procedures. You need to document it. Now you want to, like, you'll conduct interviews with your I would say with your teams. Okay, whoever in that company like whatever is the quality assurance team. Okay, then R&D team, everything. You need to first take out their interviews, and you need to ask the best question, which will give you the best answer. So that's where you develop your capability for being a best auditor in coming years. So that's how you need to practice yourself. Okay, if you want to know some information, what information is for example, if I would say, if you want to ask for, okay, were there any of the fluctuations or any of the errors in the devices, okay, when you did quality assurance in like past, I would say 1 to 2 months. Okay, then do you have a document for it? So this is how you channelize your questions, and you just don't interrogate them. Okay, you need to create a feeling, like not an integration feeling, but just a team like feel you need to give to them, so that they are comfortable to opening up all of the, I would say, things to you as an auditor.
Yeah. Okay.
Then yeah, you need to evaluate every design and development files, and observe the manufacturing processes also, verify kappa effectiveness and everything. And then lastly, like for me, I find it very boring, but since you are an auditor, you need to like document everything. Okay, you need to just
Yeah.
write down and have that big Excel sheets to fill in. So yeah, that's how. And then you then prepare a report out of it with the key insights, and then you submit it. Now, like based on that, they can have their implementation. Okay. So I guess this much we have like covered when we visited the, yeah, this is just taken from that site as well, the PCB site. We have these prerequisites for it. Okay. So officially we are starting our day 1 now.
Okay.
Okay, so like, are you comfortable with the timings? Like there will be starting from I would say 9:30 at your place, right?
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So like these 3 days from 9:30 to straight 8 hours, you'll be having your training session for 3 days, right?
Yeah.
So be ready. Like it's not easy to study 8 hours, I know, but we'll keep it more interactive and engaging so that you don't get bored.
Okay. No problem.
Okay. Now there are various sections as well. Okay. In this we have section 1 for course just objectives and structure. Then section 2 is for, I would say, standard regulatory frameworks. Then 3 will be seeing about certification processes. Then fundamentals of quality in medical devices. And lastly with the QMS in section 5. So there will be total 5 sections. So in these sections we'll be completing our day 1. Okay. In day 1 we'll be studying these.
Okay.
Now let's move on to meet and greet. I guess we have greeted ourselves earlier only. Okay. Now I'll just, so this is like in this way we'll be moving for section 1 has meet and greet, then general information and all of that stuff. We'll just quickly move on through it. Now this is when, like, since our online session, so I guess we'll have some breaks as well within 1 or 1.5 hour. We'll have our 15 to 20 minutes break for a change and a refreshment. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we will have like after I would say 3 to 4 hours, we'll have our 1 hour break for like for you to have lunch and everything. So you can have your lunch in that 1 hour break, and then again we'll continue for the next 4 hours.
Okay.
And whenever you feel bored or anything, just let me know. We can have some 5 to 5 minutes short breaks in between as well.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, now moving with our objective. I guess the objectives are clear till now. Okay, and you will learn about the QMS and what's our goal and how we can correlate our QMS. Like for medical, we can correlate with ISO and its standards. Then we'll see of some of the techniques and understand what's your role in it. You need to just plan, lead, and take follow up. As I said, you need to set reminders and everything for the company as well. Now, moving next, uh, training objectives. They are nothing but like, yeah, so we'll be like interpreting the requirements. Okay, so now the thing which I said, okay, you need to prepare whenever you're going for, I would say, audit. You need to first gather down the requirements of the company, and you should list down what are things you also require when you go for auditing. Okay, what are the things you require? Suppose there are some documents and everything, we will make a list of it. Now, then further, yeah, acquiring the competencies of an auditor to, plan an audit, then how you can draft reports. These are some of the soft skills I would say. So how go through forward with these things. Then, yeah, personal skills necessary for an auditor. For example, as I said, you will not behave with employees like you're interrogator them, but in a funny and more interactive way. You can just it's just how you can take out much and more information from the company. Okay, because they are the employees of company, they'll try to hide some things, or they'll try to just avoid answering you. This also can happen. Okay, it happens many a times. So it's your job to just take the information out.
Yeah.
Okay. Educational approach, yeah, obviously, like I'm your trainer, I'll be giving you some exercises, then we'll have activities, discussions and everything. Okay, so that you can have a more of a practical approach to this course and you can learn better through practical. Now, these are some of the like best practices, not best practices, I would say some of the frameworks and some of the guidelines given by ISO 1901 for like audit principle, program management. So whenever principles in the sense, you can see a basic one, like, okay, if you're going, you need to prepare your requirements and stuff. Then you need to prepare a questionnaire for each of your day. You need to prepare your timelines. So everything just the guidelines.
Okay.
So these are some of the like you have International Federation of Accounts as well, IFAC. It's like a world accounting organization. Now, when you're dealing with some of the financial records or any of the accounting things, you can, for example, insurance and everything. Okay, you have in medical devices also you have insurance for it, so you can just check out these as well. Then yeah, these are some of the more. So these are just guidelines, and I would say if you need to become in general, okay, in general, if you are focused on being an auditor, you can follow these best practices, I would say, done or written by these authorities. Then moving forward, okay. Now these are your 7 domains. We discussed it earlier as well. Okay.
Mhm.
Now quickly I'll move forward. Yes. So now your ultimate goal is to be a ISO certified, like PCB certified ISO 13485 lead auditor. This is your goal. So to reach to this goal, you need to first pass the exam. Then I guess these prerequisites are already covered. Then we'll have our audit activities. So in like after passing the exam, I would say you can become obviously the lead auditor.
Okay.
So from now only, all the best for your exam in advance. Now, this is how your certificate will look like. Okay.
Okay.
So just I would see your name here in this thing instead
Yeah.
of your. Okay. Now let's understand what's PCB. So it's PCB is a certification body, okay. I would say for persons, management systems, and even for products out there. Since we are dealing with medical devices, so it will be under products. So it's a certification body, okay, and it will provide you with the certifications, then trainings also, and some guide material so that you can be authorized by them to perform an ISO audits in the company, okay. So
Okay.
the main purpose is is to develop and promote professional standards for certification, and they develop the standards, and then so that the companies can follow it to reach their goal. So yeah, so this is just a strong introduction about the PCB, our certification board. Okay. Now, why become a certified auditor? Okay, uh, like, but obvious if you're not certified and if you're going into a company, okay, I have been assigned to, audit your company. So they'll ask, what certification do you have? How will they trust, right? So
Yes.
this is very important. Okay, they trust most of they trust PECB because they have also audited themselves. Okay, they have
Mhm.
proved themselves, and if they are auditing you, okay, that's fine. You qualify yourself to conduct audits. Then you have a formal and independent recognition of yourself. Okay, so okay, you are an auditor. That's your you can add in your experience and in your like bios and everything. Then obviously to earn money, okay, to earn salaries. I would say that's the ultimate goal. Why we study, why we do work. Okay, so you can have a hike in your salaries as well.
Okay.
So now, I would say customer service. Now, why we are learning about this is okay, if you have any of the questions or complaints to PCEB, this is the small procedure. I would say it's a big procedure, but you can follow these. Okay, you need to submit a complaint. If you have any complaint, then they'll answer in writing. Then you can do appeal, and yeah, so these are like some of the steps.
Okay.
If you have any
Nice.
complaints on the PCB. Moving forward quickly, since we have much things ahead. Okay, yeah, so this is our schedule, but we'll club them. Okay, we'll see how we can just move forward. What's your capability to guess? I guess we'll complete in 3 days, as said. Any questions so far?
For the moment, no, it's clear.
Yeah, so we are from 20 minutes, we are stuck in just introduction only. But now we are officially starting with our ISO. Okay, now standard, this is our section 2. Okay, for standard and regulatory frameworks, we'll learn what is ISO, fundamentals, and everything.
Okay.
Now moving to ISO. Okay, so do you have any idea of ISO?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's why I asked.
I think yeah. But yeah, if I have any question, I think I will let you know because yeah, I I know, but sometimes it's like, for example, I have difficulties to understand ISO like ISO in general, and when it is harmonized, what it means.
Okay, let me shed some light on that.
Okay.
Now, yeah. So, moving towards like from the history as well, it was in 1946. Some delegates from 25 countries met in London and it decided to have a organization, I would say, and that was ISO. Now, it's international standard organization, okay, and it's a non-governmental organization, okay. It's like still it okay. It's a non-government. I would say it's private and uh, yeah, so that, and then it holds a special position between the public sector and the private sector, okay. So its members are more of public as well and private as well. They are working in it, and they come up with they conduct meetings and then come up with some standards that a company must follow, so that the company can satisfy its customers, be recognized and be trusted by, okay, in the public area. Now, the main role of ISO is to facilitate international coordination and standardization of industrial standards, so that we can reach our objectives. So your product is fine, good, and you can have more profits from that product as well. So these are some of the, like I would say, just our organization that have developed some standards. Okay. Now moving on to basic principles. Okay. Now in ISO standards, we make sure, why are we doing our audits and all, to make sure there's a fairness in our approach, in our product, and in our overall, I would say, company. So yeah, first is equal representation. So like one vote, per country. So whenever you are developing, or in ISO they are developing something, a standard or that, so every country should be agreeing on it, okay. So it's in harmony, you can agree, okay, this standard, or these are the clauses that we can put, and it's been agreed by everyone, then only it's been incorporated into a standard. Then we have voluntary membership as well. So now ISO does not have the authority to force adoption of its standard, okay. Now you cannot force a company to, okay, you it's compulsory to be an audit ISO, you know
Yeah.
certified. It's not compulsory, and they can't force it as well. But since ISO is now more trusted because of their strict guidelines and audits, I would say, so majorly companies prefer them to have customer trust, to build a trust and to build a place in the market.
Mhm.
Then we have business orientation, like ISO only develops standards for which a market demand exists. Now, if, for example, it's basically evolving, okay. Whenever there's a new need, for example, now you have ISO for cybersecurity companies as well, and then others also we'll see later on. But for example, if there's something emerging in future, for example AI related something, so they can have ISO standard on that also. So it's completely like it keeps on updating. Then we have consensus approach, then international cooperation. So it's just like a basic about ISO. Now let's quickly finish this. We'll move into our now these are seven most important. This is what it is when you go for becoming an auditor. Now our auditor should have leadership, okay. As I said, if you are a lead auditor, you are leading something, like you're reading the whole audit there, so you should have a good leadership qualities. Engagement of people. Now why? Because you are here dealing with people, more of like whether you're or auditing your medical devices, but who will give you information about that? The people, they are working there, the people that are there. So it's very much important, so that you engage with people, okay,
Yeah.
and you have good relations with them, and so that you can get more and more information, so that you can find many non-conformatives there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you need to follow a process like approach, then you can improve it. Also evidence based decision making. Now you won't rely on, okay, if the company says, okay, we have done the audit 2 months before and it was very clear, Now you'll not just trust them, you will have their documents, even you'll ask for their schedules and who was the auditor, every details you'll take from them as an evidence, okay?
Yeah.
Because you will just not trust their, I would say, if they have said something you're not trusted, you'll work on evidences here. Okay, then we have relationship management. Now, as such, like there are organization, then there are third party suppliers as well. Okay, and then they, I would say, come up and develop something. So you need to, mutually talk with their third party vendors as well. You need to have a good relations with them also, so that they speak up to you. Okay.
Yes, sure.
Then we'll move on to some of the, yeah, so these are, I would say, some of the ISO standards. Okay, so 9001 is for quality. That's why we selected the 9000 series that in
Yes.
the, because it's basically dealing with quality. Then we have sub series of it as well. Okay, we have one, then any other like two and everything. So they'll deal with quality, then for environment, health and safety, IT. So these are some of the basic ones. Then 2700 for information security, and so on. Like there are many. Okay, now we'll go with what's the integrated management system. Okay,
Yeah.
now when we speak of management systems, it's like basically we are speaking about the whole organization. Okay, so an organization, for example, needs to have like compliance to various frameworks also, depending upon what they are dealing with. Okay, so these are some of the, I would say, the clauses and ratings that you can see here, 6.2 and everything. So
Mhm.
if you are speaking about objectives of management system, so in the 6.2 clause of this have then just a second, I'm getting a call.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I'm back. So now, yeah. Okay. So we are on our integrating management system. So these are like various ISO standards that you can refer to. Okay, now what's this? Okay, if I would say more and more organization now, have to manage like several compliances. Now, like if you are the one going for an, I would say, ISO 9001. There's someone out there who is going into the same company for ISO 27001. Okay. So now
Mhm.
company needs to manage these as well. So that's why, like, to, reduce all the conflicts and everything. This is how, if you are like, if you have your requirements one side, you have whatever in ISO, whatever you're dealing with. For example, in ISO 9001, you have checked your 6.2. Okay, you have checked that 6.2 clauses. Okay, good. Now what they'll do, they'll tell the ISO 27001. Okay, so this requirement from your clause, this clause 6.2 is been already been audited, so that you can just skip it and, you know reduce the duplication of documents and all.
Oh,
So
okay,
this
nice.
is, yeah, so this is where we integrate. This is called as like integrated management system.
Yeah.
So like there, like whenever now we go, okay, for medical devices, you have our ISO standard that you are studying, like 13485, but you're also dealing with data and its security, so you need to follow these compliances as well. So in that case, this is much more important
Yeah.
and comes in handy. Now, speaking of the medical related field, we have ISO 9001. Now it's basically related to quality management, and it contains some good practices that aim to improve your customer satisfaction with related to like medical devices, achievement of customer requirements, regulatory requirements, and as well as like continuous improvements. Okay, there is no stopping, you need to continuously improve your things. So that's in when you can go with quality management. That's where like in ISO 9001 you speak of these. Then moving forward with ISO 1497. Now this is the latest revision of a standard that was published in 2012. So it's the latest revision for that. Now it specifies the requirements for application of a risk management system for like medical devices. Okay, so for auditing your risk management systems, any of the risk if occurs, how you are dealing with it, to audit all of this, you have 14971. Then I would say we have ISO 15223 also hyphen 2. Now, this standard mostly proposes a methodology for development and presentation of symbols related to the medical devices. Okay, for example, we have various symbols. So, how will you interpret it? Okay, if you have developed some of your customized symbols as well, so you can just map it. What's the I would say, so that everyone can understand it. So, the whole lot procedure you can find it in this symbol development, selection, and validation. Okay, so it can be like mostly used by manufacturers and regulators to for validating symbols. For example, if they are developing something, some symbol of their kind.
Yeah.
Then yeah, we have 623 double six as well, IEC. Now, this is a specific, like it specifies a process for a manufacturer to analyze, specify, verify, and validate all the usability of the safety of a medical device. Okay, so wherein if you are building your medical devices, how much it is feasible to use. Okay, is it usable, or it's working properly into the environment. So for auditing these, you have this one. Then you can go for 62304. Now, this standard basically deals with life cycle. So, whenever you're developing any medical software, okay, now it's basically deals with the software life cycle. So, how you'll proceed with it, how you'll audit your software development life cycle. So, this will see into 62304. So, this was a like whole lot overview from your field in medical related fields. These are some of the standards that you can see to it as well.
Yeah.
Then we have history of ISO. Okay, let me have some water. Okay, so as I said, in 1996, they had a team, and they met in London. They decided to have the organization. So the first publication was in 1996. Okay.
Yeah.
So ISO issued their first standard for medical devices. It was ISO 13485 1996. Then they just revised it. Then we have quality management systems, then medical devices, and every requirements application. So they also had ISO 9001, okay, which was mainly focused on quality systems. Then yeah, in 1996 they had their ISO 13488 as well. It was like specifying in I would say in conjunction with the most of the organizations, okay, with the applications of 9002. Now we have 9001 as well for quality. Now it's been when you see 900, just I would say keep in mind it's all for quality management. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
it is dealing with all the quality managements. Then moving forward in 1997, they published like EN 46001 and 46003, which basically specified the additional requirements for quality systems used in manufacturing of medical devices. So if you are manufacturing your medical device, you can have these as well, the additional things that you can deploy. Then in 2003, our ISO had like published the ISO 13485 2003 standard. Okay, so they revised their previous version, and it represents the requirements for the quality management system. So the how will you verify or audit the quality of your medical device, then its design, and who is the manufacturer, and how it's been done and carried out. So everything. Now, when this was in effect in 2003, you like it cancelled all the 1996 and the further 13488 versions. Okay. Then lastly, we had a third edition of ISO in 2016, which again cancelled the 2003 version, and now we are here with the 2016 version to launch upon. Okay. Yeah. So now being with like what's 13485 we learned in the previous slide as well. So mainly it's for quality management system. Then we have various clauses in it which are requirements. So these are the requirement things if you want to get audited, or if you want to get the certification from ISO, and that all requirements you need to study it, and then when you go for an audit we can just according to those requirements we can work upon it.
Yeah.
Then we have measure A and B, which is like in correspondence. When you have you like what's the I would say mapping for 2003 and 2016. Okay, I would say mappings. Like what were the changes made in 2016 and what was there in 2003, so that if someone has like if some company has done 2003 versions, now they want to shift to 2016 versions, so you can take the help of these annexures.
Okay.
Then Annexure B, yeah, explains the difference between 2016 of 13485 and 2015 of 9001. So these are just indexes and annexures. You can refer into these. Now, yeah. So now legal conformity is nothing but like in most countries ISO is mandatory, but like it's mandatory but not a legal requirement, but having it saves you from the legal consequences. Okay, so since you have your audits done, so you are like making it sure that you are complying with all the laws and regulations there. So it's important to have ISO. So these are some of the regulatory frameworks. Okay, when we come to I would say various countries. So in USA you have a Code of Federal Regulation, in Canada, and then European Union. So in USA, when medical devices are regulated, they are regulated by FDA, Food and Drug Administration, and the medical devices regulations, the FDA requires to have a quality management system based. Okay, so yeah, so in this, when you say of Title 21, it means the 21 CFR part. Okay, wait a second, just plug in my charger. Okay, I'm back. Then same for like Canada, they have these I would say directives, so that if when you are dealing with medical devices, so these are some of their frameworks and standards developed by them. Yeah. So like do you have any idea why you will adopt your ISO 13485?
To what should I say? To get the certification, to get C marked, for example, to have the possibility to be commercialized. Like no.
Yeah. Yes, you're on the right track.
Yeah.
Okay, so now basically just to have, as I said, commercializing, and you want to enter into your market, you want to launch your medical devices, so you need to have some authority and trust over it. Okay, so that, okay, my device has been ISO certified, so there are like everything which is required, the uh, like legal consequences and every, I would say, precautions and every procedure I have very correctly. So you will not just go and tell everyone, right? You will just have a certification and that certification will tell it.
Yeah.
So this is why we need to adopt our ISO. Okay. Now, dealing with quality circle. Okay. Now it's very much important to understand when you go for an audit. It's important to understand how the organization is working in. Okay.
Mhm.
Now these were first established in Japan. Okay, in 1962, and like it was like a movement which was coordinated by Japanese Union of Scientists and Engineers. So yeah, so this was like a whole of history out there as well. But the major thing behind is, okay, the principle of these quality circles is to contribute to the improvement and development of the enterprises, then to respect humanity, to exercise human capabilities and everything. So whenever you go for an audit, you first understand how people are behaving here there and what's their structure of, engaging
Yeah.
with them, so that you can easily adjust into that environment, and then you can move forward with dealing with people. Then characteristics, for example, you need to have some, I would say, apart from auditing, need to have some psychological skills as well. So, for example, you can observe a behavior of a employee, and you can suspect him if said like any of the such kind of behavior, if it's in not providing any of the information. So you can just suspect and have a more in detail information about him as well. For example, pinpointing, then examining, okay, solving areas. So how the people solve the problems there. Now, why we are studying these? To know the psychology and to know the technique behind it. And once you know the process which is going on, you can just have prepared your questions. Okay, in this way, if I ask my questions, I'll get the best answer because they work according to so and so, I'll say, mentality and everything. Understanding?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, total quality management. Now, what's it? Okay. It's nothing but it's an approach. Okay. So, TQM, I would like in future now, I would relate TQM. If I say TQM, it's meaning total quality management. So it's
Mhm.
nothing but an approach, okay, that organizations, use to improve their internal processes and increase customer satisfaction. So we'll see, learn about what's the approach and how it is done. But its basically motive is to have your customers satisfied, and even your employees and everything should work in harmony to achieve that. Okay, so if you are like, but obvious if your employees and everything are doing your works properly, so that you can build a better product out there.
Yeah.
Now, TQM is like something that will not happen overnight. Obviously, it's a process. It will take you some years as well to establish a best TQM in your company. Okay, so quality is maintained, everything has been managed, and to implement it, you'll have to work on it. Okay, then that there are some philosophies as well. For example, a company should integrate some this in every department of the company, so that it's like every department should work on to adopt the 7 important principles of TQM, and the quality is maintained in throughout the organization. So this is the motive behind it when we speak of quality management. Now let's see how it's done. Now, okay. So you have understanding for like definitions for each and every word here. Now, total means like to everything. Everything should, in everything, wherever you go, your quality should be maintained. Okay, and everyone should be participating and working wherein I would say in harmony to achieve the quality of your product or your services. Now,
Mhm.
quality, when you speak of quality, is nothing but like a degree, okay, or any of the ratings, okay. For example, out of 10, the quality of your product is 9. Okay, so now you'll take efforts to make it 10 on 10. So that's your approach right here. Then, obviously, management. So managing things is also important here. Okay, for example, you have a medical device developing or any medical software developing, you'll not give like much, I would say much work to your manufacturers as well and your engineers as well out there. You have to manage it so that they can also, plan accordingly and they can perform their best.
Mhm.
Then yeah, now to integrate all of this, you have TQM, integrative philosophy for like managing everything. Let's see the system model. Now, yeah. So now TQM is basically collection of some principles and techniques. Okay. Then there are some best practices that you follow. Now everything employee or in our organization, how they go forward. When you're developing something, you need to manage your people as well. Okay. Then how we'll do go with automation and all of these things. So this management, you can have the Kaizen approach there. Then yeah, so like in we have 5 elements, for example, teamwork, then we have personal discipline in this, then morals. For example, you should be you should take upon like all of the parameters here, and you do not tamper or you do not compromise your ethics in your, I would say, organization. Then quality circles, these are also essential to eliminate the waste and obstacles, okay, that will prevent your company from like, if you're having any obstacles or waste, you should eliminate it quickly so that you do not have to deal with it in the longer runs. Then you should be also open to improvements and suggestions as well. So in your company, if you're developing something, you should not like just order and everything. You should see whether a company is taking suggestions or how they are dealing with people who are giving suggestions, so that you can just have a quick overview about how the company is working here.
Yeah.
Now Toyota way. Now what's this is like, it's basically again a principles or philosophy for your continuous improvement. And this we have a long term philosophy. Now this involves managing with like a long view, okay, rather than short term. You plan everything for a longer view. Then right processes, okay, obviously it's on your thing, okay, your company should obviously select the right processes so that you don't waste much of the, I would say, time of your company. For example, there are 7 types as well. For example, overproduction, then waiting time and everything, these should be not happening in your cases. So that's why you follow your Toyota way. Then moreover, you need to value the organization, okay, by developing people. You have to value your human resource, your human developments as well, when we are speaking of developing something, developing a medical device or anything. Then solving the root problems, okay. Now whenever also you are auditing something, you will go for root cause analysis as well, to, okay, if there is a problem, why is it so, and you will go with that as well. So yeah, so like till now this was a very generic and basic one. Any questions in this?
No. Can you just like explain to me what is the what means a a an ISO standard is harmonized? Like, what's the difference with harmonized and not harmonized?
Okay, so harmonized in the way, I would say, like, um as I said, when some of the um like you are auditing ISO for example, you're auditing for 13485, okay.
Mhm.
And now harmonizing means you're giving, if suppose for example you're in your production or development area, then now you need to audit to your accounts team as well, okay. So you're harmonizing everyone in your company, in your departments. And then further non-harmonizing means like you are only centric towards your ISO 13485, and you are only dealing with the medical things out there.
Mm.
You can take it off like this. Okay, so should we move forward now here
Mhm.
with our lead auditor trainings?
Yeah.
Now, yeah. So whenever you become a lead auditor, how will you certify your company? Let's see. So these are some of the steps when you are before the auditing you'll follow, then in the initial audit, and then in the following. So firstly, you will implement of the management system implementation. Like before the audit, you will see what all things you need to implement, you need to manage. Okay, for example, if you're going for an 13485 audit, you will first note down its requirements and you'll how we'll manage things. You'll jot down the timelines and everything. Then you will go for an internal audit. Okay, so now before a management system can be certified, it must like conduct any one internal audit, so that whenever any external audit happens, they are well prepared for it, just like mock audit you can say. So we'll prepare one internal audit. Then selection of the certification body. Okay, now for example here you have selected PCEB. So in that way you select your certification body. Each certificate, like each organization according to their needs, have the choice to select one. Then a pre-assessment audit, it's like optional. You can I would say you can choose to do a pre-audit to measure the gap between the current. For example, if you have the 1996 standard done with you, so then you can now you want to do with like 2016 when you want to upgrade your audit standards. In that case, you can do this to analyze the gaps between it. Then stage one audit is just a review. Okay, you just take some information and you verify that whether your like whether the organization is meeting with its requirements or standards. And yeah, so it's like basically not a very I would say in detailed audit, but an overview. Okay, you will understand okay at what age or at what stage your organization is. Then we go for stage two. You'll visit the site. You will actually now conduct your audit. Okay. In this case, it is like basically it's implemented in organization only, and you need to have like the organization should support the auditor in providing all of the things that are required by you. Okay. Now then you'll follow up your audit. Okay, if you in when auditing with the stage 2, if you have encountered some of the non conformities, now in that case, as I said, if they are not providing you any of the document, or the question which you have asked you haven't get the answer till, you need to follow up them to provide certain things. You'll not just validate them once, you'll follow up, and after 2 3 follow ups, then you will like write a non-conformity. Then confirmation of registration. So for example, if from your side you have given everything, now whether the like according to the condition, according to the report you have made, the registration, like the body will assess it and then decide whether they can give the certification to this organization or not. Then yeah, continuous improvement. Okay, so once you have like registered, you need to continuously audit within like 1 year, or surveillance will be held. So it's not just now you have certified, now you can do anything. No, you need to maintain it, and whatever improvements are which has been told by the authorization like auditing body, they have to implement it. So this is the whole lot of scenario or process when we speak of certification or getting a ISO certified company. Then we have certification schemas as well. Now these are nothing but like there are some authorities out there in UK as well. In Switzerland, we have SAS. Then now what we do, they accredit. Okay, so for example, we have PECB, then we have another as well. So these are some intermediaries, or I would say these are your standards, but who will verify it? These verification and certification bodies will verify it and provide you with the certification. So they certify organizations. Okay, then we have auditees also. So now you are into the auditee, you're training, you're under this stage. Okay. So with like a training organization, you are taking your training now. Then once you have trained, you will become an auditor. But once you have given your test and everything, okay. So PECB will certify you that okay, you have taken the training, you have cleared your exam. Now this certification value will certify you for auditors. Now, either you can work for a certification body out there. Okay. For example, we have DNV and other as well, PECB itself, or any of the other organizations. So they'll hire you. Okay. Now again, vice versa. Now the I would say the game is reversed here. Now you will go into organizations and you will audit them, and then you will certify them with the ISO certification by these government authorities. So it's like in your hands. If the auditor gives a go check, then only these certification bodies will assign or will give approve the certification for a company.
Yeah.
Now these are some accreditation authorities. ISO 17011. Now in general, just a second, I'm getting a call. Just a second. Hello. Yeah,
Hello.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Sorry for disturbing like in between, but okay.
Oh, it's problem. No problem.
Okay. So this is like your accreditation authority. My screen is shared, right? Yeah. So in this, let's visit once in your web also. Let's see what they have. We have ISO 7001. Okay. Now, this is the basically I would say, sorry, 17001. Yeah. So this is how it looks like. Okay. Now these are some of the documents, okay, that they have published. You can see it here. So this basically deals with I would say some conformative assessments. Whenever you form any or you find any conformities, you can just take into consideration, take this.
Okay.
Now it's more general. Okay. So whether it's like whether you're auditing for any of the certifications or any of the, I would say, for example, we have here 13485. If you go for any other things, you can always go through these as well. Okay.
Okay.
Now moving to our, yes, so we have other as well. For example, we have ANAB accredited. Mostly EC Council follows ANAB accreditation. Then we have these all are the like most of the accreditation partners, or I would say organizations. And it may vary according to like various nations as well. When you go into like another nations, we have it. We again have ISO 17021. This is also a certification body, okay, a third party wherein you deal with third parties. You can find these. So in this, you have your PCB, SGS, and all of these things. So certification, the procedure is same. Okay, but in this, we deal with third party vendors, third party attestations, and all, so that you can audit them as well.
Okay.
Okay, so these are some of the personal certification bodies out there. Like we have ISO 17024. These are just like for your information. Okay, for just to like so that you should know where you can find any frameworks or anything related to PCB. When you're auditing anything, you need to, provide a set of guidelines and I would say whole lot of procedures. So when you are like unable to procedure something, unable to jot down your procedure, you can take the help of these ISOs.
Okay, nice.
Okay, yeah, we are on section 4. Let's start section 4 after a short 20 minutes break.
Okay, nice. Okay, no
Yeah.
problem. So
Okay,
we
see
come
you.
back at 11 a.m. and 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
4 is all about now for like what's quality and what's quality in medical devices and what are those as well. So let's see. So according to you, what does quality mean according to you?
According to me, you mean?
Hello?
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. What did you say? I didn't hear.
Okay, so according to you, like what's quality? What we call it as a quality? Any ideas?
According to me, quality is a general definition because it applies on a lot of things like product, like for example, quality of a service, quality of a product, quality of our documentation. It means a lot of things, but for me, it is like a compilation of things to satisfy like a customer, for example, to satisfy a thing, I mean. So
Yes, so in
yeah.
the end, yeah, so in the end, whatever we are doing to satisfy our customers. So if anything that you are developing or any service, if it's intending to it, okay, if it's doing properly what it is supposed to do, then it is in its best quality. So as you can see here, like it can differ according to your needs and circumstances. But basically, in our case, when we speak of medical devices, how much secure or how much I would say customers have trust on your medical device, and whatever the customer needs, is your medical device following all of it? And if it does, it's in its best quality. So now to define it in a sentence, it's basically a degree to which a set of characteristics fulfill environment requirements. For example, if you have so and so requirements, if a product is satisfying all your requirements, then it's in best quality.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now when we speak of ISO 13485, it is not just any other like compliance thing. Compliance means it's like just you have some guidelines, you have guidelines as well, but it is basically more centric towards your customers as well, your customer expectations. So in this, we first thoroughly understand the customer expectation, and on that basis only you further audit your devices. Right, and even in like in a world of like business and everything, your quality is your differentiator, I would say. That will make you stand out from like other competitors that you have. Correct?
Okay. Yes.
Now, yes, again. So, as I said, like these clauses and some of the clauses from 9000 as well, and from ISO, they just aim to aim for you to assess everything that's going on and to make sure that everything which you're developing is ultimately meeting the customers requirements out there. Fine. Now let's move to its importance. Okay. Now why is like good quality important? Now, but obvious, a good quality product will survive in the market, and once you have survived in your market, if your quality is good, you'll have profit out of that. Okay. Now, yeah. So there are some like consequences, or I would say the best thing about good quality is you'll get higher satisfaction, okay, from the customer's point of view. Then you can build your better reputation out there, okay. And even if you are building it right, you will have a less, I would say, waste products also in it, okay. So this is like, yeah, so these are some things listed down here. So it will increase your sales, it will increase your company's reputation, and all of this. So it will just benefit you only if you follow, like if you are in your good quality. Now to assure that you are in your good quality, we are having these some of the like compliances and audits that we are studying about. Now, yeah, so these are some of the determinants. This determine, okay, these are some of the parameters that will determine whether your product is in its best quality or not. Okay, so you'll measure about the, I would say, performances, what's your main product saying. Then you can just go on with, I would say, firstly, you'll move on with the requirements. Is your product up to the requirements or not? Okay, and then you can have your performance evaluation as well. Okay, so you'll evaluate how well is your all of your medical devices are performing. Are they up to the mark? Okay. And then we have conformance. So conformance is nothing but all the standards and expectation. There are some standards and regulations out there, right? So you need to follow those to like to achieve towards quality. Then you can see for aesthetics, designs, and your evaluation, how you evaluate your medical devices and everything. For example, if you have any mechanical or electronic product nowadays, so you'll measure its performances, you'll measure its accuracy in terms of like all of the parameters that we have to measure it, how safer it is, okay, how its appearance, is it easy to use, is that product or device easy to use, feasible by the customers. So these are some of the, I would say, determiners that determine your quality. Okay. Then yeah, so in like simplest way, if suppose you have a food product, so now if you want to like determine its quality, what will be some of the parameters? Can you have some insight on it? Like if there is a food product and if you want to determine its quality, what all things you will check in it?
For example, the taste.
Yes.
The the visual aspect, maybe.
Okay, the measurement, but morely on like any more insights from you on this?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Any more aspects like on this, like for a food product, what will you see when, if suppose you are on your diet, so you need the best quality food, so what you'll see in it?
If the maybe, let me think, if the ingredients are best quality, for example.
Yes, that's only how are they best quality ingredients?
uh, I don't know if they were like
Okay, let me help you out there. So just basically you will see about the nutritions that are coming onto your table. When we are having any food, what it tastes like, then what are its nutritional properties, the mature and what is its expiry. Okay, since if you're purchasing or purchasing anything, and if it like expire in suppose 1 day or 2 day, so that
Yeah.
means it's the best of the product has been gone. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're just having 1 month use. So these are some of the determiners that you can implement in this as well when you are determining your quality. Next, we have with the service quality. Determinants of service quality is nothing but like how are you servicing or marketing your product out there. Okay, so for example, you like once we studied earlier as well, we have PECB. You had their service for complaints as well, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So after deployment, how your like how your organization or how your medical device behave, is it reliable, is after deployment, once you have deployed it, you'll basically test it. Okay, you'll test the inputs and you'll do your live testing as well, and then you'll check on, okay, customer, what were the customer requirements and are they up to the mark. Okay, are these providing you the best satisfaction, the customer satisfaction. You will see how when you go for like support thing with your medical devices, if anyone needs supports, how will they contact. So in audit also you'll see about these.
Mhm.
Okay, for example, um for example, you have deployed your you have built your medical device and you have deployed it. Now how can you assess whether like after deployment whether it's been working fine, or if any organization wants to connect with you, how what will be the process in between? Can you
Uh,
channelize processes?
the process, the you mean the customer feedback process, you mean?
Yes, you can take customer feedbacks. Okay, so how you will have a team, right, for taking the customers' feedback. Okay, then for example, suppose I am using your medical device. Okay, and I encountered some technical problem into it. So who will I contact? Any idea?
Okay, so for in our organization, it's not yet like really defined for the
Mm-hmm.
moment because we are not on the market. But I can give you an example of how we did for the clinical trials, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So in general, like no, maybe not exactly what we did, but yeah, we had the customer have to has to contact us either by maybe by email or by phone or directly using the website, for example.
Yes,
And
that's like most of the common
yeah,
businesses too. Yeah.
yes, exactly, yes. And then we will receive. So we don't in our organization we don't have a service like department, a service department, but they will contact the quality department, I think. So
Yes.
we will receive their feedback,
Mm-hmm.
and then we will assess if the feedback is relate if it is like, for example, a complaint, or it is just a general feedback regarding something
Yeah,
not.
like you will say positive and negative feedbacks.
Yeah, exactly, yes. And so yeah, if it is a complaint, for example, then we will have to create a feedback record.
Yeah, and then you'll like basically propose a solution or anything to
Ex-
that complaint.
yeah, exact. So we will tell the customer that we received their feedback, and then and that we are going to to process, and then we will come back to them when we will have an
Yeah.
answer. Yeah, for example.
Okay. Now, this also comes into quality management. Okay. So, whenever you
Yes.
are assessing quality for any medical device, now you'll assess for post deployment as well. Okay. You'll see how are they replying to them. What is their even what's the language of replying? Okay. Are they replying politely? So, because this will eventually affect their customer satisfaction. Okay, so it's very important to have, okay, for example, you are in a company, you went for an auditing, and there was like a medical device, okay, that has been deployed. You're working on existing system, so like you're auditing the existing system, you can check all the complaints as well, okay, that
Yes.
that were I would say given by customers, and whether the company is actually working on it, actually maintaining or logging any complaints. So this also you need to audit when you go for like quality auditing. Right?
Okay.
Okay. So I guess this is clear. If you have poor quality, what can happen, right? You can have loss in your business, and you can have reputation losses.
Mhm.
Also, now we have a thumb rule also here. For example, you should always look for preventing something, right? For example, the cost, we will take it as term is in, for example, in the cost thing. So if suppose you have to prevent something, it will cost you less, okay, for prevention. But
Yes.
when it's been actually, if you haven't prevented and something has been happened, it will cost you more than, whether like for example, it will cost you $1 to prevent, but it will cost you then again $10 to fix. If anything goes wrong, to fix it in your facility, you will have to spend $10. Then again, if it's in live in the field, you will have to spend again $100 to fix it. So this is a, this is a consequence, or this is a result of poor quality management. So you
Mhm.
will also see when you go for an audit, you will also see that what are they doing to prevent their risk. Okay, are they investing right? Are they investing something to prevent those risks or not? Or they are just being left to exploiting. So this also
Yeah.
you can note it down in your non-conformities, like whether the organization is doing anything for the risks and all. Then yeah, this is a like a small tendency shown here. A satisfied customer will tell a few people, but if you're dissatisfied, then it will like the people will tell to other 19 as well. So it's very important to have a best quality even while start from the designing phase to the deployment and post deployment as well. So when you're auditing, you need to let's say go through all of these.
Mhm.
Okay, definition of medical devices. I guess you can define it more in more detail. Can you?
Oh my God. A medical device is a machine that's like I have the definition in front of me, so I just want to read it, but it's like a machine that is developed to treat a disease or to prevent a disease in a human or in maybe animal, I can say maybe. And
Yes.
yeah, so there is no like uh, I would say chemical action in the body. It's just the machine, the instrument or something which is going to treat the patient.
Treat the patients. Yeah, right. So it's just for monitoring your patients, giving them some treatments with the devices. So this is a medical device. Like for example, you just monitor a person. The best example would be the ECG machines and everything. So you can monitor everything, okay, whatever
Yes.
vitals the human or animal has,
Yeah.
and then you can move forward with it with the rest of the treatment. So they are just like your supporters, I would say, in medical. Okay. Now, these are some of the, I would say, key facts about medical devices. Okay. Now, when we have like just a second, when we have some medical devices, for example, they can range from simplest medical devices are thermometers. Okay, then there can be complex devices also. For example, machines, and one that you are developing, it will also come into a complex one. So these are some of the medical devices when we speak of. Then yeah, and like there are 1.5 million different medical devices. Let's search some of them. Let's see how does a medical device look. Okay, it's a whole lot of animated thing. Let me search for real medical devices. Okay, so these are like some of the devices. For example, we have a monitor here, then ECG systems and everything. Then this is more of for a laboratory.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I can't find anything. Let's see. We have. Yeah, so these are some. Let's see. What does this site say about medical devices? Okay, so now at the moment we can't find any more of the pictures in, but yeah, so medical devices, I would say, let's see examples if we get some. I guess this is a good one. Mm-mm. I guess the image isn't clear.
Yeah.
It's a little bit blurred. Let's see, let's go with this. Okay, this is like the stages when you're developing it, but this was, yeah, now it's clear. Okay, so for diagnosing, we have some of the thermometers, then here, then for these are also, this will also be your medical device, your orthopedic host or belt. Okay, then we have some replacements also. We have pacemakers, right? So this is also a device, IoT device, I would say. Then yeah, so these are some of the various medical devices that we found for supporting, for controlling, then for disinfectations. And these are the simplest one. We have simple to complex as well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to our next slide now. Okay, now we are on our clause 3 of ISO 13485. Here we are starting with our clauses now.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, we have clinical evaluation, then implantable medical devices. For example, we have pacemakers, then some of the medical devices out there, and families. Okay, now clinical evaluation is nothing but you do assessment and analyzing of clinical data. Okay, you just write it down, who is the manufacturer, what's the device, how was the safety evaluated, and all of that stuff. Then implantable medical devices, they can be like removed for a medical surgery, or for any surgery. If you want anything, you can just implant it into a human body. So any example do you have for implantable medical devices?
Implantable. Let me check. Oh, I can't think.
We just saw one now.
Implantable medical device.
Should I?
Yeah.
Okay, so pacemaker. Okay, we implant it into the heart of a human body for
Oh, yeah.
So
True.
pacemaker is also something like of implantable medical device. Okay, we totally induce it, or we partially introduce it into your human body. Okay. Then yeah, so there are various procedures as well. Now when you're implanting it, you need to at least monitor it for 30 days or not, so that wherever the device is suitable or not into that human body.
Yeah.
Then speaking of medical devices, we have apparatus and machines out there, implantations. Then from in for IVF also we have some medical devices which help in basically for diagnosis, okay, for monitoring purposes, for the replacement and modification of any I would say for example, you have a prosthetics as well. So to modify it or to replace it, we have some devices as well in here. Then medical device family is nothing group of some medical devices that we saw in this picture. For example, for monitoring, so this can be your one device here. For example, these devices, the cardiac make pacemaker and all of the prosthetics, yeah, this belong to a medical family which deals with for supporting for anatomy. Now, when you speak of more of disinfecting things, so disinfecting medical devices are a family, and in that family, you have these devices. So, a family is nothing but a group. Okay, when you go for like categorization of your medical devices. Okay. Then we have performance evaluation. So it's nothing but like we saw earlier as well. We assess and analyze what all the data that has been collected by your devices. For example, the vitals and everything, the numeric sensors and all. So you analyze, you get those data, you analyze, and then go for it. Post market surveillance. Okay, so this is also systematic. Okay, a process. So when you have deployed your medical device, okay, they are in your market, you monitor that as well. How are they behaving in the market? Are they performing well? Is there any discrepancies or errors coming into your medical devices? Then how will you how is the organization dealing with those? Okay, so these are clauses that you will ask to the organization. Okay, you will have your requirements based on these clauses. So you will have a requirement that okay, your product has been deployed into the market. They'll say yes, it's been deployed. So how is it working? Do you have any feedbacks or complaints, documents, anything? You'll ask for them and then you'll analyze those. Then sterile barrier system, it's like a minimum package, okay, that prevents microorganisms and for from entering. So the sterile devices that we saw, the disinfection devices here, yeah, so we have autoclave, then UV light lamp and everything. So this will help you in disinfecting. So whenever you are going into for an audit, you will check for okay, what are the devices they are using for disinfecting, for sterilizing their medical device, and what's the procedure for sterilization. So you write down that procedure and we'll see if it's correct or it needs any changes. Okay. Now, quality and medical terminology. Now, it was an exercise. Okay, let's have an activity as well. Let's have 30 minutes of more of lecture, and then you will move on to one activity that I have prepared for you. So we'll move forward with our section 5, that is quality management system. Any questions so far?
No, for the moment it's clear.
Okay. Let me ask you, like we were on this exercise, let me ask you some of the, I would say, terminology. Okay, so do you remember what was TQM?
It was total quality management.
Yes, correct. Then we have, okay, so this is like, do you know, like, can you just think of what will be COPQ with respect to quality? COPQ.
CO.
PQ. Yes, we haven't like I haven't told you, but just for
Oh,
information. Can you
okay.
guess?
COPQ. I can't think about CO. I know IOPQ, but COPQ, I don't know, I think.
Okay, let's see what's OPQ.
OPQ, operational qualification, performance qualification? No?
Okay. That was like not from the quality that we are. So let me give you a hint, okay?
Okay.
We studied of something for as called as poor quality. So
Oh,
that was a hint.
okay. Uh, CO?
Okay, so should I?
Let me think.
Okay, I have some time to
Oh,
think.
oh, it's cost. Cost.
Yeah, cost is for CC stands for cost.
Okay,
Correct on
cost.
that.
Okay, Q is for quality, and P, it's poor.
Yes, so it's just cost of poor quality. So COPQ,
Oh,
cost
okay.
of poor quality. So when you perform an audit, or if you write, suppose due to the poor quality, this was the cost that was also that can be, or that has been for an organization. So you just write COPQ was this much.
Okay, nice.
So because when you're documenting, you need to follow some short codes as well, so that you don't need to write everything.
Yeah.
So you can make use of these as well.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find more for you. Just a second. Okay. Okay. Let's have some scenarios as well here. Okay. Now, for example, you are evaluating a like you are evaluating a performance. Okay, so for performance evaluation, you need to um, work on any device. Okay, you can choose any of the device. So what all the things that you will consider? For example, um, you can take any device. Which one do you want to take? For example, let's take pacemaker. Okay, you are suppose auditing a medical device, which is pacemaker. So in that, what all the questions you'll have for the as an auditor, what all the questions you'll have for any of the employee or organization? Can you think of it?
For what kind of medical device did you say?
Pacemaker, the heart pacemaker. That is so. Okay, let me give you a hint. Do you know that pacemakers can also get hacked?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we see in movies and all of this also that okay, his pacemaker was hacked and then he got a heart attack and then he died. So this is like one of a condition or a scenario that you can think of it, and you can come up with some questions in your idea in your mind.
Like um, I don't know, maybe cyber security, things like that?
Yes, you'll ask, yeah, you can ask some questions like that also. What security you have put in into your pacemaker? Can it be hacked? Then although I would say it, what's the beating per second? Okay, so these are parameters you need to, so whenever you are, auditing any medical device, you need to have a thorough understanding of how it works, what's its correct working, okay, how it works, and then you go for any auditing. So just tell me which devices that you have worked on, medical devices.
Um, I like it's a hemodialysis machine, so it's like it's a class 2B device,
Okay.
and we have like the machine and we have consumables. Some of them are sterile.
Okay. So now what do you expect? Like what are you building it for? What are your customers' requirements out there? Any
um
idea?
we have to in details or in general.
In general, like you as an auditor, I'm doing brainstorming for, so how you'll come up with the questions out there. Okay, so let's just give me a few minutes for a scenario. Yeah, I'll just build one. Okay. Um, Now, for example, we'll see with the syringes. Yeah. Okay. So you have syringes with you. Okay. And there you are an auditor. Okay. Suppose in an medical facility or in any hospital of things. Okay. Then there you are dealing with your, there are dialysis machines as well. There are some implants, then syringes. Okay. Now, what will you look into it? How will you, for doing any performance evaluation? In the case of food that we saw, okay, you look for taste, you will look for like some of the nutrients. Now here, what kind of questions do you ask for, evaluating the process in
um
general?
um
Think of it like, um, you are an auditor and now you have to audit any of the device. The general questions, what will come up into your mind?
I don't know.
Okay, let me give you some hints. Okay, now here you will first, like when we move for in general, you can hear me, right? I'm audible.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So in general, you ask what's the success rate of this device? Okay. For example, anyone, like it's an existing device, as I said, in a hospital, there are these devices. Then now, what's the success rate? Are there any complaints? Now, due to this device, were there any complication into the human's body? Okay, so these are some of the questions that will come up.
Okay.
Understanding to evaluate its performance. For
Yeah.
example, we have what example can I give you now here? I would say some devices. For example, when anyone, okay, you will assess this also. When anyone is coming, okay, if a nurse is coming or anyone's coming, if she is giving an injection, okay, or she is using any device, for example, the blood pressure machine, the sugar machine, is it sterilized first or not? Okay, so these are some of the questions that you need to come up as an auditor.
Okay.
Okay, so that you get an idea how the process is working.
Okay.
Now, uh, so are you getting an idea? We'll have a whole lot of scenarios as well. I have defined some scenarios for you, and then we'll see how we can go with it.
Okay.
And now this was our short exercise. Let's move on to quality management systems now. Okay. Now, when we are moving to our quality management system, we have these clauses for like quality, for system and management system, and then further with the quality management system.
Mhm.
Let me just have some water. Just a minute. Yeah. So now, till now, we are learning about quality management systems. So, can you explain in few words, like what do you mean by a quality management system? Any idea?
Mm, it's a like, let me think.
What do we use for? Like QMS is used for what?
It is used to implement, like, it's used to implement a quality management system. So we have like to create documentation, to like, how can I say it? We have to create documents and
Yes. Then
to
assessing
structure, like, yeah.
as well. Yes, so let me frame it in a better way for you. So, quality management system, as in the name same, you manage the quality, everything about the quality you manage through a system. Now, you need to like it's a management system to direct and to control an organization with regard to quality. For example, now how you will achieve quality. So the process to it, okay, and what all are the necessary things required, what's the procedure, what are the next steps for an organization, those will be laid down by QMS and those will be managed by QMS, a quality management system. So therein just you have to put it, okay, for example, you'll measure your performance, okay, you'll measure that, okay, on for this on this day our device performed well. Then suppose on the next day there was some errors, okay, so then you will again calculate the quality rate, and the system will tell you, okay, what are the things you need to do to improve it as well. And it will also give you the timeline. For example, if you want to deploy it in 3 weeks, okay, the medical device needs to be deployed in 3 weeks. What all are the, I would say, um, the steps need to be taken, and on when, like in 1 week, this issue should be resolved. Otherwise, you will have a delay in your deployment. So these all also contribute to the quality. Okay, now QMS basically encourages organizations to analyze their customer requirements and to track whether they are moving into an accordance to their customers, requirements or not. Okay, if you want to track that. Now, when you are moving to an auditing, okay, you are an auditor here, so you'll check their QMS. Okay, you'll check their degree, okay, degree of quality. For example, you are building any of the medical device, okay, then um, you'll assess its performance. Okay, now based on that, suppose on a rate of, like, on a scale of 10, you rate it as 7. Now you'll ask why you have rated 7, what's the issue here, when it will be resolved, and how much will its impact be. So these are some of the questions that you can ask to the organization, and then according to their answer, according to their plan, you can note down your if there are any non-conformatives and all. Okay, fine.
Yes. Yeah.
So these are some clauses. Now, what are these clauses? Corresponding to this, there are terms, okay? And these are definition for it. Like system is like a set of interacting elements. So there can be software systems built for QMS. We'll see it later on as well. Then management system, how are they managing? Are there any policies? Okay, and what are its customer requirements, what is the objective of that QMS. Now you will jot down the objectives and you'll compare it with your customer requirements. Are they similar? And if not, you can add it in your I would say report further. Now based on these clauses you will have your questions and requirements prepared. Okay, so we'll do one activity wherein you will be having to just note down the questions that as an auditor that you will be requiring to ask. Fine.
Yeah.
We'll have it a bit later on. We'll first see some of the clauses and on that you can proceed further. Okay. The process approach. Now you will also, now there's like if you're building any product, there will be a process, right? So do you have any idea or have what process are you following here while developing? Like just the overview of it. Any
Sorry,
idea?
can you repeat?
Okay, for example, you're developing a medical device. Okay, now that in real life also you are developing in your company. So what is the process like from beginning? How do you start or how do you plan? Do you have any general idea of a process how to build a medical device?
Yeah, we have to set the requirement specifications first.
Yes, first obviously we'll set the requirements. What are the customer requirements? Then
And then we have the like we have the we have to develop like having a plan.
yes, first we'll
Develop.
plan and design some of things. We have saw like for designing, we have some clauses also. So you will, if you're going into an auditor phase, you'll look into these phases as well. Okay, so if suppose a medical device has been developed and you are going to audit it, so now what you will start from the planning phase. Okay, what was the plan? Are there any documentation? What are the documentations that you have created? So they'll submit to you. Then you will go through the plan. Then you know once know the plan and requirements, then you will go to the next step. Okay, you'll move in a process. Understand it?
Yeah.
So first, in like I would say, it takes us a 1 week, a week or something to just understand what is going on in that organization and how are they building the process and how are they building the product. I would say. Okay, so this is like a short diagram out here. You just input. Okay, and there are some processes, for example, developing, then planning, design. What about the customer service? Then if you have any policy to be developed, so these processes you will go through. The customer will give you its input. Okay, you'll first note down the customer requirements and then in the output the result is your product. Now as an auditor you will verify from the very start, from the customer requirements you'll verify what were the processes done, what are the processes, how were they managed, and all of these things. Let's see, this is a more detailed approach. Now let's start with our customer. Okay, so now customer and regulatory authorities. For example, this is in a circle. These are your processes. Okay. Now a customer has suppose requested a medical device or have been or any regulatory body has I would say delivered the requirements to you and you have to now develop a medical device according to their need. So now here you are okay. So your product realization means okay, you're realizing that we need a product. Fine. So based on the requirements, you realize that a product is in need. Now, to further develop it, you will do measurements and analysis. Okay. Now, for example, if there was an existing product and you need to improve it further, so you will measure what was its like before, what was its performance. Then you'll analyze all the risk parameters and everything, and then you'll see how we can improve it. Basically, you will plan it. And
Yes.
whether when you are doing this, you will also take the customers and any like whoever assigned it, the customer or the regulatory authorities, you take their feedback. Okay, this is our solution. Is it good? Do we need to change it and everything? You'll take that feedback. Then after the feedback, it's now your responsibility, your management's responsibility to carry out the task. Okay.
Mhm.
So now here also the auditor comes into when you go for an audit, you will start from here only. You'll start from requirements. Okay. You'll see these were the requirements for this product. Then what feedback did the customers give? On this all needs to be documented by the organization. Now the first challenge, as I told you, most of the organization do not document it well. So now how will you assess it further? So this is a challenge as well. So now in that case, you need to speak with the developers, right?
Mhm.
So can you think of any questions that you'll ask the developers for when you are, do you want to know the product or when you want to know the feedback? What questions
Mhm.
can you ask the employees? Any idea?
Um, what is the value, like because we said that we have an existing product and we want to improve
Mhm.
it, for example.
Yes.
What is the value of your product? Is like what is the product doing? Uh,
Okay. Yeah, you'll first get to know about the processes and what will be the working of a medical device.
yeah.
And then while okay, so you need to first create a chain of questions.
Okay.
Now that's a very I would say very strategic way.
Mm-hmm.
Since whatever the feedback, suppose the regulatory bodies have given so and so feedback. Now it's not always compulsory that the organization document it. For example, there is no documenting feature only in the organization. So now what? How will you like? What will you reference to? So that's also non-conformative. Also, that the organization has not been documented the all of the processes. You can note it down as well. But now you also want to know, right? So now you will engage the employees in such a way that okay, you'll not just go and ask the question. You'll first build a great strong background for yourself. Okay.
Okay.
The interrogation part or the interview part that we had. Okay. So remember, so when you're interviewing them, you will first know, okay, so like from when are you working in this company, what's your role, and you'll build some story behind it. And then you will eventually ask about the product. And okay, so what was the like you'll say, okay, so what was the feedback from the regulatory bodies on that? And then they'll tell you, okay, this was that. When you ask directly, so sometimes it may happen they'll not say it directly.
Okay.
Understand? Any,
Yeah.
if there were any negative feedbacks, obviously it's their organization. They'll tend to like hesitate about speaking any negative if there would be. But it's your job to uncover it.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is how you build a whole scenario background out there. Then okay, now the main process. Now we have an up arrow after the measurement. Once you have measured, for example, the project has been delivered, like the project has been taken by the organization. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
After that, for example, the existing accuracy rate of the device was, for example, 7 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Now, once you have measured and analyzed, now it's your job, it's organization's job to maintain it in that way only. Okay, you should not degrade the accuracy while
Okay.
while you're developing. So that's one's one stage here, maintaining the effectiveness of the quality management system. Okay, so you're deploying your QMS, make sure that it's effective. Okay, it is not degrading your existing product out there, device
Yes.
out there. You're only moving forward. Then management responsibility comes with scheduling and everything. Then you'll again have some feedbacks with your customers. And then resource management is very much important. Now here also you can, as an auditor, can you think what all things you can ask for when it comes to resource management?
Yeah. For example, the human resources process, for example.
Yes, you can take it as an example. So for example, you are interviewing them. Now what will you like come up with some questions here?
Yeah, yes, sure. For example, can I see the organization chart first?
Yeah, charts prepared for resource management. Then
Can you, for example, give me records on, for example, job descriptions, things like that?
yes.
Can I see your onboarding process, for example?
Okay, onboarding process would be a little off the track, but you can ask for sure. But in
Oh,
this
okay.
case, little bit off the track. You can see for
Your
resource management there are like I'm audible, right?
Sorry?
I'm audible, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in like resource management, you have various sensors as well. You have various devices and machines out there. So you can check, okay, this was a machine, for example, that was being rented by the organization for developing a product. So who was the renter, I would say, who was the manufacturer for this machine? Okay, because you are using that machine to for developing your medical device. Okay, so you need to audit that machine as well now.
Yeah.
So you will see, okay, this machine was there and it's been supposed provided by some ABC company. Okay. Now you'll go to ABC company also. Now here where we have third parties involved, right?
Yes.
So then you'll go for if it is in your scope then only. Okay. Like in first you will define your scope as an auditor, and after scoping, then you will prepare your, I would say, requirements, and then according to the clauses you will prepare your questionnaires. Okay, so according to, for example, let's have a clause. Yeah, so according to your quality clause, okay, you will prepare an Excel sheet. For example, you have your clause one side, term one side, and its definition is optional because you are the auditor, you should know it. Then in here you'll have your requirements. Okay, for assessing the quality. Okay, for assessing this class, for example, you will need your QMS logs. You will need their performance evaluation documents as well, right? So what all things you'll need to assess the quality, then what all things you'll need to assess their system, their management, even when you're going to assess their resources and all of that stuff. Then after once resource management is done, they'll build the product, and then again we are going to product realization, because here we'll check, okay, if is the product meeting the customer requirements. If it does, then the product is deployed. Understand the overall process and how you will go into auditing stuff and all.
Yeah.
Okay. Now process mapping. So we have a tool as well for mapping your processes. Okay. Now in this, what you will do is it's a tool or just as in QMS. Okay. So in that case, it will automatically track everything. Okay. For example, you were in your resource management phase, or you were in your measurement analysis phase. Okay. You took a feedback. Okay. So what was the feedback? When was it taken? You'll map it. Now simultaneously, when you were doing measurement, you were doing analysis as well. So you'll map that also. Okay, so for example, you start here, then you had some processes. Now diamond is for condition, I would say. So for example, the condition was like, if it will be yes, then you will move on to this process. If it's a no, you will have one more condition, then move on to the next process. This is how you map things, just like a flow chart, I would say. So this is how you'll define your process. Okay. Um, okay, so do you want a lunch break, or should we finish with process mappings?
We can finish if it's okay for you.
Yeah, like it's okay for me. Like we can wait more 20 minutes. Okay, and
Yeah.
10 to 20 minutes will finish, and then we can have a lunch break. Fine.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now, just let me know when okay, when you are dealing with this clause, I would say there is a clause for evaluation. Yeah, performance evaluation. Okay. And now you need to evaluate the process as well. Okay, because for performance evaluation, if the process is right, you will go on to the, like, if the process is right, the product can also be right. So how, if you, for performance evaluation, if you want to know the process, so what document can you ask for, just checking the process?
Records. Yeah, I can ask for data analysis procedures, for example.
Okay,
like
now when we
KPIs. I don't know.
Just a second. For example, when you are like analyzing or data analyzing, you said, okay, so that's been done in a software. So now you will not, like, you can't be all rounder, right? You can't understand the overall data analysis and what it does. You should know a basic knowledge, but what about the in detail procedure? Okay, so if you want something in written, I was saying, if what are the documents will you ask? Any idea?
Like SOPs, for example, no?
Yes, SOPs, like for practices, what are the guidelines and practices and procedure they'll follow. Now,
Yeah.
here why we are learning process maps. So now when you want to know about a process, you will ask for them for a process map. Okay, just a diagrammatically, visually representation. Have you seen algorithms and their flow charts?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So like how in any algorithm there are some flow charts as well. So to visualize in one go what is its procedure. So either you can map it for yourself, okay, or you can ask organization if they are documenting these things as well.
Yeah, okay.
So now why we need a process map? Okay, to improve our process. Okay, once, like, if any employee, okay, there's an employee who doesn't know all of these. Okay, he is, maybe he's a fresher, or he's from a different financial domain. Okay, now to make him also understand better, okay, if any role has been involved, and if anything has been required from the, I would say, accounts department, so you can just go through it, you can show him the process map. Okay, because visually understanding things is much easier, right?
Yes.
So this you can make understand someone, you can explain, you can even assess the complexity in one go. For example, if there are multiple conditions, then how are you handling it? Okay. So let's see if we have some online examples for a process map. Examples. Let's see, healthcare. Okay. What's this for? Let's see a little bit simplified version of it. Okay, so this is for like hiring processes.
Mhm.
I can't find anything related to the medical thing in it. But yeah, so this is how it will look. Okay. For
Mhm.
example, if you are in interviewing process, so these are all the things. Okay, there are conditions, there are workflows, and the same you will follow for medical device, developing. Okay. Now for analysis also, you'll use this process maps.
Mhm.
Let's see some of the symbols related to it. Okay. So whenever there's an square, okay, you define it whenever you are performing any action or a process, it will be denoted by a square. Then we have start and end. Then diamond is for decision making. Okay. For
Mhm.
example, mm, can you think of any example for any decision in medical device development?
Yeah, for example, mm, is uh, is it for example, is it a critical nonconformity? Yes or no?
Okay, yeah. That's also good. But this is a process chart. For example, in our scenario, this is a process chart for developing a medical device. For example, let's take thermometer. Okay, so we are developing a thermometer now. Okay,
Mhm.
now we are think of any condition that we can encounter. For example, yeah, I can think of like are the materials available for the thermometer? Okay, so
Mhm.
if yes, then move forward. If it's no, materials are not available, there is a shortage of resources or any of the things, okay? The technical
Mhm.
ones also we can include here. Now, if there is, okay, yes, then we have another flow for it. Then if
Yes.
it's no, okay, we do not have any lack of resources, everything is fine, you can go with your normal procedure. So this is how you can, plan it. This is basically used for planning purposes. And every company, whenever it's planning for an okay, building a medical device, it should have all these documentation, the process flows, then SOPs, algorithms, how are they going to process it, what's the timeline for it, and what are they doing in each timeline. All these things need to be recorded.
Mhm.
Then this symbol is for like system activity, then for flowing the document. For example, after 1 week, you need to prepare a um, I would say tracking document, or you have to prepare a quality assurance document there. So you have, suppose after this procedure, you have to prepare this document. Like in
Mhm.
auditing case, after auditing clause one, you will prepare a document for clause one. So this is how you will indicate it. Okay.
Okay.
Now, like the process will be a whole lot of long, right, for developing a medical device. So these are some of the connectors that you can use.
Okay.
Okay, then we have the QMS implementation. Now, this is sort of I would say, a big topic in it also. So, like, first we'll plan, then we'll do check it. Now, this is a PDCA cycle, I would say, and it's mostly common in when you go for audits. Okay, when if you want to study various audits, also you'll find this as well there as well.
Mhm.
Okay, so I guess we can. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay, let us till now for like procedures and everything, let us take some scenarios so that we can understand better.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, for example, okay, um, you are following a cycle, okay? You are designing, then you're producing something, then you're packaging, and then you're distributing. This is your process going on, the overview. Okay. Now, if there is a design flaw, Okay. Now, for example, there is a design flaw, and after designing, you have lined up with your production, packaging, and distribution. Now, if there is a flaw in the first stage only, the design, so what could be the consequences of it?
Mm, can you just repeat quickly, please?
Okay. So you have like a medical device is being developing, okay? And
Mhm.
they have come up with a procedure for it. And the
Mhm.
procedure is like the step one is designing, then step two is the production phase, then in
Mhm.
step three they'll be packaging all of the devices, and
Mhm.
they'll then for the distribution they'll distribute it. For
Mhm.
example, there is a flaw in your design phase, okay, and you got to know it in the end, like after when like once a product has been developed they perform an audit, okay, and as an auditor you find a design flaw, then
Mhm.
what can be consequences further, what you look for further analysis?
Um, if we have uh product failures.
Yes,
Mm.
eventually the product can fail, right? So if you
Yeah.
have like if as an auditor if you have a flaw in your design,
Mm-hmm.
then you check for whether in production, packaging, and distribution what were its consequences. Okay, so then you'll audit in that scenario, you'll audit to different steps as well. Fine. So this is how you can, link your auditing tasks.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay, so I guess let's have a lunch break here.
Okay.
There's a lot of 4 hour studies now. So let's have a break. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We come back in 1 hour.
Yes.
Okay. Nice. Okay.
Okay.
So
Like, what's the time now? It's 12:16 p.m., right? In your side.
yes, exactly. Yeah.
So let's meet at 1:20 p.m.
Yes, so
Okay,
much better.
great. Sorry?
So much better now.
Okay, okay. I think there was some issue because of which I was not able to share. Okay, now this will help you better. Okay, so currently I am discussing about ISO IC 27000 family of standards. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right, great. So, what I'm discussing in this is requirements first. So, under requirements, there comes in three standards that we have discussed: 27006, 27001, and 27,701. So these are the standards based on requirements. Like these standards tells you about the requirements of the systems that like for example 27,001 is information security management systems. It tells the requirements about that. Similarly, 27,701 is about privacy information management system. It tells the requirements about that. And then there are these five standards, and the one that we are going to focus on is 27,005. If you see here, it's highlighted. These standards are talks about the general guides. So these are like the general guides. So under this family of 27,000, in 27,002 comes the information security controls. In 27,003, if you see ISMS implementation. Similarly, 27,004, maybe you can just make a note of these things, though these all will not be important for you. The main thing is going to be 27,005, where we're going to discuss about, how to manage information security risk. But at the same time, since these all comes from the same family of standards,
you can have a little just you can have a little note about like what all it does, like what all focuses on the requirements and what standards focuses on as a general guide. And then there are some industry based these standards like industry guides. So for example 27011, if we talk about it, focuses on the telecommunication organizations, like it has standards related to that specific industry. Similarly, ISO 27799 focuses on health informatics. So you can just keep a brief note about this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we can just discuss a little bit about these as well, like what all it includes. Like as I told you, 27,000 gives a general overview of ISMS. So what is ISMS? ISMS is Information Security Management Systems. These are there in different standards, and with addition to that it provides some common terminologies and definitions. And as you can see, you can download these also. So just for if you want to like go deep into this, you can download these and then maybe you can learn for that. Similarly, there are other standards that we discussed, like 27,001, which is specifies the requirements of establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving the ISMS. So these all are relatable, but the one that we are going to focus on will be ISO IC 27005, which provides guidelines for managing information security risk in accordance with the requirements of ISO IC 27001. So I hope you can connect now. How is this relatable? So 27,001 talks about the requirements, and 27,005 provides the guidelines to manage those information security risks. So that is how 27,001 is the most relatable to 27,005. Maybe you can just have a keep a note about it.
Okay.
Yeah, great. So moving on to the next thing is the development of how these standards, family of standards have developed over the years. When was it started? So if you can see in the chart that is there. uh, so it was started in BS 7799 when the code of practice was published. So it is all about the like we are going to discuss a little bit about the history behind the development of these standards. So it is 7799 BS, and BS here stands for the British standards. So it was developed in 1995. So this is started in 1995 when the British Standard Institution was the one who published a set of controls. A code of practice was published. It is called BS 7799. And similarly, after that, we see in 2000, the ISO IEC 17,799 was published, and it was related to Code of Practice for Information Security Management. So it was related to information security. Then in 2002, if you see here, BS 7799 second 2 was published, and it was the specification of information security management systems. Then after that, 2005, the 17,799 was revised. So ISO IEC 27001 was the information security management system requirements was published. So the one we were just discussing before this, which is the most relatable to 2000 to 27,005, is this one, 27,001, which was published in year 2005. After that, in 2007, if you see, ISO IEC 27006, this is also related to requirements, but this is for bodies providing audit and certifications of ISMS. This was published. Then 2008 to 2012, some other standards of the same family were developed and published. After that, in 2013, the standard of 27,001 and ISO IEC 27,002 were revised. So, if you remember, in 2005, the 27,001 standard was published, and then in 2013, this standard was revised. And then finally in 2022, again, these standards were revised. So these are the important dates that you can keep a note, that when these standards were published, when it was revised, and when it started, of course, the code of practice. I hope you have taken a note, or you want some more time.
No, no, no. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, then there is some brief notes that we have already discussed. Now, for starters, we are going to discuss with the 27,001 standard. So, what is actually is, so this as we have discussed that this standards specifies the requirements for establishing and maintaining the ISMS, which are the information security management systems. So in this standard, basically the requirements that are expressed are with the verb. So if you can just anytime go to the ISO website and download these standards to have a better understanding that how these looks and how the things are explained in the standards. Here we will just discuss it in a little brief. So we'll not go like too deep in that. We'll discuss that in brief. So these are some main points that you can keep a note for further, maybe some exercises, or it will help you in your further examination. So one more important point is that it is applicable to all organizations, regardless of their size, type, or industry in which they operate. So if you remember, I told you that there are different ISO standards for different industries, some applicable to some, and then there are some which will not applicable to some particular industries. But this standard, which we are discussing, 27,001, will be applicable to all organizations, whether any industry, or whether any size of the industry, like if even if it is a small industry or a bigger one, this one will be applicable. And here we're talking about annexure A. So there is one annexure that maybe I will share with you, that you can go through, and we will discuss later in coming sessions as well. So it contains 93 information security controls. We can discuss this later. This is related to the annexure. So the last point that is here to remember is that organizations can obtain certifications against this standard. So as this is like these ISO standards are universal or international standards. So if a company, if an organization has these standards, then of course the credibility of that organization increases. So as we discussed before, if a company does not have these important standards or licenses things, then the credibility goes down for them. So similarly, for this standard, organizations can obtain the certification. Then there are clauses in these standards. So the here the clause in 27001, the clause 0.1, the general clause is like a brief of the clause is given here. Maybe you can just take a minute and go through it. So this will like help you understand why like what is there in this standard basically. So if we just give it a simple read, that this document has been prepared to provide requirement of, as we discussed previously, establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continuously improving an ISMS, which is Information Security Management System. So this only talks about the requirements. That what are the requirements that is there in order to establish, implement, and improve the system. The adoption of an information security management is a strategic decision for an organization. The establishment and implementation of organizations information security management system is influenced by the, of course, the organization's needs and objectives, security requirements, or the organizational process that is used, as the size and structure of the organization. So basically, this gives you a little brief about what the clause, the 0.1 clause talks about this ISO standard. But if you just have to say it in one sentence, you can just say that it provides requirements for establishment, implementing, maintaining the ISMS system. And then maybe you can go through to understand it better. There are some things more, like if you see this para, this is also like the important one, which talks about the information security management system, that it preserves the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. So in our further session, in this session only, later we'll discuss about these three. These are the important things: confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information by applying a risk management process, and gives also it gives confidence to interested parties that risks are adequately managed. So that is how ISO standards help and gives the credibility to the organization that I discussed previously. So since we discussed about the ISO 27001, the next is, of course, the main which we are going to discuss is 27005. Okay, so we discussed that 27001 was can be obtained by the organizations, that the certification, but in 27005 this organizations cannot obtain this certification against this standard. And also, if you just see the differences here, in this the guidelines are expressed with the verb should. And if you remember, here we discussed that the clauses are expressed with the verb shall. So these are the little differences that you can see in these two same family of standards, but different standard at the same time. So what does it do? What is the basic of this standard? So the standard basically provides the guidelines for conducting information security risk management activities. Now we are finally discussing about the risk management and our standards. That is going to be our focus. So the previous one was talking about the requirement of establishing, improving, continuously improving the ISMS systems. And this one is like a guideline, like how to conduct information security risk management activities and how to comply with the requirements of ISO 27001. So there were some requirements that are there in 27001. So basically, this 27005 talks about how to comply with those requirements. And that is how these two are quite relatable. I hope you just note down the important points here for your just maybe a refresher or a revision when you just do it later. Okay. So then also 27005 is supplements the guidance of 27003, and it also supports the guidelines of ISO 31000. So no need to get worried seeing so many ISO standards. If there is any point that you want me to stop, or maybe you have any doubt, you can just raise your hand and we can discuss that. And all the standards that I'm just talking about here, we will discuss about that. So there will be no room for any doubt, I'm sure. So if we
Thank
talk
you.
about, yeah. So we're talking about 27005 still, and currently we are talking about the clause 1, which is scope. So if I just go back here in 27001, here we discuss the clause 0.1 general. So this was the first clause of this standard. It was general, which describes a little bit about this standard. Similarly, now we're discussing about the first clause, which is scope. Like, what is the scope of this standard? So basically, if you can see here, there are mainly two scopes, like 2 points. So which this documents provide guidance. So this provides assistance to organizations to fulfill the requirements of 27001 concerning actions to address information security risks. So whatever the requirements that are mentioned in ISO IEC 27001, this ISO 27005 fulfills those requirements. So this is a guidance document, basically, like how to fulfill those requirements. Then the next important point is this also assists organizations to perform information security risk management activities. Specifically, the information security risk assessment and treatment. So it helps organization to uh, to perform those activities, like first to understand if there are any risk related threats, then to perform the activities, like what can be the solution. So there are step by step, but here we are discussing about the scopes. So these two are the main scope about this document. Also, point to be noted here that this document is applicable to all organizations, regardless of type, size, or sector, similar to 27001, if you remember. I'll just go back and show you. This also says that this can be obtained by like certification against this standard, any organization. And here, if you remember, we have discussed that it is applicable to all organizations, regardless of their size, type, or industry in which they operate. So these both are similar. For this also, it is applicable to all organizations. So that was about the 27,005. Now, if we talk about the structure, since 27,005 is our focus, we will discuss about the structure of ISO IEC 27,005. What we are going to do is there are different clauses that you can see. Here are clause 5. So it just gives a little context about what all clause talks about what. So clause 5 of ISO IEC 27005 is related to information security risk management. And then there is clause 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So from 5 to 10 clauses are mentioned here. That you can just keep a note that what clause talks about what. Like clause 6 here talks about the context establishment. Clause 7 is about information security risk assessment process. Clause 8 is about information security risk treatment process. So like clause 7 talks about the assessment, like how to assess the risk, like what is the risk related to that particular in that process, or maybe in any process or in any organization. And then there is clause 8 which talks about the treatment, like what can be the treatments for that risk that we have assessed. Similarly, clause 9 is about the operation. Clause 10 is related to leveraging related ISMS processes. So there are different processes. Then which one will be the suitable? We can just read more about it. As I told you, it is consist of 10 clauses and one annexure. In coming sessions, I will discuss the annexure with you as well. And so if you can see here, we have only clause 5 to clause 10. So clause 1 to clause 4 actually provides the general information on the standard. Whereas if you see clause 5 introduces the like information security risk management process and cycles. And clause 6 to 10, if you see, it elaborates on those activities. So to just conclude it, we can say clause 1 to clause 4 provides general information. Maybe you can just keep a note like that, that ISO 27005 consists of 10 clauses. From clause 1 to clause 4 provides general information. Clause 5 introduces the information security risk management process. And clause 6 to clause 10 elaborates on the information security risk management activities. And other than these 10 clauses, it has an annexure which provides examples of techniques that support these processes that we analyze and assessed and find the treatment in the clauses. So I'll just take a pause here. So maybe you can write it down properly. And if you have anything to discuss, we can do that. I hope you are following me till now. We understood the
Yes,
clauses.
I
Okay?
write it down.
Okay, great. Thank you. So that is about an overview of the clauses. This is actually an important thing to understand in ISO 27005. Next thing we are going to discuss is structure of risk management activities that are there in from clause 7 to 10 of the same standard that we are discussing currently, which is 27,005. So what is the structure? Like, how does it work? How does the risk management activities work? So to understand that, here is a very simple chart kind of here, like the flow chart, if you can see. So it is, how does it work? So we gives an input, and what it does, it identifies any required information to perform the activity. So how does these activities, like what is the structure of these activities? So first step is input. Second step is action. What action? Action is action to describe the activity, like what the activity looks like, to just give a little information. Then third is the trigger. What kind of trigger is this? So it gives, when we give it any input, it does the action, and then it gives a trigger. Like for here, like for example, it is given here, for example, because of a change within the organization, or according to a plan, or a change in the external context of the organization. So it provides guidance on when to start the activity. So it gives a triggers like that, and then it gives the a final output. Output like how it identifies any information derived after performing the activity, as well as any criteria that such output should satisfy. So first step input, then action, then trigger, then output, and at the end guidance. It provides the guidance. If you remember, I have been talking about that this is a general guidance standard. So that is this last step of this, that it provides the guidance on performing the activity, keyword, and key concepts. So this is an important structure of the risk management activity. You can just note down the points here, or maybe you can go through it later and just try to understand this. And if there is anything, we can discuss that as well. So input, action, trigger, output, and guidance. That is how it is. The structure. So we've discussed about 27,005. Now we are moving to ISO 31,000. So ISO 31,000 is also related to these, specifically 27,005. And how is it related? We will discuss in this particular slide. So the standard basically provides guidelines for managing risk faced by organizations in any industry or sector. So this is also relatable because it is also related to risk management. It provides the guidelines to risk management. And this is not only, any particular industry, it is also for different industries or sectors. And if you see, it is also similar to 27,001 and 27,005 because it is applicable to any type of risk, regardless of its nature or consequences. Also, the third point, if you can see, that organizations cannot obtain these certifications against this standard. So just to give you a recap, I'll go to 27,001. Can you tell me if organizations can obtain that certification? If you remember?
Sorry, what?
We have discussed 27,001, 27,005. So do you remember if organizations can obtain this 27,001 certification?
Yes, any organization can take it, no matter
Yeah.
what size, what
Great.
type.
Yeah, you are right. So organizations can obtain certification against this standard, against 27,001. Similarly, organizations cannot obtain against this 27,005. And now, since we are discussing 31,000, And here we can see organizations cannot obtain. So out of these three, only for one, organizations can obtain the certification. So as we discussed the scope of 27,001 and 27,005, similarly, we are going to discuss the scope of 31,000 also, that how is it relatable and how is it different from the other two. So this is definitely relatable because this is also related to risk management, which is 27,005 as well. So this basically provides a guideline on managing risk faced by organizations. And what kind of risk? It can be any type of industry specific or sector specific risk. So if you see here, this document provides a common approach to managing any type of risk and is not any industry or sector specific. And this can be used throughout the life of the organization and can be applied to any activity, including decision makings at all levels. So here we are not going very in detail about these standards, but just to understand a brief of it, like what it basically means. Like 27,001 is for the requirements, 27,005 tells about the guidelines, the general guidelines about information security, risk management, and 31,000 talks about the guidelines of risk management and overall, and it is not industry or sector specific. Then there is this important figure, if you see, or maybe we can just take a look into this. How is the structure of ISO 31,000? So it is consists of these three important factors. This is the framework, how leadership and commitment. So these are the two principles of this. And this is the process, like how this process works. So for this, the clause 5.1, which is a general clause, if we could read about this, the purpose of this framework is basically to assist the organization in integrating risk management into significant activities and functions. The effectiveness of this risk management will depend on its integration into the governance of the organization, including the decision making. So this definitely requires supports from stakeholders, particularly top management. And if we just read more into this framework that is given here, it says that these components that are mentioned there, if you just take a look at this, it says the components of the framework and the way in which they work together should be customized to the needs of the organization. So if we see how the value creation and protection thing works here, so these are the value creation and protection factors, you can say. Integration, structured and comprehensive. It should be customized. It should be inclusive. It should be dynamic with the best available information. It should be human and cultural factors. It should include basically, and the continual improvement is there. Then how does this process work? So there is a scope, context, and criteria first, which is defined. The process is defined firstly by the scope. What is the context of that? What is the criteria? Then the risk assessment happens. Like there are activities that assess the risk. Then the risk is identified. After that, next step is risk analysis. And then the last would be evaluation in this particular process. After that, after evaluating the risk, the next step is risk treatment. After risk treatment, the recording and reporting happens. So this is a simple a workflow kind of structure here, that how this process works. Then if we have a like take a look at the framework, how does the what is the role of the leadership and commitment here? So integration, like what are the important factors here? Design, implementation, evaluation, and then finally improvement. That is how it works. So these are the important, I think, and process is actually important. So you can just take a note of the steps, that first in the scope, context, and criteria is decided and under to be understand. First is scope, context, and criteria. The next step is risk assessment, like we assess the risk, how much risk is there, what all risks are there. Then the identification happens. After that, we analyze whatever data or whatever information we collect. We finally analyze that. After analyzing, the evaluation happens. And once we have the evaluation, we can do the risk treatment, and basically which is called risk management. Then as you can see here, it says the organization should evaluate its existing risk management practices and processes. Also, it should evaluate if there are any gaps, and it should also address those gaps within the framework. Like here, we have discussed implementation, evaluation, improvement. So these are the framework of basically the structure of ISO 31000. If just go previous, what are the structures we have discussed about the previous standards? For example, this one, the structure of 27005. We have discussed input, action, trigger, output, and guidance. And also we discussed about the clauses. Then if we come to the 27001, there was not any proper structure, because this standard is more about the requirements and not about the guidelines or guidance. So I hope you have got a brief of what the structure of 27005 and the structure of 31000. Are we clear till now?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, great. Then this is going to be the last standard that we're going to discuss. After that, we will move to the risk management part of the course. So this is IEC 31010 standard. This is also an international standard. If also, I would just like to take a pause here. If you're thinking this is going too fast, maybe you can take a little break, have some water or something, and then we can start. So you want to take just a 2 minutes break?
Okay, thank you.
This is the last one that we're going to discuss. So this is IEC 31010. So this is also relatable to those because since we're discussing about risk management, and this provides the guidance on the selection and application of techniques for assessing risk in wide range of situations. So this standard basically tell us about the which techniques or applications, or it helps in selecting those applications which we should use while assessing risk. It is for different type of situations, in different processes it is used. So that is how it is important for us to understand a little bit about this standard as well. And as we have discussed about previous standards, this also cannot obtain certification against this standard. I mean, organizations cannot obtain the certification against this standard. So, previously we have discussed about 27,001, where we discussed that organizations can obtain the certification against that. Then 27,005, then we discussed now 30,000, sorry, 31,000. Then this is 31,010. So just to have a quick recap, can you help me with all these four standards, where organizations can obtain the certification and where it cannot against this standard? Can you help me with that? Just to make this a little interactive session, I would like your input.
Okay. Just a minute, I'm having a problem. Please.
Sorry?
The screen is minimized and I can't make it big.
Yeah, I will do that. But I hope you're making notes, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So maybe you can just check on that. See, we discussed 27,001, and you told me sometimes back that organizations can obtain certification against that, right?
2000, no,
27,001.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
This can
organizations
obtain.
can obtain against that standard. Then 27,005
Cannot obtain.
cannot obtain. Then we discussed 31,000.
Cannot obtain.
It cannot obtain. And then we are currently on 31,010. Here also, it cannot be obtained. Yeah.
Yes, only
So
27
correct. Only
because it's general
27,000.
and general standards.
Yeah. Requirements. 27,001 has the requirements. So all other three that we have discussed, organizations cannot obtain. And similarly, that we discussed the scope and requirements of previous standards. For this also here, we can just read a little bit about like what is the clause 1, which is a scope. What is the scope of basically this standard? So it provides guidance on the selection and application of techniques for assessing risk. So what does this standard do? It provides us with the guidance and selection, like which all techniques and applications we should use for assessing risk, as we discussed. So what does these techniques do? These techniques help us in making decisions where there is uncertainty, to provide information about particular risk as a part of risk management process. Also, this document provides summaries of a range of techniques, like different types of techniques. It also reference to other documents where the techniques are described in more detail. So these are the very standard, like very detailed standards actually. Here what we are reading is in a brief way. Like what is the overall scope of this? What does this standard tells us? And if we understand this much, that would be more than enough for us. So this is what the IEC 31,010 is all about.
Okay,
To just
give me 1 minute, please.
Yeah, sure.
Try to rejoin the meeting. Yes. Okay. Yes,
Okay,
we
can
can
we
continue now. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we have discussed the standards and regulatory frameworks. We've discussed the family of standards: 27,000, 27,001, 27,005, and then we've discussed 31,000, and then we have finally discussed the IEC 31,010. And this is all related to the international standards, and these all focuses on the risk management part of it. Some tells us about the requirements, some tells us about the general guidelines, some are focuses on the application of techniques for assessing risk. So these are the parts of it. Maybe you can just remember it like that, in one liners, like what standard does what standards provides us with what. That will help you for your further assessments. Now moving on to the next thing is what we are going to discuss is the relation between these standards, the 27001, 27,005 and 31,000. As you can clearly see with this flow chart, what does it say that what is the relation in this? So there are some clauses that are relatable. So basically it is showing us the difference in ISO 27,005 and ISO 31,000. So 27,005 framework on risk management applied to information security. As we know, it is mostly talking about the risk management that is applied to information security, which is 27,005, while ISO 31,000 is a generic framework on risk management. So that is the basic difference we can tell about 27,005 and 31,000. And point to be noted here, if you see the important note, that organizations seeking certification against 27,001 are not required to establish risk management programs which are based on 27,005 or 31,000. ISO 27,001 states that it is up to organizations to select the risk management method which is appropriate to their context, business activities, management, and operational practices. So basically, it is talking if any organization is obtaining the certification against 27,001, it is not required for that organization to use the framework of 31,000 or 27,005. It is totally up to the organizations that what risk management method they want to use. It is not mandatory for them to use any of these two, because it can be used by different organizations. So if it is not in information security, if it is any other particular domain, then they can use the different methodology. This is what it is talking about. Then what we can read further is that based on the ISO 31,000 framework, what ISO 27,005 explains in detail is how to manage risk within the context of information security. So the one in which we are going to focus is ISO 27,005, which is related to which is in the context of information security. So that is how uh, it differentiates, because 27,005 deeply talks about the information security risk management, while the other 31,000 is generic framework on risk management. So organizations who establish their risk management program based on 27,005 and 31,000 can easily address the requirement of ISO 27,001 regarding risk management. The clauses it is talking about here, we have discussed further. The important clauses we have already discussed. So this is basically the relation that you can just note down in a point, how 27,005 and 31,000 is relatable. What is the difference in that? Then, since we have completed the standards that were important to discuss, now we can move to the purpose and advantages of risk management. What is actually the purpose? What do you think are the advantages of risk management? Why do we do risk management after all? Why are there so many standards regarding that? So if you want to just give an answer, maybe in a line, what is your understanding with that? What is the purpose of risk management? Why do organizations follow all these standards? Do you have to say anything, maybe a line or something?
To prepare for any risk and mitigate the damages.
Yeah, definitely. Correct. So basically, there are a lot of risk involved in different processes these days. If we talk about the risk to the information, so the information security risk management that we are going to study. So there are a lot of information available. For example, there is an organization where there is in its finance team, there is information related to finance is there, and they don't have any risk management process for that. So that is where this things comes, that information security risk management. They need to have a system to secure that information. Otherwise, there is a lot of risk to that. And that is why when these standards come into the picture. So, the purpose of risk management is the creation and protection of value. Value here means anything that is important. What we are studying is, we are going to study is actually information security, but it can be any value. Also, what is the advantage of risk management if I talk about? Is that it improves performance, it encourages innovation, and it supports the achievement of objectives. So, what is the purpose of risk management? Is that it helps in the creation and protection of value. And the advantage of risk management is that it improves, encourage innovation, and support the achievement of objective. So our objective, for example, we have taken the example of the finance team. So what would be the objective? Of course, every organization would want their data to be protected, to be safe. And that is when the main objective is there, to save the data, to protect the data, to protect the information basically. So managing risk is iterative and assist organization in setting a strategy, achieving objectives, and making informed decision is basically what these standards do. Here, it is given for the ISO 31000. So managing risk is part of governance and leadership, and is a fundamental to how the organization is managed at all levels. So it is also a part of activities associated with an organization, and it includes interaction with the stakeholders. So I hope you got a gist of what the risk management purpose and what is the advantage of it. This is taken from the ISO 31000 clause 4. So this is important to note, maybe for your further exercise or coursework, it will help you. Now that we are done with the advantages and purpose of risk management, we can see this one. This is the advantages. Like, what is the advantage of 27,005? So what it actually does. So there are 4 points to note down here. The number one is it covers the management of information security risk, how it is managed. So first, the risks are identified, like what all information security risks are there. And then this standard covers how to manage those information security risks. Then it can be adapted to diverse organizational structure. As we have discussed before, it can be obtained by any type of company, any type of organization, whether it is a small in size or any different type. So it can be adapted to diverse structures. And third is that it enables the organizations to manage their threats systematically. How is when we go deep into it, we will get to know how does it do that? How does it help in managing the threats of information security risk? Then it promotes conformity to ISO 27001. How does it do that? It is a guideline of the risk management system that that actually helps 27001, and it confirms the requirements that are mentioned in 27001. That is what we have discussed previously as well, how it is related. So 27001 and 27005 is related as 27005 promotes conformity to the ISO 27001. So these are 4 important points to be noted here, that how and what are the advantages, how is it helpful to have an ISO standard, how and what are the advantages of it. So it is basically it covers the management of information security risk. If we move ahead, we have discussed about the advantages, and then we'll just wrap our section summary here. What we have discussed till now, we have discussed the ISO, how it is published, like what are the standards, how it respond to the market demand, when do we publish ISO, and these are like how what all stakeholders are involved, and the techniques. It is based on the consensus. We have discussed that. I hope you have taken a point of those important notes. Then we have discussed the ISO 27001, which specifies the requirements of improving the ISMS. We have discussed 27005, which provides guidelines for conducting information security risk, which is our focus basically. Then we have discussed ISO 31000, which provides risk management guidelines and is applicable to any organization, regardless of size or type. This is also we have discussed. Then the next thing we have discussed is IEC 31010, which provides guidance on the selection and application of techniques. And then we have discussed the purpose and advantages of risk management. So risk management is the creation and protection of value. So I hope you have got the summary of what we have discussed till now. And I hope you have made some important notes for your reference as well. Do you feel there is anything that we can maybe have a refresher, or you want me to discuss once more for you?
No, it
Or is
sounds
it
clear.
clear? It's clear. Okay, great, great. So At this time, we have a quiz for you, but actually, since this is day one, I am planning to have that quiz in our next session. That is what I have been telling you, that if you are making notes for yourself, this is going to be helpful in your quiz. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to me, and then we can move on to the our next section. So for today, we have planned about these three sections. We'll complete these.
I have a question. Are you gonna send me this notes or not?
Actually, to be honest, I'm not sure about it. Let me just discuss this with my team. If I can send you these notes, if I cannot
Because it's
send you the
very
exact
helpful.
notes, sorry.
I said it's very helpful.
I understand. Okay, I will try my best to just allow me some time to just check with my team if I can send you. If not, otherwise I can make you a notes by myself, and definitely I'll share it with you.
Okay.
Yeah, great. Um, so we are moving on to the next section, section three, so what all we are going to discuss in section three is the fundamental concepts and principles of information security risk management. So, since the standard that we are getting trained on is 27,005, and 27,005 is basically focusing on the information security risk management. So, from here, we're going to start the main focus, which is information security risk management. So, we're going to discuss these points in that as we move forward. So what this section is going to provide us is information that will help us gain knowledge in the fundamental concepts of the information security. So if you remember, just sometimes back, I told you about these three important points, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We're going to discuss in deep now information security. I hope you have got a gist of that. Maybe before moving forward, just to make it a little interactive, maybe we can discuss what do you understand by information security, and what is your understanding currently, so that we can have a more interactive sessions as per that. So maybe you can help me with that. What is your current understanding with information security?
Um, in my knowledge, it's based on the CIA triangle and how we can apply it to the information.
Yeah, the CIA triangle that we just discussed. So information security,
Yes,
I
and
mean,
type of
you have
risk, type of controls.
right. Yeah, fair enough. You have a fair understanding. Basically, if we just take it into two parts, information and security. So information is any type of data that we have.
Data.
Yeah, it's mostly related to data. And security is how to secure, how to protect that information, how to protect that data that we have. So that is basically the information security. And the triangle that you talked about is definitely CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So this is taken just for your information. This is taken from the ISO 9000, clause 3.8.2, and ISO 27000, clause 3.28. Here, as you see, information is a meaningful data. Of course, not all raw data or anything comes under the information. It should be a meaningful full data. And information security is basically the protection, uh, the security, the preservation of that data, that information, of confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. So information security is actually determines what information needs to be protected, why it should be protected, how to protect it, and what to protect it from. So it is very important to know that what needs to be protected. So the most sensitive data or some sensitive information which needs to be protected, that has risk, some risk, like if if there is some risk management thing, or if it has a lot of risk involved in that, that is when it is required, to be protected if it has a lot of risk. So it covers all kinds of information, whether it is printed information, it is handwritten, it is transmitted by email or website, or even it is mentioned during conversations. So it is very it is not like something that is only relatable to any one thing. For example, if it is online information, then only it needs to be protected. No, it is all kind of informations. Then organizations can definitely ensure the information security by implementing appropriate policies and controls that are aligned with their objectives, which reduce the risk and threats. So this is the main triangle of information security that we are going to discuss in detail now: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So by confidentiality, what do you mean? So this is taken just for the reference. This is taken from the ISO IEC 27000 clause 3.10, which talks about the confidentiality. So confidentiality, what is that actually? Property that information is not made available or disclosed to unauthorized individuals, entities, or processes. So there are some confidential informations that are not available to everyone, that are not public or not available to unauthorized individuals, or maybe some unauthorized entities. Those are the confidentiality information, like confidential information. So to ensure the confidentiality of information, organizations must ensure that only authorized users have access to the information. So these points are actually very important to be noted here. That what does the requirements of confidentiality? Since these are taken from ISO 27000, and what does ISO 27000 talks about? It talks about the requirements. So these are the requirements of the confidentiality that we are discussing right now. So organizations need to ensure that the information is only to the authorized users. Organizations can implement several practices for that, so that the particular information is secure only to those individuals or process or entities where it is actually required. And how do they do that? There are some systems, there are some methods for that. But and here, if you can see, there are three methods that are mentioned here. First is we use a lot, we can see it in a lot of things, which is called multi-factor authentication, where it requires authentication from multi-factors. So that it basically requires user identification and password when accessing any confidential data. So this is one of the method on how organizations can protect their data. Then definitely organizations these days have data access policies. What do you mean by data access policies? Is the policies that who all can access the data, who all will not have the access to it. So this is also the internal policies. These are the internal policies of the organization, and these are not like some standards. So this is something that organizations do follow on their own for the safer side to mitigate the risk. Then there are access controls that provide restrictions on the network access based on the employees' roles and responsibilities. So, for many organizations, they don't provide all the access to everyone, like to all the employees. There are some accesses that are only to some authorized individuals. So, these are the three main practices that organizations usually implement. First is multi-factor authentication or maybe other authentication methods. Then their data access policy. Next is the access control, like whom all they are giving that access. And since we're talking about this, we have an example here. So if we see this example, it talks about the human resource department. So here the example is related to the human resource department, how only some authorized personnel of HR department have access to personal data of employees. Implementing access control is one of the most common methods used by organizations to ensure the confidentiality of information. So just to understand, these are some important points that you may can just take a note that what is the most common method used by organizations to ensure the confidentiality of information. Then access controls, if we talk about, there are two type of access controls here. The physical one that we see on maybe our in our daily lives, the lock on the doors. And if there is any lock on the safe, the cabinets, these are the physical access controls that you have, that you need some specific control to have access to that place. Then there are digital access controls as well. Then like there are internal network access control, like not everyone can control a particular network. Some remote access control. Then there is the web access control. So these are the two types of access control that are important. So here we understood the confidentiality by this example, that how HR department must have access to personal data of the employees, like how only some authorized personnel should have that access. This every organization should follow, and most of the organizations follows that. That is where the confidentiality comes into the picture. I hope these three things are clear to you. We have discussed about the practices, uh, some methods, data policies that can be there. And we've discussed about the access controls. So I hope you understood the confidentiality part of it. Moving on to the next one, which is integrity. This also is taken from the ISO 27000. Since we know ISO 27000 is about the requirement. So this is what is integrity actually? So integrity is basically, as mentioned here very rightfully, is a property of accuracy and completeness. How can an organization ensure that? So organization can ensure integrity of information by implementing several controls. What type of controls? So here maybe you can just note down a point that these controls are version control, access control, backup procedures, which aim to guarantee these three most information uh, three most points, which is that information is not modified when in storage or transit. Information is only modified when the changes are authorized by relevant functions. And the third one is data is accurate, consistent, reliable, and safe from unauthorized access. That is how the organizations can ensure the integrity of their information. So we discussed about the confidentiality, and we discussed about how organizations can ensure the confidentiality is there. We've understood it by an example of the HR department. And then we discussed about the integrity, how organizations can ensure the integrity. And similarly, here we have an example for you, which is related to the data processed and stored in the finance department should remain accurate and authentic, avoiding unauthorized access and modifications of such information. So, I hope you understand how much risk is involved when it is about data in the finance department. If there is any modification in the information available, then it can make a huge difference. And there are so many risks and threats about that particular data if it got modified. So there can be cases when data is changed unintentionally. So it is not always intentional that it happens. There are some situations where it happens unintentionally. There are three examples given here for your reference, which is storage erosion, natural or intentional errors happens sometimes, then the system damages. Sometimes the system just collapsed and the information sometimes modified itself, sometimes it is it just collapsed, so the department would not have access to it. So these are the cases when the data changed. So that is where data integrity plays an important role. Data integrity controls are essential in operating systems, softwares, and applications to prevent the intentional